Chapter 101. The moment it entered the mouth, it actually turned into a fluid, without even passing through the throat. It merged into the body, as if the baby had returned to its mother's arms. I feel every cell in my body trembling, emitting a desire for fulfillment. Lin's whole body was emitting a dazzling purple light, blood was circulating, chi and blood were soaring, and his physique was also increasing at an eye-popping speed. An unbelievably powerful heat flow cannot directly stimulate his bloodline to the strongest level. This is the evolution of a bloodline, a transition of the bloodline, stronger. Becoming stronger. Hint: the host has successfully taken the flesh and blood embryo, and the bloodline cultivation level is increasing. The current bloodline cultivation level has increased by 10%. Increased by 20%. Increased by %. Lin didn't know when he had fallen asleep. The cultivation room was covered with all kinds of bloody fleshy adhesions. The tentacles of the blood vessels were clearly visible, absorbing the energy of the entire wizard tower, and Lin was surrounded by these bloody fleshy substances. In the center, a huge tentacled meat ball. Only one of Lin's face appeared on the surface of the meat ball, and the body was inside the meat ball. Time gradually passed, and I don't know how long this state lasted. The energy of the wizard's tower was also continuously flowing into the past for the evolution of Lin's bloodline. Ouroboros Ring, the business district, has become extremely depressed, and there is almost no traffic left. It has been like this since the war began. Most of the shops were closed, and it was unknown whether the wizard apprentice behind him was going to participate in the Battle of the Secret Realm. Only some first-level wizard apprentices and second-level wizard apprentices would go to the only remaining pharmacy in the business district to buy medicines for cultivation. This batch of Shinek potions has come out again. We have to go quickly, otherwise we will be late and won't be able to buy them again. Yeah, only Lin Pharmacy still has the supply of medicines even now, and the other pharmacies have no supply at all. These wizards and apprentices talked, and there was sadness and haze between their brows. War is like this. The process is very difficult and painful. Only after victory can there be gains. There seems to be new news from the secret garden, and it is still a good news. It is said that our 12 stars shine in the secret, and they have killed many powerful enemies. It is said that the wizard apprentices killed include the Son of Darkness and the Son of Elements. That's great. As long as we keep following this situation, the final victory will definitely be ours, and things will get better by then. A wizard apprentice said worriedly, "This information is from a long time ago, and no one knows the current situation, so we still need to wait and see more safely." Old Zeta's hair was grey again. He still took care of Lin's pharmacy, but he had seen Master Lin for a long time. The pharmacy strictly followed Master Lin's requirements. Instead of selling all the stock at once, they sold them in batches, so as not to run out of stock at once. But Master Lin, the stock is running out. If you don't leave, the Lin Pharmacy will not be able to open. Old Zeta patted his head sadly. The apprentice wizard in front of him was looking forward to a bottle of Shinek potion and was just paying for the magic stone. Spring, autumn and autumn come, and autumn comes and spring goes. On this day, the door of the cultivation room opened, and white smoke slowly emanated. The air inside and outside merged. A terrifying aura quickly filled the air with the whistling sound of a giant dragon breathing. Da-da. A tall and slender figure came out. He had no clothes on, he was naked, and his fair skin hid a unique black pattern densely covered, as if it was a legendary taboo incantation, and it seemed to be densely packed with living tiny objects. People's gazes are also wriggling spontaneously. The facial features are handsome and a little strange, but the expression is extremely indifferent, and the eyes are also vertical pupils, with sharpness, as if they can penetrate people's hearts. Chip, how long has it been since I took the flesh and blood embryo? Lin called slowly from the bottom of his heart. Hint. It has been 1 year and 11 months since the host started to evolve the flesh and blood embryo. That is to say, nearly 2 years have passed, plus the original 1 year of chip analysis. 3 years have passed like this. So it's been so long? Lin's thoughts gradually returned to the corresponding matters of the Ouroboros ring, and he didn't know if the war was over. Interpunct. Hint. The host's bloodline cultivation level has been successfully advanced to the cursed snake stage. A smile appeared on the corner of Lin's mouth. His hard work paid off. It took him 3 years to get what he wanted. The next step is to advance to the stage of the official wizard, whether it is the path of the blood wizard or the path of the cursed wizard. Chip, analyze the enhancement brought by the physique of the cursed snake. Hint, physique +3, mental power plus, on the basis of the original characteristics, new curse applications and body modification are added. You can use the power of blood to temporarily modify the body and increase the adaptability to the environment. Lin pondered, temporary transformation, it seems to be used like this. 0. The power of the bloodline of the physique was gradually used. The black incantations on his body converged, and a purple light appeared. Lin's right hand suddenly grew, twisting like a snake, and then the purple light was completely catalyzed, and the right hand became a strip. Venomous snakes can also spew poison. This is not bad. The regeneration has also been enhanced. Even if my limbs are cut off, I can grow up quickly. I have stepped into the stage of the cursed snake, and I have become more and more inhuman. Kai. The viper spun together, and finally changed back to Lin's arm, and moved a bit, without any difference. My level and bloodline have reached the stage of a 3rd-level wizard apprentice, and the road to becoming a full-fledged wizard has never appeared so clearly in my mind. That is a method that is inherited from the blood, and has been analyzed and processed by the chip, and there is almost no error. Let the core inscription of the curse and the bloodline of the cursed snake echo and cooperate with each other. Basically, the two are of the same origin, and then they can stimulate each other's true potential and remember the way forward in the bloodline factor information. The cursed snake is a level 4 extraordinary creature. In theory, I can reach the upper limit of level 4. As long as I can truly tap the potential of both, I need more information about official wizards, or I need dissecting an official wizard and letting the chip analyze it can completely confirm where my way forward is. Without the follow-up corresponding meditation method and upgrade secret method, Lin's choice can only be this. Jang. Chapter 102. Without the follow-up corresponding meditation method and upgrade secret method, Lin's choice can only be this. But the difficulty is not low, even relatively difficult. If there is no existence that has reached the official wizard level, as a reference, chip analysis creates a formal wizard meditation method suitable for me. I don't know how long it will take. Lin sighed. Before he retreated, he had already begun to explore and analyze. The progress can be very slow, and it will take at least 200 years to deduce it. There is a reference object to reduce the difficulty of more than half, maybe it can be analyzed and created within 50 years. The advantage that cannot be ignored is that the formal wizard meditation method created by chip analysis is the most suitable meditation method for Lin. It is perfect and appropriate. Just like the Dark Wizard's dark meditation method, it is a matching inheritance. Lin thought about it for a while. If he didn't rely on the power of wizards and created the meditation method with his own efforts, every time he advanced to the next level, he would have to dissect a next-level transcendent existence as a reference. Or you can use other meditation methods. The same level, the next level can be, as a reference, can also reduce the time process of chip analysis and deduction. Lin couldn't wait 200 years to become a full-fledged wizard. He had to find a way. His eyes were faint, and the best way was to kill an official wizard and dissect it. The official wizards of the Aobras have signed a statute that they will serve the Aobras for at least 300 years, and I'm even less likely to accept it. With a thought, Lin asked the chip to project his personal data onto the retina. Host, Yerin Harak level, Sorcerer's Apprentice 3rd, Cursed Sorcerer's Way. Inheritance of Core Witchcraft, Curse Killing, Curse Puppet, Curse Soul, Curse Reincarnation. Special Occupation, 2nd Class Pharmacy Apprentice. Constitution, 98.3. Mental Strength, 25.3. Extraordinary Bloodline, Cursed Serpent, 4, Cursed Serpent Stage, Level 3 Wizard Apprentice. My spiritual power has exceeded the 20 limit of an official wizard, and I can upgrade at any time through the meditation method of an official wizard. Ordinary 3rd level wizard apprentices need to increase their mental power to 20 in order to qualify for promotion, and the success rate is very low. Those who can surpass the limit of spiritual power after being promoted to the 3rd level wizard apprentice are all geniuses with super high wizard qualifications. The probability of promotion is very high, and it is almost a certainty. My physique is still a little short of reaching the limit of a bloodline wizard's physique. My physique is different from my spiritual power and has no qualitative effect. If I can achieve it, it will prove that I have the lowest basic bloodline wizard's combat power. Lin's eyes lit up. This may be his only turning point. The chance to kill an official wizard. I need to improve my physique. The experiment of flesh and blood embryos has to continue, and at the same time I want to find more medicines for improving physique. But Lin also knew about this. The knowledge of the potions of the Ring of Aobras was relatively small, and he bought all the potions that could almost improve himself. From this point of view, the only option is to focus on the Apothecary Alliance or the Altar of Exchange in the inner world. There are many things in the world that can improve one's physique. It should be said that everything is unknown, and no one knows what to expect. Since this is the case, all aspects must be considered, so let's do it at the same time. Before that, he still had to do some trivial matters, and he also had a breather. By the way, after so long in seclusion, he hadn't seen the outside scene for a long time. Lin teleported out of the wizard tower, looked up at the endless horizon. The blue sky and white clouds were so leisurely and beautiful, the dazzling sunlight did not damage his eyes at all, and the bloodline constitution of the Curse Snake stage made him spontaneously start to adapt, and a barrier film is isolated on the retina. Now I should be the strongest apprentice under the official sorcerer, and the strongest among the apprentices of the 3rd level. Those 12 stars and some dark suns, elemental suns, are not enough for me to fight. Lin is not just lying, but a real self-confidence and strength. The chip also recorded the data of the 12 stars. After simulating the current battle between Lin and the 12 stars, the probability of losing is only 10%, which is still the result of 12 people playing together. The business district of the Ring of Aobras. Lin put on a hooded wizard's robe, and he was a little embarrassed when he saw the depressed scene. If he didn't have the connections and the exact conditions in hand, I'm afraid he would only be like the 12 stars. He could only go to the battlefield, fight, snatch, and live. This is the sadness of the bottom layer. If you don't become an official wizard, you will never have the opportunity to control your true destiny. Lin Pharmacy compared with before. The pharmacy also has more history and less brand new. There are still many wizard apprentices queuing to buy potions in front of the door. Lin didn't go in, but a spiritual force spread out, sending a message to old Zet. Almost at the next moment, old Zeta ran out in a panic, almost knocking down a few wizard apprentices. They were all curious as to what was the reason that made the old owner of Zeta, one of the highest-ranking people in the commercial street, so flustered and excited. Since only Lin Pharmacy is open to sell pharmacies now, the rest of the pharmacies are closed, so their status has also risen. "Master Lin, you finally got out. I've missed you for a long time." Old Zeta grabbed the leg of Lin's trousers and cried. The cry was earth-shattering, expressing his heart of fisting vividly. The corners of Lin's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. He just coughed. Old Zeta instantly stood up and began to report the situation of the pharmacy to Lin. Only then did the apprentice wizards who were onlookers understand that this was the legendary genius pharmacist, Lord Lin. There was excitement on his face, as if he was approaching, so that he could be familiar with it, and maybe have the opportunity to customize the medicine. Lin naturally knows how to deal with such a scene, and he has encountered it several times before. Then he said, "Please rest assured, Lin Pharmacy will launch some advanced potions from today, such as Banshee's Tears, Dawn Blooming Potion, Wailing. Wait, it will start selling now, the first batch. He has already used these medicines, and they have no effect. Besides, 3 years have passed, and it is time to use them to create more benefits." The wizard apprentices who were attracted by the potion immediately lined up with all their hearts and minds, not nostalgic for Lin. After Lin briefly understood the situation, he explained the follow-up arrangements, and took out the accumulated medicine, and then he left the business district with confidence. Subscription required. Chapter 103. Pyramid Area. Lin looked at the closed pyramid with a calm face. He came here just to confirm his thoughts. Of course, it's not that I can't think about it. The official wizard meditation method of stealing the ring of our obras with Tai is very likely to be shot to death. The chip has been scanned, and at least 4 official wizards are still in the Aobra's ring. I have a question: what is the state of this ring, Master, and why the enemy dares to attack so confidently? There are no third-level wizards in the 3 alliances, and they really want to tear their faces. In the battle of life and death, I am afraid that only the third-level wizards of the Aobras will easily suppress them, unless the other party confirms the third-level wizards of Aobras couldn't make a move, or said a big problem. Lin's eyes were faint, and he would not know all of this until he explored it with the chip. The third-level wizards of the Aobras usually sleep in the Forbidden Area, which is the highest wizard tower. Lin has come to a range of about 30,000 meters nearby. Generally speaking, the scanning range of the chip is 10,000 meters, but if it is not a circular scan, but a direction is specified, there is still a distance of 30 meters for 30,000 meters. Looking at the towering wizard tower, Lin decided today to use the scanning function of the chip to explore the truth. Chip, start scanning in a straight line. The target range is in the wizard tower directly in front. Scan everything in it, and focus on detecting the existence of high-energy radiation reactions. Tip. The scan task has been established and the scan is in progress. The estimated time is 10 minutes. The scan is over, and the results are as follows. The front is all about the introduction of some wizard towers. Lin didn't care. The focus was on the contents of the wizard tower, the sleeping third-level wizard. A look of joy flashed in Lin's eyes, and he finally scanned it. Hint. Name, Rachel Blur, Death Wizard, Level, third-level wizard, Mental Power, 60, 80, Constitution, 230, 400, Status, in a deep sleep. The body is under the promotion brought by the bloodline, the trauma, and the deep sleep did not bring relief, but the vitality continued to decline, and the value was the value after the decline. Lin's eyes were extremely solemn. He didn't expect the third-level wizard of the Aobra's ring to be in such a bad state. No wonder the 3 alliances dared to attack aggressively. I really don't know who will die in such a state. And many more. Lin's pupils shrank suddenly. The status of the Doom Wizard should be top secret. Even the official wizards don't know it. It is estimated that only black and white wizards know about it. There can be no traitors. That is to say, the three alliances should not know the weakness of the Doom Wizard, but still have the courage to attack. Lin pondered and feared that there was only one possibility. The other party had the means to deal with third-level wizards, or there was also a third-level wizard. The Ring of Ouroboros is in danger. Lin returned to the wizard's tower, and the whole person looked a little reluctant. The truth that was discovered was too exciting and cruel. No, I have to prepare a way back in advance. The Ring of Ouroboros can't stay for long, it will be destroyed sooner or later. But it's not absolute. After all, the thoughts of third-level wizards are different from ordinary wizards. Perhaps I can temporarily leave the range of the Ouroboros ring and take on a mission with a longer cycle. Lin's eyes flickered, thinking about the corresponding method. Now, it seems that there is only one more suitable method. No matter what happens to the Ouroboros in the end, he will not be in danger, just come back after confirming safety. If the Ring of Ouroboros is destroyed, it won't be affected if it is far away, and it will simply leave. Aren't the wizard apprentices in the secret garden dead, and the official wizards who went to the big battle? I don't know how many will die. Lin could only take a moment of silence for those guys. It just so happens that I need time to continue cultivating the bloodline. The stage of the cursed snake is far from the peak. After the physique reaches 100 points, there is a chance to gain the possibility of dissecting the official wizard. The cultivation of flesh and blood embryos must continue. Lin needs a deeper precipitation, and the meditation method in the wizard stage has a clue. What's more, the flesh and blood embryo still has a deeper potential to be tapped. What would it be like if some extraordinary factors were transformed into human beings, and could ordinary humans be able to compete with extraordinary humans? Synthetic transformation, flesh and blood genes, and soul evolution, it's all so fascinating. Exploring the world also requires finding a secluded and safe place. With a thought, Lin opened the Sorcerer's Mark and started the task of scanning with a chip. Choose a task that goes along with your request. Soon I got a result, that is, I went to a place called Ava City to deal with the surrounding alien invasion. A group of goblins lived in the depths of the nearby virgin forest, but I didn't know what was going on, and suddenly appeared. On the outskirts of the forest, the residents of Ava City started to attack, which seriously damaged economic development. As a marginal city within the range of our Ouroboros, it naturally had to report. But because the distance is too far, it is not a good place, and the spiritual tide is sluggish, and the rewards given are only a few dozen points and some gold gems and vulgar things, which naturally accumulate in the corners to eat ashes, and no one accepts them. Lin took this quest directly. It seems that the quest was released 3 months ago, but it was just some goblins, so it shouldn't be too serious. Even the powerful knights of the alien race of goblins can be killed. If the goblin elite can reach the stage of 0-level first-class extraordinary creatures, it is not something that ordinary people can solve. Thinking about it, there should be a few elite goblin. Lin used the purple gold flower ring to pack all his important things, including most of the equipment in the laboratory, the cultivation warehouse in the cultivation room, except for the wizard department. Skill, the dissection machine can't take away anything else that can be taken away. In the afternoon, with the flash of the teleportation light, he appeared in the wizard city closest to Ava City, and the rest had to travel a long distance. Ava City was so backward that the teleportation formation was not popularized, and the carriage had to travel about 1 month time. Lin hired a horse-drawn carriage in the local horse-drawn carriage industry, and it was on the road soon. This was to expeditiously share a car with others, Otherwise it would not be able to hit the road until 3 days later. Lin didn't want to waste this time. Along with it was a caravan, which almost used up all the carriages in the carriage shop. According to the relevant personnel, they were transporting some supplies to Ava City. Lin felt a little strange as to why so many people were used for the delivery of supplies, and they were all powerful knights among ordinary people. Could it be that there has been another change in the past 3 months? Chapter 104. Lin felt a little strange as to why so many people were used for the delivery of supplies, and they were all powerful knights among ordinary people. Could it be that there has been another change in the past 3 months? From a distance, the length of the entire convoy reached nearly 30 meters, which was very large. There were at least 40 knights escorting it. This is generally the formation of ordinary human cities to transport arms and supplies during wars. Battle. Lin was in the middle of the carriage. He was at the core of the protection and would not be disturbed. The leader was a middle-aged man in a knight's armor. Lin felt it, and he probably had the strength of a Sky Knight. On the island continent, he was an invincible powerhouse. In the wizarding world, facing any extraordinary person, that is, a grasshopper that can jump a bit more. Interesting, it should be that something big happened in Ava City, and the supplies for these daily necessities are so prepared. Lin began to look forward to it, hoping that the goblin tribe would bring some surprises. I don't know what the result of the experiment will be if the goblins use it for the experiment. Even if it is an unforgivable sinner, it is easy to cause some criticism, but it is troublesome. After all, Lin is planning to live in Ava City for a long time this time, and his identity is unknown to ordinary people, only the city owner of Ava City knows. In Lin's thoughts, the chip also scanned some content and collected the conversations of several managers. So it turns out, it really is the goblin group that is abnormal. I don't know what happened. Suddenly a lot of goblin elites appeared, and there was even a goblin king who was comparable to the second-class zero-level extraordinary creatures. They stared at the surroundings of Ava City, often attacked humans, and kidnapped many women. The road for transporting supplies was also attacked, so they could only send maximum protection to ensure that the supplies could reach Ava City. The convoy started a long journey. The knights exchanged shifts to protect the supplies. Lin has been in his carriage, through the chip, researching the key points about energetics. The radiation energy of the official wizard, he almost touches it. It's clear, even if the other party sets up a misleading combination lock, but with the help of the chip, everything is solved easily. Probably when the carriage arrived at Ava City, I would be able to completely grasp the radiant energy of that official wizard, and at the same time apply it to many of my energy spells, at least double the degree, but the consumption of spirituality would also increase. 1/3. And the research and analysis of the inner world left by the Crimson Wizard, the progress of the chip is extremely slow, and it is necessary to find a new Crimson Art Remnant manuscript and collect the content above. Such a secret, Lin is also extremely eager to know. The rest is to master the new knowledge of pharmacy. After satisfying the mastery of 20 kinds of advanced pharmacy, Lin can be promoted to the first-class pharmacist apprentice. And this progress, Lin has only reached 1/3. Lin is still busy with the Ava City mission this time. Anyway, as a long-term mission, he plans to stay for 5 to 10 years. Time passed, and soon nearly 20 days passed. The convoy drove to an area with dense virgin forests on both sides, and then it had to pass through the forest, and then drove for half a day to reach the city of Ava. The leader, Sono, glanced at the dense forest with some worry. He rode on a good horse, and he could clearly see the part of the forest and knew the dangers of the forest. I hope that this time I won't be so unlucky. I encounter those disgusting and greedy goblins, so that the team can safely enter the city of Ava. Sono subconsciously held the long sword around his waist. The supplies this time are very important. If they are gone, I am afraid that many people will starve to death. A nasty disease. The convoy slowly drove into the primeval forest. After walking for about an hour, the carriage in the center of the convoy, Lin, who was improving his advanced knowledge of energy science, suddenly stopped to think, and an indifferent smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Everyone, stop, there is a situation ahead. Sono pulled out his metal sword and roared out. The road ahead was blocked by a pile of huge logs, which had to be removed in order to pass. An obvious trap. It's a group of goblins. Everyone, be careful and be ready to fight at any time. With sharp eyes, Sono saw the goblins hidden in the woods on both sides. Their faces suddenly turned ugly. He never thought that he would actually encounter these monsters. There were about 20 goblins, and they quickly attacked the convoy, but most of the knights were not the opponents of these infinitely powerful monsters, and their heads were smashed by the big iron rods in the opponent's hands. As the corpses continued to fall, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the defense of the convoy could no longer resist. As the strongest person, Sono was still holding on, and he was the only one who killed several goblins. A Gundam goblin exuding a terrifying aura came over. Unlike other goblins, this goblin was not naked, but was wearing a worn-out armor with a metal hammer in his hand. It's over, it's the Goblin Elite. Even if 10 of me go together, it's not a match for this monster at all. Sono reluctantly resisted a few times, but was smashed in half by the long sword in his hand, and he fell directly into the downwind, with all the dangers. Damn, why did such monsters appear in Ava City? Why didn't those adults come to Ava City to help? Are we really going to end Ava City? Sono's dodging became more and more powerless, and in the end he watched the huge hammer fall with despair in his eyes. It's so noisy, it bothers me to think, you guys. Lin walked out of the carriage, attracting the attention of most of the goblins. At this time, everyone was almost dead, and only a dozen or so powerful knights were still resisting. Guest, hurry up, we hurt you. The knight with unshakable conscience hurriedly said. Lin frowned slightly. These goblins exuded an unpleasant, the king's, stench, which he disliked very much. How do stupid and brainless creatures like you exist? It's all about numbers. Lin said indifferently. Several goblins had already surrounded him, swinging a big hammer, about to smash his head. However, the flames were generated from Lin's hands, and then quickly spread round, turning into a flowing fiery serpent, precisely wrapping around every goblin's body, and burning them to ashes in an instant. Everyone looked at this scene in shock and horror. This guest on the way, actually possessed such terrifying power, and easily killed the goblins. Their hearts have been completely conquered by the mysterious horror of Lin. Only Sono seemed to understand something. He looked at Lin with excitement in his eyes, and ran over and knelt in front of Lin. Thank you for your rescue, sir. For disturbing you, Sono is really guilty and deserves death. Please forgive me. Come. Chapter 105. Sono expressed his respect for Lin in his humblest way. He already had some guesses. This one must be the legendary wizard, and it is very likely that he received the help request from Ava City. The other knights stared blankly at their boss. The Knight Commander Sono, who was under one person in Ava City and over 10,000 people, actually knelt in front of that mysterious and powerful guest at this moment. It was like a dream. Lin cast a light glance at the human knight, just nodded casually, and sat back in his carriage. The advanced knowledge research on energetics has reached the final stage. It will be almost tonight or tomorrow to completely grasp the radiation energy of the official wizard. Some camouflaged and misleading combination locks can't stop Lin. Analysis and exploration. What are you still doing in a daze? You haven't packed up your things and continued on your way. This esteemed Lord has already helped us solve all the difficulties, yet you are not conscious at all. Seeing those knights standing indifferently, Sono immediately reprimanded, "You guys really make me feel ashamed. Your esteemed Lord is still moving quickly and quickly in the carriage." Many human knights began to clean the battlefield after realizing it, taking away everything that could be used, and leaving the corpses that couldn't be taken away. In the process of cleaning the battlefield, many human knights were secretly looking at the carriage where Lin was. The mystery was unknown, fear was also a fatal attraction, and these human knights could not escape this. Soon the carriage continued on the road, but under Sono's arrangement, it used to be based on a lot of materials, but now it is mainly to protect the carriage in the middle. It's great to have this adult come to Ava City and definitely be able to solve the predicament of Ava City, Sono thought with great excitement in his heart, and even with the horse under his feet, he rushed a little harder. Time flies. Another day passed, and the carriage team walked out of the dense forest. Sono, who was still the leader, breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally safe. In the distance, a towering city under the setting sun is so clearly visible. Lin lifted the curtain of the carriage and glanced at this not-so-prosperous city. Because of the invasion of the surrounding goblins, the city was panicked and business was very depressed. Finally, I have mastered radiant energy. My knowledge of energy science is at least at an advanced level, and the bonus to energy wizard spells is increased by 1/3. When Lin was dealing with those goblins, the wizard spell he used was a variant of the flaming fireball, which directly dispersed the fire element energy instead of condensing it together. Energy and convenience. This is almost a wizard spell created by me, and the application of energy science is really good. Aaron decided to name the wizard spell Flame Whip. The carriage stopped at the carriage shop in the city, and there were already corresponding men and horses waiting to unload the goods. In addition to the laborers who unloaded the goods, there were also a few young people who were rich or expensive, and seemed to be the heirs of the city lord. After seeing the blood on the carriages and the traces of battle, their expressions changed, and Sono was explaining the relevant situation. Lin walked out of the carriage. At this time, the young men had already walked over, with incomparable respect on their faces. "See the great and mysterious Lord, dare to ask if he is the Lord who helped us solve the alien problem in Ava City." When they said this, these people were very uneasy, and there were trembling fluctuations in their words, and they were secretly watching Lin's reaction. When he found out that Lin did not deny it, surprise and enthusiasm appeared in his eyes. "Thank you for your presence. Your help will definitely help Ava City get through this difficult time. Please come with us to the City Lord's mansion. A sumptuous feast has been prepared for you." A few people put their attitude very low. Lin glanced at them, not wanting to waste the time doing some boring pastime. He came to Ava City with a definite goal, that is, to establish a temporary laboratory to conduct blood and meat experiments with the surrounding aliens or local humans, to see if there can be a species that can keep one species alive and possess another species. Ability to enhance the knowledge base of one's own flesh and blood. Then the most important thing, regarding the continued cultivation of flesh and blood embryos, increase your physique to at least 100, preferably 110, which is not too weak among blood wizards. The cursed snake is far from the point, and needs further bloodline cultivation. My cursed path has stopped moving forward, just because there is no follow-up meditation method. It needs to be deduced through the analysis and deduction ability of the chip. Just give me some in time, everything will be fine. Lin can't wait to carry out his own experiments. It's not easy to kill a superhuman at the official wizard level. He said directly and indifferently, "No, I will solve the goblin matter. I need a place where no one is disturbed, and some workers to build a residence for me. In addition, It is best to do it within 3 days. Finish it within. When it is finished, you can come to me to solve the goblin thing. The faces of the young people immediately showed embarrassment, but they agreed, and could only sigh to themselves that their ideas had failed. Sono proposed proactively and said, I do know a place that agrees with your request, that is, it is not in the city, but outside the city. 30 minutes later the unnamed manor outside the city is surrounded by jungles. As long as you go a little deeper, you can enter the real virgin forest. Because of the goblins, this family has already moved into the city, and they don't dare to stay outside at all. Sono explained. Lin took a look and found that it is very suitable for arranging a wizard's magic circle. In addition, the convenience is also very good, and it will not let the radiation emitted by himself affect ordinary people and cause some unnecessary troubles. Okay, let's go here. In addition, any civilians are prohibited from entering or leaving here. If you want to enter, you will be responsible for the consequences. Lin threw out a small wooden board with his spiritual fluctuations, found it on the road, and then infused it with spirituality. This is a token. If there is a very urgent matter, you can use this to contact me. Lin walked directly into the manor. Chapter 106. Immediately afterwards, there will be corresponding workers to renovate the manor. According to Lin's requirements, most of the manor must be demolished, which is a relatively large project. After learning of Lin's arrival, the city lord of Ava City came to meet Lin in person, but he was driven back without seeing Lin's face. Lin is not very suitable for too much contact with mortals now. When he was on the carriage, he had been trying his best to restrain his radiation fluctuations. This feeling was not very comfortable. Now the restrictions have been lifted. The city lord, who had closed the door, was even more frightened, and his attitude was extremely humble. In order to supervise the construction of the manor, he asked workers from all over the city to build it. This is also something that can't be helped. It is the norm. Wizards are high above, and they are the existence that ordinary people yearn for and fear. 2 days later, the manor had been successfully remodeled. Lin nodded with satisfaction. Although it could not be compared with the wizard tower in the Ring of Ouroboros, it had already begun to take shape. The basic cultivation room, garden, laboratory, lounges are present. Afterwards, everyone was driven away, and the corresponding wizard formation was taken out from the purple gold flower ring. The formation center was buried in the center, and the rest were around. Soon, the residents of Ava City were surprised to find that, at some point outside the city, a thick fog appeared strangely, obscuring the whereabouts inside and making it impossible to see the situation inside. Ordinary people don't know what's going on. As the city lord of Ava City, Doug naturally knows it. This is the master's method, the power of a terrifying wizard. Sono has already donated the token that Lin gave. Doug, store it close to your body like you cherish your most precious treasure. Yesterday, the goblin group began to harass the surrounding forest again, and this time the situation was even more serious than the previous one. Even the Goblin King came out. It seems that he can only ask the wizard to solve this problem. Things. Doug has a lot of thoughts on his mind. The goblin group has been bothering him for a long time. I don't know why there are so many changes suddenly. The birth of the Goblin King was so unexpected. There used to be only one goblin elite. Misty Manor. This is the name given by some residents of the city after the occurrence of the fog. If any residents are here, they can find that their respected city lord, Doug, is holding a small token with great piety. Accompanied by, waiting for the mist's response. Lin has already placed the corresponding experimental data, experimental materials, and instruments that he carried with him. At this moment, he is re-extracting his blood fusion point. The fusion point of the Curse Snake stage is not the same as the fusion point of the King Snake stage. It is more difficult, and the corresponding extraordinary bloodline factors for fusion must also meet the standard. In other words, this time, the cultivation of flesh and blood embryos requires at least 2 first-level extraordinary bloodline factors, ranging from 0 level. Of course, the stronger the better. If I want to directly improve the cultivation stage of the cursed snake to perfection in one fell swoop, this is obviously impossible. After that, it is the bloodline stage of the official wizard, and it will take at least 50 years of cultivation time to advance to the official wizard. Bloodline, unless my knowledge of flesh and blood can be a step closer. Lin shook his head. It is not so easy to reach the official wizard's combat power. Even if he passes the 100 threshold, it is only the lowest level of bloodline official wizard's combat power. Fabi, that is the foundation of strength. I hope to find a breakthrough from the flesh and blood experiment. Lin suddenly noticed something, and then he walked out of the laboratory. The fog gradually changed, revealing a path for one person to walk together, and Lin's figure slowly walked out. Respect the mysterious master wizard. Those goblins came to harass again yesterday, and the one who came was the Goblin King. We are not opponents at all. We also asked Master Wizard to help. Doug said very sincerely, bowed his head, bent over, and expressed his sincerity in the most humble way. The Knight Commander Sono next to him had already knelt down on one knee, bowed his head, and said nothing. Lin pondered, these goblins are strange, their strength has grown a bit fast, and a Goblin King has appeared in just 3 months. Is there any hidden opportunity? He is a little interested. It just so happened that a group of goblins were needed for human experiments, so Lin said, call the last group of people. It is best to know the location of those goblins to lead the way and solve all the problems directly. Interpunct 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 interpunct. Time is precious, and Lin is not like a delay. Soon, an hour later, a team of about 20 knights was formed, led by Sono and a hunter boy named Maori. He was very clear about the forest, and even his relatives died in those places. Goblin's hand. Lin was surrounded by the knights to keep him safe. Lin was walking in a bit of boredom, and he was a little impatient when he looked at the postures around him. The speed needs to be accelerated, you are too slow. Lin directly asked Sono and that Maori to follow him to find the goblins first, and the rest followed behind. This time, the speed was indeed much faster, and soon in the core of the primeval forest, the location of the goblin group was found. A clearing with a river and a huge cave next to it, wrapped in layers by the surrounding dense forest. Lin's eyes moved slightly, and he actually sensed some unusual fluctuations. It seemed that there were not only those goblins in the cave, but also some other things, exuding spiritual fluctuations. Hint, at the end of the scan, the goblin community was found, Normal Goblin 56, Elite Goblin 7, Goblin King 2. It was found that the special energy radiation fluctuations were analyzed to be the remains of a special race that had reached the 3rd level wizard apprentice stage, 18% probability of Mountain Wolf Clan, 38% probability of Shadow Clan, and 100% probability of Crystal Life 72. Interesting, it seems that the Crystal Life form is the most likely. The luck of these goblins is really good. they were able to meet the corpse of a crystal life form. It is estimated that they have absorbed the pure energy of the corpse and have evolved. Lin's eyes flickered. He had never seen the appearance of a real crystal life, but had only heard the description. It was a very rare race. Crystal life has the function of storing energy, and it is not easy to die. Even if it dies, it is only suspended animation. It may be resurrected. It is something worth studying, and it may bring me a little surprise. Earth. Chapter 107. Master Wizard, what should we do next? Sono asked quietly beside him. Lin said slowly, go attack directly. What? Sono cried out in shock at Lin's answer, that is the goblin's lair. What time is it now? Almost all the goblins are resting in the cave. Master Wizard. It's too dangerous. Lin cast a glance at him, didn't say anything else, and walked towards the cave by himself. There were 2 goblins at the entrance of the cave, yawning, but Lin walked out of the woods that were more sheltered, and was immediately spotted. It's human, delicious human. Delicious. The 2 goblins stared, picked up their big wooden sticks and rushed towards Lin, drooling, and a stench hit their faces. Lin frowned. He was still somewhat disgusted by this low-energy creature without the slightest tick. Master Wizard, be careful, we'll help you. Seeing that Lin had gone out alone, Sono seemed to have made up his mind, and with determination on his face, he led many knights to charge. Disgusting goblin. Don't even think about hurting the wizard. Lin watched the wooden stick slap down expressionlessly, and a cloud of acid water began to float in his hand, with strong corrosiveness. The next moment his figure disappeared from the place, and the acid water that had been brewing for a long time broke out. It was poured on the bodies of the 2 goblins, and the flesh and blood were corroded in an instant, and the bones were deeply visible, and the body fell down without life fluctuations. Shock and intense shame suddenly appeared on the faces of the knights surrounding him. I still want to protect the wizard. With such a terrifying power, I am afraid that the wizard will protect them. You guys are too slow. Are you so slow to wash the floor? Lin cast a glance at the human knights, shook his head, and entered the cave directly. Their main job is to be a floor scrubber and carry goblin corpses. From this point of view, Lin didn't even bother to ask them to play any more role if he couldn't even perform the duties of the floor scrubber. You bunch of pigs, why are you so stupid, and what are you doing in a daze? Lord Lin has been disappointed. We must work hard to express ourselves. Sono said that he hated that iron could not become steel. When Lin walked into the cave, the light instantly became extremely dim. The cave was deep and large enough to accommodate at least hundreds of people. With the continuous deepening, the stench and disgusting smell became more and more serious. It was the excrement produced by those goblins, which randomly accumulated in the corners of the hole, and Lin had to close his sense of smell. Until the darkness in front opened many pairs of blood-red eyes. It was a goblin. A large number of goblins were ambushed here. The leader was a goblin elite. The goblin who Lin had killed at will. Elite Lin is even stronger. Powerful enough that Lin can still kill them at will. The fiery fire elemental energy instantly illuminated the entire cave, and some hidden ones were revealed, such as the skeletons in the pile of excrement. There were humans and beasts, and most of them were human skeletons. Those goblins waved their weapons and rushed over, bloodthirsty and violent in their eyes. But, with the flaming whip spell released by Lin, the flexible fire snake was directly wrapped around all the goblins, and the next moment, terrifying energy exploded, burning these disgusting and ugly guys. Lin still left a survivor, the one and only goblin elite. Ordinary goblins are of little value to Lin. Only the goblin elites and goblin kings who are comparable to extraordinary zero-level creatures have more value. They can carry out human experiments and realize the difference between different species. True fusion. Lin stepped on the face of the goblin elite, and said to Sono, who had already arrived and watched him with great power, "Leave a few people, show me my spoils, and the rest will follow. I'll go inside and wash the floor." What a terrifying and powerful power this is! No matter how many times I look at it, I am still shocked by the magical power of the wizard. The voices of all the knights were surprisingly unanimous. The core of the cave there is a huge throne made up of a large number of bones, which looks absurd and wild. A goblin king with a height of 3 meters is enjoying a human woman, kneeling and worshipping a series of goblins below. Looking at the woman who was being devastated with fiery envy, she soon died with a shrill scream. Has been directly destroyed to death. The body was thrown by the Goblin King to the eyeing goblin group. There was a fight immediately, causing friction and conflict. You punched me for an infighting fight, and the human woman was directly divided. The human woman who fell into the hands of the goblins was far more miserable than death. This is what Lin and Sono saw. They hid behind a stalactite wall and were not found by the goblins. Master Wizard, these goblins are really sinful, and they have imprisoned a lot of women. I implore Master Wizard to rescue them. Sono gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. The anger in his eyes made him almost can't help but go out and fight these goblins desperately. Lin's attention was not on the women who were imprisoned in the cage, but on the back of the throne, a huge crystal stone pillar that was crystal clear red. Hint, the scan is completed, and the information is as follows. Crystal beings caught in suspended animation. Crystals are their bodies, they can be replenished and combined at will, but they must be filled with their own pure energy to be able to combine and change, but all the crystals disappear. Which also means that the crystal life is completely dead. Look, it's because the Goblin King ate crystals to grow so fast. Lin walked out directly, and shot directly without the slightest expectation. The goblins here are relatively strong, I need to leave some alive. The tentacles exuding shadow energy directly condensed out, and then instantly bound several goblins, followed by the magic hand, which slapped 5 or 6 dead, leaving a mark on the spot. Lin found the few goblin elites, tied them away with shadow wrapping, and then displayed thorns of thorns. A large number of sharp wooden thorns grew out of the ground and turned into a cage. The goblin immediately endured a large number of wood thorns. Green blood flowed out gradually, and all the goblins were killed. Roar! The Goblin King was angry. With a low ick, he couldn't understand Lin's power, nor could he feel Lin's terrifying aura. He directly picked up the huge hammer and charged towards him roaringly. Experimental objects have to look like experimental objects. Lin didn't dodge in the slightest. He wanted to test how powerful his physique was. Chapter 108. Experimental objects have to look like experimental objects. Lin didn't dodge in the slightest. He wanted to test how powerful his physique was. Using about 1/20th of his strength, he directly collided with the hammer with one punch. BFFT. Flesh and iron collide. The Goblin King's hammer was directly smashed in half by Lin's fist, and the remaining power was directly applied to the Goblin King's body, but in an instant, it was completely shattered and shattered into pieces. Flesh shards of the earth. This scene stunned everyone, and also frightened a few goblin elites who were bound. The other Goblin King, who was hiding in the dark and wanted to sneak attack, was scared out of his mind, and he retreated again and again. Although they have no brains, they also know life and death. Lin was also stunned for a moment, and waved his hands subconsciously. So I'm already so strong, I thought I could only be injured, but I didn't expect that I would be killed directly without even leaving a body. The adults are invincible. Sir Shenwei, these damn aliens should only end up like this. The human knights who came to 30 sweep the floor were extremely fanatical in their minds. Compared with the mysterious and terrible wizard's spells, This kind of fist-to-flesh combat made them worship and fanatical. The weak will always worship the strong. Lin's spirituality sensed something. An indifferent smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he glanced at the wiggling in the shadow. A shadow tentacle inserted directly into it, pierced through a goblin king who wanted to escape, and dragged him out like a dead dog. Clean up the battlefield. These dead goblins will be burned on the spot, and the ones that are still alive will be escorted to my manor. By the way, these red crystals will be transported to my manor, and don't leave any of them behind. Looking at the red crystal that had been eaten at least half, Lin said slowly. Misty Manor Lin had already returned to his laboratory first, and without rest, he immediately started the experiment. Through chip analysis, he successfully extracted the blood fusion point that he reached the stage of the cursed snake, and put it into the cultivation warehouse. Kai. The flesh and blood embryos condensed this time are not the same as the last time, but a pitch-black flesh ball the size of a fist. The dense little spots on the surface, like small characters like taboo spells, are still wriggling spontaneously. Seems to have its own instinct. Lin put in several doses of nutritional medicine in time, and with the constant supply of nutrients, he soon grew slowly. It was already afternoon. That Doug knew what Lin asked, and personally used the army of the city to escort those goblins and red crystals, much faster. It's already here, that's fine. Lin put the nutritional medicine in his hand into the groove of the incubation chamber, and the chip is loaded into the incubation chamber, which will detect the condition of the flesh and blood embryos inside. Fortunately, this time I was fully prepared. I sold all my potions at once, and gained a lot of points, almost buying out most of the extraordinary materials of the Ouroboros ring at the time. Lin is not worried that he will lack the supply of materials for the years he has spent here. It's really not possible. I can also open the altar of exchange in the inner world and conduct transactions in other worlds to obtain the precious materials I want. But doing so would definitely be very dangerous. Outside the fog-shrouded area, Lin has opened an opening so that the knights who are transporting can enter and exit temporarily. If they do not get permission to enter, they will be completely lost in the fog, and finally die of starvation and thirst, unable to go any further. Walk out. The goblins were escorted in, and pieces of red crystal were also being transported. The largest red crystal was 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. It needed several knights to lift it together to move it. I'm really grateful to Master Wizard for helping us in Ava City to solve this problem that has been bothering us for a long time. Doug actually knelt down on one knee in front of Lin. His attitude was extremely sincere. If it weren't for the wizard, I'm afraid our Ava City would perish sooner or later. This is my little wish, please accept it. Sono next to him brought a plate in time, which was covered with a red cloth, so he couldn't see what was inside. Lin didn't care at first. All mortals can give his gold and silver jewelry, but just when he was about to refuse, his eyes moved slightly. Hint, transcendent energy waves are detected, the scan is completed, the information is as follows: a long-term research manuscript, some recorded diary fragments. The source may be from an official wizard. It's actually something about official wizards, and there are official wizards coming to this place. Lin was very surprised, but there was no doubt that it also aroused his interest. If that's the case, then I'll accept it. The plate in Sono's hand was driven by Lin's spirituality, and floated directly in front of Lin. When he opened it, he saw a few old worn sheepskins and a torn diary page. Doug explained, "Respected Master Wizard, this is also a legacy from a Master Wizard, handed down from my family's ancestors. It is said that there is a clue to the hidden treasure. I hope it can help you." Lin glanced at him with a half-smile, then nodded and said, "I am very satisfied with this gift, and my name is Lin. I will stay in Ava City for a while, but not for a long time, and I don't usually will come out of the foggy area, Doug City Lord can rest assured. Doug's face instantly turned pale, but when he saw that Lynn didn't seem to have the consciousness to pursue it, he put down his heart and calmed down. After all, he has already received the exact news from the wizard. The existence of a great wizard will make him more or less uneasy. Mortal people always care about fame and fortune. It doesn't make much sense if life does not bring death or not. Lynn felt more and more lonely in his heart. Although the road to truth was lonely, he also wanted to meet a few confidants and friends along the way. Lord Lynn, let's retire first. The knights were almost transported, and Doug offered to leave. Seeing their backs disappear, Lynn turned around directly, continued the operation of the mist formation, and started his own long-term experimental research. The recommendation didn't get a new seal. I think it's my reason. There are fewer updates. I decided to update 8 every day, 1.6w. Starting today, there are 4 more updates. Chapter 109. Lynn took the manuscript that was suspected to be left by an official wizard, and did not take it too seriously. The possibility that it contained real value was very small. It was probably some casual diary. The communication between wizard apprentices and mortals is very small, let alone a formal wizard, who will never come to a city where there are only mortals. The manuscript is encrypted and needs to be parsed. Lynn created a random analysis task on the chip, and was ready to carry out his own experimental research in an all-round way. Tip. The analysis scan analysis task has been established. In progress. The estimated time to get the results is 3 days. The information recorded is too broken and needs to be repaired and supplemented. Lynn shook his head, ignored this matter, and entered the laboratory instead. Inside the laboratory, crystal life forms can study their structure. If their life forms are fully understood, I may be able to extend the research to other routes, not only flesh and blood life, even silicon-based life, energy life, mind life, and even endless life. Void life in the void. Lynn looked at the crystal life form in front of him with incomparable enthusiasm. This was a new turning point. The research on carbon-based life can't stop there. I'm just a layman wandering outside the truth. Even if I can see the infinity of the truth, I haven't really touched it. The gene combination of goblins and other extraordinary species, the complementation of bloodline factors, and the transfer of characteristic anatomy can be carried out. As long as I understand the principles and fundamentals of it through research, my flesh and blood transcendental knowledge can be greatly enhanced, and the fusion research of flesh and blood embryos will be more handy, and it can even speed up maturation. Lynn looked at the 7 or 8 tightly bound goblins bound by shadow tentacles, and a slightly meaningful smile appeared on his face. Even when I'm exploring the inner world, I can sense something special to understand the situation in the past and reduce the dangers that may appear to me. This is also the foundation of flesh and blood knowledge. Lynn has a lot of storage of transcendent bloodline factors. When he left the Ring of Ouroboros, he bought a lot of them recklessly. As a gathering place for bloodline wizards, the number of extraordinary bloodlines is naturally enough to support Lynn's research for a long time. In addition, the cultivation of flesh and blood embryos this time is a perfect fit for my cursed snake bloodline physique. In order to improve the bloodline cultivation level to the highest level, the extraordinary bloodline factor for fusion must also be strong enough. Lynn decided to use 1 bloodline factor of a second-level extraordinary creature and 4 bloodline factors of a first-level extraordinary creature as the main fusion factor, and chose 9 bloodline factors of the 0-level extraordinary creature as an auxiliary. Now, let me see what a goblin's body structure looks like. Lynn said the cruelest words for goblins in an indifferent tone, and put on wearing a white lab coat, wearing an isolation mask, and a silver scalpel appeared in his hand, and walked towards the bound goblin step by step. Among them, the Goblin King felt more and more terrified, struggling constantly, as if he wanted to prevent Lin from approaching. "Since you are so excited, let's start with you this time." Lin's eyes were faint, and he slowly approached. In the eyes of the Goblin King, he was the most terrifying nightmare at the moment. Time has passed, and it has been a year since Lin came to Ava City. The residents of Ava City gradually forgot about the existence of Lin. The city owner gave an order not to allow anyone to approach the foggy area, not even close. Those who disobeyed were directly hanged, which caused a legend of ghosts and ghosts. Inside the foggy area there are scary ghosts. Once you get in, you can't get out again. It is even used by some adults to stop children's distress and prevent them from being naughty. Inside the city lord's mansion, Doug is talking to his knight commander. "Sono, how long has it been since that lord came to our Ava City?" Doug asked reminiscently. Sono said, "It's been a year, Lord Doug." "Yeah, it's been a year. That lord really hasn't stepped out of the foggy area, as if that day was still yesterday." Doug sighed. There are many envy and some other ideas in the words. He also wants to be able to follow his own. Alive, he has extraordinary power like the wizard, but he has no qualifications to become that kind of existence. Your cub should have reached the right age. Children is 9 years old. "Mr. Doug, what do you mean?" Sono didn't react at first, but then he suddenly thought of something, and his face suddenly flushed and eager. That's right, it's what you think. My Vivian is also 9 years old. I wonder if this can give them a chance." Doug said slowly, "I want to ask the adults' help to help my Vivian test the qualifications, and even bring your children. If it can be successful, it means that our Ava City can produce a real big man, and even I want them to worship at the door of that lord. But I know what you are worried about, but I have enough conditions to attract that adult." Doug said faintly, "Actually, Ava City was not originally built by our family. We are just servants of a powerful wizard, who stayed for some reason, and the family has precious things left by that wizard. These are enough to impress that adult. It's said to be a clue about some anomalous item. I don't know what it is. But it should be very precious." The two looked at each other, Wang Diao, with longing in their eyes. "I have always sent people and horses to observe the mist. As soon as there is any movement, we will immediately set off, take the token, and go to see the Lord. A year has passed again. Spring, autumn and autumn come, autumn comes and spring goes." The door of the laboratory finally opened, and a figure walked out with the vicissitudes of time changing. Lin asked the chip to control the center, opening the entrance and exit of the manor, and by the way, it also met the outside world. "I can't think of time, it's been 2 years, and the battle for the Ring of Ouroboros doesn't know what stage it's going to. Who wins and who loses?" Lin stretched his body, his head was like a snake, his neck extended, turned 360 degrees, and then retracted. Chip sought out the harvest of 2 years and the unfinished things. Ken. Chapter 110. Hint. The things that the host has accomplished in the past 2 years are as follows. The research on energetics has initially reached the research level of a formal wizard, and the knowledge storage of energetics can be regarded as a teacher level. Lin recalled the scene where he applied the knowledge of energetics to many of his wizard spells, practiced hard and adjusted constantly in the training area. The knowledge of pharmacy has been continuously supplemented in the past 2 years, and he has achieved great results. He has learned and mastered 10 new advanced pharmacies, and successfully refined them. He is far from the stage of being a first-class pharmacist apprenticeship. There are only 5 high-level potions left that have not mastered refining. Lin recalled the scene where he was fortunately working hard to refine pharmaceuticals and study the knowledge of pharmaceuticals. Everything was rewarded because of hard work. The cultivation of flesh and blood embryos is becoming more and more successful. Golden-clawed eagles, dragon-tailed snakes, bus butterflies, four-legged dragons. The blood factors of all zero-level extraordinary creatures have been fused. After that, a first-level transcendent bloodline factor was fused, and the bloodline factors of the faceless banshee, shadow cheetah, iron thread amoeba centipede, and sinking earth dragon were not fused. Lin recalled the scenes and confirmed his ideas. The mastery of flesh and blood knowledge is more profound, and has reached the level of a formal wizard, successfully combining goblins with different zero-level extraordinary creatures, and completing the transformation from the body organization, so that it has the corresponding extraordinary creatures. Ability. The current stage is physical transformation. The next stage is cell transformation, genetic transformation, root transformation. I have extensive and profound knowledge of flesh and blood. Although I have achieved some achievements so far, I am not too weak among the official wizards, but I still need to redouble my efforts and cannot be complacent. Lin said with a sigh, looking at my journey. The level of strength I have reached today is all due to my hard work and persistence, step by step. I don't have a huge backstage, I don't have readily available resources, I don't have a natural and powerful aptitude, and I don't have any external help. I'm just an ordinary person who achieves all this through hard work. You can have no talent or poor understanding, but hard work can change everything. This is the philosophy that Lin has always adhered to. In terms of mental power, I have refined 10 high-level potions in total, 2 of which can increase mental power, so that my mental power has reached 26 from about 24, and it is completely useless. There is also a potion that has an effect on my current physique enhancement, which has increased from about 98 to 99. With only the last 1 point of physique left, I can completely leap over to the combat power of an official wizard. Lin frowned, but this last bit of physique could no longer be broken through. The physique seemed to be stuck there, which seemed to be a limitation. Now, we can only rely on flesh and blood embryos to break this restriction. There are still 3 level 1s and 1 level 2. It is estimated that it will take about 1.5 years for the complete analysis time. I can still afford it. The transcendent materials are still quite sufficient to support my experiments to continue, but there is still no progress in the research on the inner world, and the wizard-level meditation method is still slow. Do I really have to wait until 200 years later? Lin's face was a little gloomy. If he really wanted to kill an official wizard, the difficulty was also very high. And where would he go to find an official wizard to kill? If only there could be a dead official wizard for me to dissect. Lin sighed. Suddenly, he sensed something and walked out of the room. The fog has been shrouded in this area all the year round. It is extremely thick and deep. No one can see clearly what is inside, and they are afraid of everything inside. At this moment, the mist gradually opened a path, and a tall man came out. His head was covered by a black cloth, and he was also covered with a black robe, so he could not see his face or skin, and his hands were wearing gloves. Pointing to the inside of the road behind you. It means to signal the 2 people holding the token to enter. Doug and Sono glanced at each other, and they felt the terrifying awe emanating from this man, like a beast ready to go, ferocious and terrifying. In the end, he gritted his teeth and went in. The hall of the Manor Inn, wearing his usual black wizard robe, met with the 2 most powerful people in Ava City. Doug said straight to the point, I also ask Lord Lin to do me a favor. After speaking, he actually knelt down directly, with his legs on his knees, holding a token and another small object in his hand. A grey ordinary bag. But Lin knew what the bag was, and looked very surprised. This is a storage bag that only wizards can use, and even wizard apprentices can't get it. In this remote town, Such a thing actually exists. I'm willing to use my family's secrets that have been hidden for many years in exchange for a chance from a Lord Lin. Doug said excitedly. Sono had already knelt down. Lin Stone was slightly interested, and he said lightly, "Let's hear it, if possible. I will agree to your request." Soon the corresponding situation was understood by Doug under Doug's narration, and the information he received made him feel very untrue. A wizard who is at least at the official wizard level came to this area specially. The City Lord's family was only the slave of the wizard a long time ago. The official wizard has been looking for something, and has studied it for a long time. The place where it turned out was unknown, leaving only something for the servants. Lin pondered and remembered the information that the chip passed, but he didn't care about it. Maybe he could really get some good things, maybe. Immediately, let the chip transmit the corresponding information to the memory area. Hint, the information is as follows. The Star Wizard left me to always believe in the existence of the Gate World, which is different from the inner world. It exists in the real world, and there is an abnormal item in it. I need to obtain it to be able to separate the consciousness and soul and transmit it to the alien world. Anomalous items of the world. The Book of Vientiane. I researched for a long time. I finally found the entrance to the Door World. I was finally able to enter it. But I have a kind of secret hunch a very bad hunch. I tested it with astrology. I will die in it. How could it be? There must be something wrong. There is nothing that can stop my star projection teleportation. I must get the Book of Vientiane, explore the infinite world, and see more truths. Chapter 111. Lin's heart was ups and downs. He had never heard of the Door World, but he still knew about anomalous objects. This represents the most inexplicable and incomprehensible existence. It can be a scene, a sentence, or even a living existence. It has its own consciousness and only operates according to its own rules, no matter how absurd the rules are, even if they completely violate the physical rules of the wizarding world. Of course, it usually appears as anomalous objects. People who own abnormal items are all big shots. Even if they are not big people, they can become big people at the moment they get them. A treasure that will arouse the greed of countless wizards. Now it is actually in front of him, the Book of Vientiane, an anomalous item that can be used for soul-splitting exploration in other worlds. Lin's heart is hot. He also wants to get this item, and he is very eager. The most important thing is that this official wizard actually possesses the ability to fortune-telling. The fortune-telling himself died in that Gate World, but he still went. There may be great dangers, but it also represents unimaginable opportunities. Lin was thinking. His eyes were slightly red, which was caused by excitement. Even if I can't get the Book of Vientiane, it is possible to get a superhuman corpse that is at least a formal wizard level, which is what I need most right now. Everything in the Door World is unknown, and Lin doesn't even know what the Door World is. But I can't waste time preparing for 200 years. Even if I die in danger, I can still have a chance. Lin decided to take a risk. The premise is that he can find more clues, find out what the Door World is, where and how to enter. The reincarnation of the curse gave me a second chance, and with the improvement of my knowledge of flesh and blood, I have been able to transfer my blood with it. As long as there is a chip for auxiliary analysis, there is no problem at all. Compared to the gains obtained, this is simply insignificant. Besides, the curse of reincarnation can only be used once. After recovering from the exhaustion of the soul, once again encountered the danger of life and death, you can continue to reincarnate. Lin has now reached 5 people who have placed the curse soul mark. He didn't reveal the slightest bit, but it was deeply hidden. After making up his mind, Lin began to reply to Doug. Doug looked at Lin eagerly and prayed, hoping that Lin would agree to his request. Sono on the side is not very worried. This is a matter of his blood family. If he succeeds, he can become a legendary wizard family. I agree, but you still need to answer me a question. Lin looked at Doug indifferently. The latter only felt as if everything about him was seen through. This manuscript material and the like, it's not just your family that has it. Doug's face changed dramatically in an instant. Lin calmly looked at the scene outside the window of the manor. Except for the faint mist that filled the air, it was a dense jungle and green fields. How could there be only one or two servants of a formal wizard? I guessed correctly. Each of the 10 servants obtained some of the manuscripts and diary information left over. The torn diary is the best proof. These servants, like Doug's family, have built a splendid human city, and they're just around the city of Ava. I can almost confirm that the Gate World is also in this range. Dada. Heavy footsteps came, and the tall black-robed figure who had led the way for Doug and Sono before, now carrying a plate of hot tea and snacks, carefully placed it on the table in the room. This is one of the goblins that Lin has transformed. It has added the bloodline gene of the Velociraptor and some limbs of the kingless tiger. It has terrifying power beyond the past, and its strength is comparable to that of an ordinary third-level wizard apprentice. Named Model 1. There are Model 1 and Model 2, and a total of 4 goblins have been successfully transformed. Able to help Lin with some less important things. It seems that I need to go to other human cities and collect all the information left by the Wizards of the Stars to analyze and process the real location of the world. The chip's current analysis status is only 5%, and a lot of things are missing. Lin's eyes were extremely deep. The next day Doug and Sono led a man and a woman to the edge of the foggy area. Model 1 was already there waiting for them. Respected messenger, we have followed the agreement of Lord Lin. Interpunct. Interpunct. Doug said. As soon as the model didn't speak, he took them directly into the manor. In the hall Lin raised his head and glanced at the 2 children, who were only about 8 or 9 years old. In that case, let's get started. A peculiar patterned array has been carved on the ground, and a crystal of transparent color is placed on the outermost periphery of Fatsing. It is through the crystal life body that the energy in it is consumed, and the pure crystal left behind can reveal the attributes and qualifications of the tester. Under their father's earnest eyes, the 2 children stood tremblingly above the magic circle. They didn't even dare to look up at Lin. To them, Lin was like a mysterious and terrifying wizard who could even eat people. First is Sono's son, named Kate. With the activation of the formation, the results came out very quickly. A pure white light began to ripple on the transparent crystal, and Lin sensed it spiritually. A moment. The aptitude is average. The spiritual power is 1.2, and you can walk on the path of the wizard. Now change to the next one. Lin said lightly. This kind of aptitude, if their Xing is not good, it will not go very far. Sono's face turned red, and he said excitedly, "Thank you, Lord Lin, thank you, Lord Lin." Then, a blonde girl named Vivian stood on top of the magic circle, and Lin directly activated her spirituality. When the final result came out, Lin said in surprise, "Mental power and aptitude are very good. He really did not expect that in such a remote town, he could meet an enlightener whose qualifications belonged to the top of the Ouroboros ring. Almost half of their own qualifications. Doug was about to faint from the shock, gasping for breath. Lord Lin. Thank you, Lord Lin. Lin looked at them calmly, and said slowly, according to the agreement, I will help them to enlighten, and I will accept them as my students, but for more, they need to fight for themselves. I will only follow the contract. The content of the contract, do what I should do. The contract is only valid for 20 years. If they do not become a first-level wizard apprentice within 20 years, the contract will be voided. 2. Chapter 112. Dear Sir Lin, we know the content of the contract. Vivian and Kate will definitely not disappoint you. Doug and Sono looked at each other and could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Their family could also become a legendary wizard family and step into the extraordinary realm. But you still need to help me complete one thing as the tuition fee for these two guys to study with me, that is, the price. Lin said slowly. Wizards believe that everyone has value, and equal exchange is the fairest way. The daily meditation, the aid of medicine, the cultivation of the environment, and the cultivation of sorcerer spells all consume resources. Naturally, Lin will not help them out for free. One code is one code, you must calculate it clearly. Both of them have reached this point, so naturally they can only agree. What? Lord Lin actually asked us to start a war and occupy several surrounding cities. Doug said in fear, but the combat power of their city is not much different from that of Ava City. How could it be possible? Lin clapped his hands, and accompanied by the trembling sound of the ground, 4 big men with a height of more than 2 meters and nearly 3 meters stood at the door, like a hill, giving people an indescribably terrifying aura. Uniformly dressed in black robes, gloves, and cloaks, they did not reveal their true colors. If these 4 guys were asked to reveal their true colors, the 2 would be scared to faint immediately. Lin thought in his heart that after his experimental transformation of flesh and blood, these 4 goblins have long since become human-like, ghost-like, with all kinds of strange limbs spliced in various parts of the body, and they can still use their blood. Strength. Lin said calmly, these 4 big guys will help you. No matter what kind of enemy they encounter, they will be invincible. Doug's eyes were extremely fiery. Looking at the 4 messengers, an ambition fermented in his heart, which had never been so inflated. Dear Lord Lin, I promise to complete your explanation. Doug Sono and the 4 modified goblin models left the Mist Manor, leaving behind the 2 little guys, who looked at Lin tremblingly. Come with me. Lin said something casually, then left the room and walked towards another room. Vivian and Kate hesitated for a while, gritted their teeth and followed, but they heard their father's conversation. From today, they can only stay here and become the disciples of this terrifying wizard. The outermost room of the laboratory. Lin looked at the 2 of them indifferently, and then threw 2 parchment rolls to them. There is a preliminary meditation method above, which can guide your spiritual power into spiritual energy. You only have 20 years. If you have not become a first-level wizard apprentice within 20 years, it means that you have no value. In addition, I will replenish all the resources you need in a timely manner. You only have one chance to ask me a 10-minute question every month. The rest of the relevant information is on the parchment scroll. Your first difficulty is use your own mental power to watch the above content. Lin briefly explained his request and sent the 2 guys away. The scope of activities is the entire Mist Manor, but you cannot walk into the mist, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Lin doesn't like people who don't follow the rules. If he walks in, he will definitely be indifferent, even if he starves to death inside. Deep in the laboratory it will take a long time for chip analysis. If more relevant information can be collected, the analysis time can be greatly reduced, But I must try to reduce the number of shots as much as possible, so as not to attract the attention of some interested people. In addition, my experiment has reached a critical juncture. There are 4 modified goblins, there should be no major problems, and I can bring back what I want. Fights between mortals naturally won't attract the attention of wizards. The news about the door world and anomalous objects that is enough to cause turmoil in the entire Black Triangle must be concealed in a low-key manner. Lyn continued to focus on the flesh and blood embryo and the flesh and blood research structure of the living body. Crystal life did give Lyn a lot of help and inspiration. Time has passed, and 2 years have passed. 0 For the past 2 years, Lyn has been doing his own research in the laboratory. The 2 new little guys have become wizard enlighteners, but they are still very far away from being a first-level wizard apprentice. Mental strength and other conditions are not yet met. Lyn takes a little time every month to answer their questions, and news from the outside world is always coming in. With the help of 4 goblin transformation models that are comparable to third-level wizard apprentices, Ava City has gone all the way, defeated 7 surrounding cities one after another, wiped out the corresponding city lords and a large number of family blood, and collected Lyn what you want. The convergence of a lot of information has improved the efficiency of the chip's analysis by more than 50%. Next, it only needs to occupy the remaining 2 second-class cities to completely complete the legacy information and find the door world. Real exact location. On the outskirts of Dante City, there are a lot of dense grass, but there is also a secret path running through it, surrounded by some bushes and thorns. A man and a woman are fleeing under the cover of several knights, and there are a large number of enemy pursuers behind. Everyone had blood-stained injuries on their bodies. Several of the knights saw the pursuit from behind getting closer and closer. They stopped directly, and decided to block the enemy and let their sons and daughters escape. This is the last hope. Miss and Master of Dante City. The men and women around 16 or 17 looked at the knight who stopped with tears. Come on, walk with the hope of Dante City, there are magic swords and hidden secrets, Dante City still has a chance to rise in the future. The eldest of the knights gave silent comfort and encouragement, then resolutely drew his long sword and faced the enemy. It was a large group of knights in armor, chasing, and the leader was the Knight Commander Sono of Ava City. Damn it. He actually took away what Lord Lyn wanted. It must not be lost. It must be obtained. You will be caught without your hands, and spare your life. Sono said with a frown. He didn't want to waste time. If he was delayed by these broken knights and caused the target to flee, then he really deserved to die. Chapter 113. Sono brought the most elite troops from Ava City, so he was able to catch up with him so quickly. The other party didn't know what his plan was. The old knight who led the wounded spit, if we want to pass, we will naturally walk through our corpses. Dante City's last hope will never be cut off. With the magic sword in hand, Popeza and Cassio will definitely be able to bring Dante back to its glory. Sono's eyes became more and more gloomy, and anyone who stood in front of Lord Lyn and prevented him from completing the task given by Lord Lyn would die. If you are stubborn, then die. The torrent of a large number of knights in armor directly drowned in the past, and they had no ability to resist. Those people only howled and became corpses on the ground. Ahead is the depths of the trail, which should be the road specially set up by the powerful of Dante City to escape. They couldn't have run very far, probably. However, before Sono's words were finished, I felt a terrifying aura coming from the depths of the trail. 30 It was the bloodline of the escaped Dante City, and the two actually turned back. The man had murderous intent on his face. Want revenge? Sono was surprised, then his eyes turned cold, and he saw the inherited magic sword in Bobosa's hand. At this moment, It was emitting a dark black light, and it had an aura that made him extremely terrified. My bloodline inspired the magic sword, I have awakened, and I will cut off Doug's head myself. Barbosa's face was arrogant and ferocious. With the other hand, he held Cassio and swung the magic sword directly, and a dark sword light flew over. A large number of knights were directly chopped in half, and their intestines flowed out, which was very miserable. Help! Knight Commander. This is the power of the legendary magic sword. Not something mortals can resist. When the knights saw the tragic state of their companions, they said in horror, "This kind of power is not mastered by mortals, so they are afraid." Although Sono also had cold sweat on his forehead, he still had a trump card. That is the 4 wizard messengers sent by Lord Lin. They have invincible power. It is entirely up to them to defeat and occupy so many surrounding cities. To be on the safe side, he also had a wizard messenger follow the team, but the speed was slower due to his size. Dong dong. The earth seemed to tremble, and it seemed that something huge was coming. Sono's face showed excitement and frenzy. It's the wizard messenger, finally here. Thinking that the awakening of the magic sword can turn the situation around. With that lord there, no one can make waves. The messenger has arrived, and you will surely die. Sono is extremely confident. Lin's strength has penetrated deep into his heart, and the strength of the messenger is on display all the time. Come on then. Popeza picked up his sister Cassio, hugged her in his arms, held the magic sword in his right hand, and charged directly at Sono with his feet. The breath of the magic sword became stronger and stronger. Cassio looked at his brother's profile, so handsome, he was about to fall. The power of the magic sword is invincible. Give me death. At this moment, Barbosa is holding his sister in his arms, and he has a magic sword in his hand. The strength makes his heart swell to the extreme. Crack. Several tall trees were directly knocked down, and a 3-meter-high behemoth rushed out, even blocking the sunlight, forming a shadow, and Pufan's big hand slapped it directly. The sword energy didn't work at all, it just slightly damaged the clothes, revealing the blue skin inside. The power of this slap is so huge that it is unbelievable. Barbosa has incomprehension and fear in his eyes, and then he and his sister were slapped alive into meat sauce, embedded in the ground. Master Messenger is mighty. All the knights present were terrified and amazed. The size and aura of the modified goblin models are enough to suffocate them. No one wants to be an enemy of such a terrifying existence. Sono found what he wanted on Barbosa's body, and spit in disdain. How could that lord's power be what you imagined? That lord is truly invincible, seeking his own death. The magic sword has become a piece of the ground, but it makes Sono feel a pity. The city of Dante has been completely occupied, and there is only the last remaining city around, and it is only a matter of time before it is occupied. I really did it, I actually did it. Inside the tent, Doug was extremely ecstatic. He had never even thought about all this now. With a huge territory and multiple cities, he felt that he could even be king. But he didn't forget who brought it all. He has the most sincere humility, but that is only for that big man. Sono, you will escort the parchment you have collected so far to Lord Lin, and there is the last city. I will take the messenger to occupy it myself. Yes, Lord Doug. Misty Manor Vivian walked out of her room with annoyance on her face. She could hardly hold her breath anymore. She had always practiced boringly, practiced without any entertainment, and faced only these things every day. She never found that opportunity, her mental power was in a disordered state, and she kept dreaming of strange things and some inexplicable ravings. That Kate is really, just an idiot. She has been cultivating all the time, and her aptitude is so poor. No matter how hard she tries, she can't keep up with me, Vivian came to the yard to breathe, and began to recall her time in Ava City, and trying to touch something that has become taboo. Thinking about it, she was in a daze, her right hand trembled spontaneously, she seemed to be affected by something. I don't know how long it lasted, but her consciousness gradually became dazed, her mental power fluctuated in disorder, and she heard more babble in her ears, and it seemed that she could see some illusions. Those are pictures, pictures with incomparable visual impact, things that have been reduced to taboo by human beings. It is also a special way of laying the foundation and enlightenment, a special ceremony, praying to some great beings for the rewards of grace, and obtaining their own promotion. She felt that her soul was sublimating, and her spiritual power also received the grace and blessing of that existence. She successfully improved a lot, but she was also completely tied to that existence. "What are you doing, Vivian?" Kate's voice awakened Vivian. She pulled out her hand in a panic, put it behind her back, and wiped it with her clothes. "I was banned again, I took it, I can't even give any benefits, I can't even describe it, I'm honest, oh Amitabh." Chapter 114. It's nothing, why are you here, Kate? Vivian said somewhat unnaturally. "This month's time is up again, you can ask the teacher questions, I'm here to call you." Kate gave Vivian a strange look, then frowned. There was a strange smell in the air, it seemed to come from Vivian. But he didn't say much, no matter what Vivian did, it was none of his business. "I see, you go first, I'll come right away." Vivian smiled reluctantly at Kate, and she was relieved after seeing his back completely disappear into the yard. "What happened to me just now? Why did I?" Vivian recalled the scene just now and what she was doing. Her face was strange and flustered, and she immediately shook her head to clear the scene. She hurriedly went to wash her hands, and by the way let Shimizu wake her up a bit, and instantly she returned to her usual state. And many more. Why has my mental strength improved so much? Vivian discovered something was wrong with her, and her mental strength actually improved a lot. The first-level wizard apprentice, which was out of reach, didn't seem to be that far away anymore. The sketching of the inscriptions has actually become much simpler and easier. Without thinking carefully about why Vivian was like this, she tidied up her clothes and hurried to the laboratory. Just after she left, in the originally peaceful courtyard, it seemed there have also been some inexplicable changes. The flowers and grasses in the lawn are more vivid, as if they are competing for beauty, especially what seems to be growing under the soil. In the laboratory a sneer appeared on the corner of Lin's mouth, as if he had noticed something, but he chose not to make any changes and let it develop on its own. He also wanted to see what this unknown existence that influenced Vivian through spiritual tide fluctuations was. Maybe you can plan something. Flesh and lust, ominous smell, interesting. Since it has already happened, and there is no way to save the change, then I will go with the flow. If you want to plan my students, then I plan you as a courtesy. Lin guessed that it might be some evil gods in the inner world. Weird, evil spirits are causing fluctuations and changes through spiritual trends, thus affecting Vivian. But in the final analysis, it was her own beliefs that were not enough to be affected. Some enlightenment ceremonies with strong side effects, and subsequent ritual formations to improve spiritual power are all mortals with high spiritual power, or little wizard apprentices who have no self-control, who are affected by the fluctuation of spiritual tides in the real world. Created. After using it, if you can meet the requirements of these existences, you can get blessings and quickly improve your strength and spiritual power. But the side effect is that you are completely tied to those existences, can never be separated, and have almost no potential at all. You can only improve yourself by relying on rituals and satisfying those beings. Vivian is already dead. No one would choose silent ascetic training after trying the thrill of advancing through evil rituals. He took off his experiment and ran, his face was extremely indifferent. and his eyes did not fluctuate. All of this is Vivian's own choice and fault, and she can't blame anyone else. As my student, use your last remaining value as a medium for me to understand and observe these existences. Lin was very curious. It would be best if there was one aspect of the existence of the information generated by the experimental subjects. Lin did not violate the content of the contract, it was outside the contract. In the hall, Lin sat in the chair, listening to the progress of his two students reporting, and asking the questions he wanted to ask. Kate is still the same. Although her aptitude is a little worse, she is more down to earth, industrious, and hard-working. Lin prefers this kind of student. External things are not important, what matters is his own character and will. It's like he has come all the way to where he is now by relying on hard work and perseverance. He has never relied on any foreign objects and has no power background. Lin answered Kate's corresponding problems one by one. Looking at the other party's stunned expression, Lin nodded, and he was about to draw the third inscription. It is already very good for this qualification to have this progress. Vivian, what's your question? Lin set his eyes on Vivian, calm eyes like deep pools of water, seemed to be able to see through everything. Teacher. I don't have any problem. Vivian was hairy when Lin looked at her. She hesitated for a while, then she gritted her teeth and insisted. Her mind was no longer with Lin. Just now, a lot of alternative Babylon calls burst into her mind, which seemed to be some peculiar and mysterious supernatural knowledge that could make her stronger. This wizard has never given us the real thing at all, and now I have my own opportunity, and I can become stronger without relying on anyone. Vivian thought to herself, but for the sake of extraordinary resources, she still tried her best to disguise to please Lin and said, Teacher, my inscriptions are drawn very smoothly, and there is no pressure at all. I just need more resources. I request that Kate's resources be tilted. He doesn't have any potential at all. As soon as these words came out, Kate's face turned pale, and she looked at Vivian in disbelief, as if she didn't expect her to become like this. But his aptitude is indeed inferior to that of the other party. The speed of drawing the inscription is naturally slow, and his eyes dimmed. Lin looked at her calmly and said slowly, Kate's resources, Wang Dicao, remain unchanged. But I can increase the resources allocated to you by 1/3. Thank you, teacher. Vivian laughed, but she didn't realize that her smile was a little more coquettish and lustful than before. Even during the conversation with Lin, he unconsciously exudes the influence of his own desires, winks, teases. The teacher, the student retire. Kate left the hall respectfully. As for Vivian, after getting Lin's permission, she walked out of the hall on the catwalk without even saying hello. After the two of them left, the corners of Lin's mouth gradually raised, and a meaningful smile appeared. Interesting, the impact is getting more and more serious. It seems to have been able to link to Vivian's spiritual power, and spread something in my mind. But this is the best experimental reference. Chapter 115. Putting Vivian's affairs aside for the time being, even if that unknown existence wants to completely influence Vivian, it will obviously take some time. The wizard enlightener cannot as easily influenced as ordinary people. Now Lin has to carry out the final step of his own flesh and blood embryo experiment. In the past 2 years, the flesh and blood embryo corresponding to the physique of the cursed snake has finally been successfully cultivated. It only needs to wait for the fusion of all the extraordinary bloodline factors to be completely completed before it can be swallowed. I don't know how much this time the flesh and blood embryo can improve my bloodline cultivation in the cursed snake stage, but my main purpose is to break through the 100-point limit of physique and completely step into the combat power stage of an official bloodline wizard. Inside the laboratory, the flesh and blood embryos in the cultivation warehouse are already in the final fusion stage, and the bloodline factors of the second-level extraordinary creatures are not so easy to fuse, and it really stagnated at this step. The root force hidden in the bloodline of the indulgent dragon is resisting fusion and maintaining its ego. For a while, no one could do anything about the other, and such a stalemate was formed. Lin kept injecting nutrients into the flesh and blood embryos to supply his power, so that the flesh and blood embryos could resist the bloodline roots of the sinking dragon. No, we have to find a way. Continuing the stalemate will only increase the variables. Lin's brows were furrowed. This was the last step. Naturally, nothing happened. Flesh embryos are based on the fusion point extracted from my bloodline, and naturally they are of the same origin with me. My blood can increase the proportion of flesh and blood embryos, and one can overwhelm the indulgent dragon. The corners of Lin's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that he was going to bleed again, but let it go. It's been many times, and he's getting used to it. He had to use a specific dagger to cut through his skin, and his current physique was no trivial matter. The dagger used by Lin was made of a single horn that contained the origin of the curse. The flesh and blood tissue piled up in the culture tank, with a huge flesh ball black cell in the middle, and a large number of cell body structures exist on the surface of the flesh and blood tissue, which is a test of a person's intensive phobia. Then there are a large number of biological features appearing in other parts of the flesh. Some are outstretched claws, some are open wings, mouths, teeth, and the center is the core of the flesh and blood embryo, which is a fleshy snake egg type thing. Under the nourishment of Lin's blood, he not only trembled, but seemed to be absorbing power. Dense black spots are crawling on the surface of the flesh snake egg, and it will soon be completely covered. The most obvious resistance of the Shenshendilong bloodline factor is the constant agitation and struggle on the diaphragm on the surface of the flesh and blood, as if something is about to burrow out from below, and it can't penetrate the seemingly shallow layer of diaphragm at all. In the end, under the flesh and blood embryo with enhanced strength, he completely lost his movement. Hint: the metamorphosis of the flesh and blood embryo has been completed, and it can be taken for fusion. The specific operations are as follows. The host needs to fuse with the flesh and blood embryo in the purest way, and fundamentally improve the bloodline cultivation degree of the cursed snake. Lin raised his brows. In the purest way. Is it? A quarter of an hour later, the closed opening of the training warehouse opened wide, and Lin, who had already taken off all his clothes, jumped in directly, and the strange purple light shone instantly. Hint: the host is absorbing flesh and blood embryos, estimated duration, 60 days. Hint: now close the laboratory, prohibit anyone from approaching, and wait for the host to wake up. Vivian felt a little irritable. No, it should be called hot. She poured a glass of water and drank it. Then she walked to the one-way mirror in her room, looking at herself in the mirror. She was shocked by her beauty and intoxicated. She looked at herself blankly, her heart was trembling. My perfect everything, my perfect face, why can't the teacher and Kate see it? They won't be tempted by me, they are two people who don't understand the style. She was drinking water, but her thoughts seemed to be affected, and she always unconsciously wanted to think about some taboos. She actually remembered that her teacher. Actually? Right. Herself. The teacher, who was originally mysterious and always calm, showed his powerful side, not only his profound knowledge, terrifying spiritual power, but also more. No, no, no. How can you think that, Vivienne? That's a teacher, a terrible teacher. You will definitely go to the gallows. But the more Vivienne forced herself not to, the more she had a thought, and she kept thinking in that direction. It has even developed into a more terrifying scene. Kate. Teacher. Actually? Together. By herself. By BFFT. Vivienne directly put her head into the water basin, and the momentary coldness made her temporarily calm down. Meditation, I need to meditate to calm myself, it's so strange, such a thought. She sat cross-legged in the room, meditating on the basic meditation method that Lin gave him, but the inscription couldn't drop a single stroke. She had already entered the state. But she quickly escaped. What's going on? Why am I? Vivian had panic in her eyes. She just wanted to go to the teacher, but she actually recalled some extraordinary knowledge she had never seen before. This yes. Powder with roses, jasmine, silver heart grass. Plus mine. Set up a ritual array. As long as I'm in the array, the candles are lit in the corners of the law, and in the purest way in the formation. I pray to the God of desire and bliss, and if he is satisfied, he will be able to obtain gifts, greatly improve his spiritual power, and draw inscriptions with ease. Vivian's eyes had a strange color. Is this true? Why have I never heard of such a method? Where does this extraordinary knowledge come from? She hesitated a bit. If it was really possible, then what was her penance? Maybe I can give it a try and see if it really works. Vivian's eyes became incomparably dazed, with a different kind of charm. Why do I have a hunch that I will be banned? Damn it, I don't have a car, I don't have any benefits. Oh Amitabha, don't ban me. I was banned after a little description in the last chapter. I didn't do anything. Chapter 116. The city of Ava has already fallen into a carnival at this moment. Their city lord is brave and good at fighting. With the help of the messenger of the gods, he actually defeated many surrounding cities in one fell swoop, and successfully occupied the corresponding territory. This means that Ava City will have a higher status in the future, and they will become more noble. Master Doug is mighty. Master Doug has the help of a divine envoy. This is a predestined arrangement. Thank you, Lord God. Of course, this is the reason given, and by the way, it is possible to accept people from other cities without so much resistance. Sono led a team of elite knights and rushed all the way from Dante to Ava. It has been over a month. Sono looked at the towering city in front of him, and finally let go of his hanging heart, as long as he got there. However, there was still a small problem. Misty Manor didn't know what was going on. Even if he held the token, no matter how much he called, the Lord didn't respond to him. This made Sono puzzled, but for the sake of safety, they set up camp next to the foggy area, and temporarily lived here, waiting for Lin's response. In a dark room a peculiar array has been constructed, and the rich fragrance will last for a long time. This is the pollen sprinkled on the lines, which can meet the conditions of some ceremonies. The light reflected the figure of a woman dancing in the center of the formation, and sometimes doing some kind of forbidden movement. The filthy breath, the unclean breath is so strong. His hands undulating and swaying with a dance, accompanied by a rhythmic rhythm-like sound, just like the music of the companion dance. What a taboo picture is composed. It seems that an unknown existence has been extremely satisfied, the conditions have been fulfilled, and favors have begun to come. All the pollen on the pattern array suddenly became pitch black, turned into a viscous liquid, and finally condensed into a root of wriggling tentacles, directly entangling the figure. Each tentacle found its place, and quickly injected the corresponding favor. With a tremor, the tentacles that had been injected with liquid directly turned into fly ash and disappeared. The candle went out and the ceremony was over. After a quarter of an hour, Vivian, who was dressed, walked out with a sense of satisfaction. The ruddy face had not completely dissipated. Since the extraordinary knowledge related to this ritual appeared in her mind that day, she couldn't help but try it. Although the process was very shameful, the final result was that she successfully obtained the favor, her mental strength was rapidly improved, and an inscription was drawn that night. The never-ending tedious ascetic practice, and the blessings that can be gained by doing only some shameful process. She felt that as long as she was a normal person, she would know which one to choose. In the following month, she would come to a ceremony almost every few days, not only to improve her mental strength, but also the process of finding that she fell in love with the ceremony gradually sank to the point of being unable to extricate himself. She simply threw herself into it, and now her mental strength has reached 6 points, and the inscriptions are drawn quickly. 7 have already been drawn, and she is only too short of becoming a first-level wizard apprentice. And that Kate is probably still tormenting slowly. She smiled disdainfully. The teacher should also praise me and give me more resources, right? Vivian remembered Lynn's handsome face, tall figure, and her face gradually became more and more red. What should I do? I found that I am more and more infatuated with the teacher. I fell in love with the teacher. It seems that I will perform a mysterious ceremony with the teacher and improve my spiritual power together. Vivian just thought about it, and her legs began to tremble. When she walked out of the room door, the ground under her feet felt wet with liquid, and Vivian took a deep breath of fresh air. In the laboratory, the strange purple light has been flickering without stopping, and as time goes by, this situation has become more and more aggravated. The purple light seems to have some peculiar characteristics. When it shines on the walls of the laboratory, a dense layer of incantations will be attached. Corroded the walls. Hint: the host has successfully devoured the flesh and blood embryo and is undergoing a deeper transformation. The remaining time, 10 days, the laboratory damage is found, the repair program is automatically started, the protection function is changed, and the change is in progress. Interpunct 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 interpunct. Originally, the walls were gradually being dissolved, but their laboratory spontaneously began to shift, and new walls were being replaced, all under the control of the chip. Lynn didn't know all this. His consciousness was immersed in the deep space of his mind, and he was confronting a terrifying giant ancient snake. That is the resentment of the cursed snake. It is swallowed up and occupies the bloodline. Even if it dies, the residual information concept will spontaneously form an unwilling resentment. Completely destroy Lynn's spirit. As long as you hold on, you can advance to the next level. If you can't resist the judgment, your blood will collapse. After an unknown amount of time, an indifferent voice came from this dark space. In terms of personal life, I have done this many times. I won everything now, not what you gave me. You want to overwhelm and destroy my spirit. Lynn faced the cursed snake in the darkness with a blank expression, and let out his silent mockery. If you die, you should die cleanly. Consciousness turned into the sharpest sword, cut it head on, and a snake head rolled directly into the endless depths of the darkness. When Lynn opened his eyes again, everything in the real world was displayed in front of him, but it was different. In an ordinary laboratory, Lynn can see more subtle things, such as crawling microbes and more subtle bacteria. The light in the laboratory is not the original, but hundreds of colors. This is. Suddenly, something suppressed in the depths of the spinal cord erupted. It was a powerful force that was irresistible. It turned into a hot torrent that spread all over Lynn's body. The pupils shrank suddenly, the original vertical pupils became deeper, and a strange purple light erupted. He was able to see the difference in the real world because of the purple pupils. The potential of the bloodline has been initially awakened, and I have some of the characteristics of an official bloodline wizard, the most simple use. happened. Chapter 117. The bloodline potential has been initially awakened, and I have some of the characteristics of an official bloodline wizard, the most simple use. Lyn was a little surprised. The effect this time is a bit too good, right? This is a part of the ability that only bloodline wizards in the official wizard stage can use. In other words, part of the abilities of the bloodline avatar. But Lyn subconsciously forgot that the use of the flesh and blood embryo this time was much stronger than the last extraordinary biological factor, and there was also a second-level sinking dragon, which was one of the few second-level bloodlines. Once you use it, it will disappear. Hint: the host's transformation is completed. The bloodline cultivation level of the Curse Snake stage has increased by 80%. And the current bloodline cultivation level is 80%. Mental strength plus 0.6, constitution plus 6, chip, list my personal information. Host, Yeren Harak level, Sorcerer's Apprentice 3rd, Cursed Sorcerer's Path. Inheritance of Core Witchcraft, Curse Killing, Curse Puppet, Curse Soul, Curse Reincarnation inheriting the Core bloodline, Snake Nature. Snake Transformation, Snake Reincarnation Special Occupation, Second Class Pharmacist Apprentice Constitution, 105 Mental Strength, 27.3 Extraordinary Bloodline, Cursed Serpent, 4, Cursed Serpent Stage, Level 3 Wizard Apprentice. I have finally crossed the stage of combat power of the official wizard of the bloodline. Now I can be the weakest official wizard than you. But it is also enough to crush any existence below the official wizard. Lyn felt that all the hardships had come to an end. Although he did not increase his bloodline cultivation to 100% in one fell swoop, it was completely beyond Lyn's expectations to be able to reach 80. In particular, he also obtained some bloodline real body abilities that only official wizards can use. The nature of snakes, the transformation of snakes, and the reincarnation of snakes. These three are the bloodline real body abilities that I can master in advance. They seem to be related to my cursed snake physique. Let me see, the nature of snakes should behave like this. Lyn was wearing a cloak at the moment, but his entire body suddenly shrunk several times, turning into a purple shadow, disappearing in place, and appearing on the other side of the laboratory. In the moment just now, my speed reached a point where even a formal wizard couldn't react quickly. This is because I used the nature of a snake to transform my body and spine into a snake. It is extremely flexible and fast, suitable for sneak attacks and evacuation. Lyn built a black robe on the ground, put it on his body, and then began to experiment with the ability to become a snake. Hiss. The sound of the poisonous snake's breath came out slowly, and Lyn's hands burst into a faint purple light. The next moment, a group of thick purple snakes climbed out from the cuffs of the black robes and slowly fell to the ground. As Lyn's thoughts moved, he took it back and turned into his hands again. The ability of a bloodline avatar is really the most powerful means of a bloodline wizard. It's really amazing. Even if I am a master of flesh and blood, it can't be short-lived. Time to figure it out. Lyn even had the idea of researching his own. A piece of information entered his mind, and he understood the role of the reincarnation of the snake. This is an ability that is very similar to the reincarnation of the curse, but the essence is different. When I suffer physical damage that cannot be resolved or escaped, I can use the reincarnation of a snake to directly turn my body into a snake. Skin, gather the blood power of the whole body to recondense a new self. Lyn thought of a picture, that is, he opened his abdomen, drilled out, and formed a behavior like a snake shedding its skin. This is a new life-saving ability, and it is even used more than the curse of reincarnation at certain times. The side effect is that it consumes a lot of physical and spiritual energy. Through the chip, Lyn learned about the accumulated information. I can't believe it's been so long, year after year, and I'm 24 years old. Lyn sighed. and then walked out of the door of the laboratory. Near the foggy area, the camp has been here for 10 days. Sono and a few knights were grilling a game. He took a bite, then sighed, looking at the mist for a long time without saying a word. I don't know, when will Lord Lin feel my call? If it wasn't for the foggy area. He even thought that Lin had left Ava City. Boss, look, the foggy area has changed. A knight said suddenly. It's Lord Lin, that's great. Sono recognized at a glance the figure slowly walking out of the misty passage, the wizard's robe, the hood, and the mysterious and profound sense of knowledge. Dear Sir Lin, I lived up to your expectations and successfully brought back what you asked for. Sono raised an iron scroll with both hands, which contained the corresponding parchment scroll and diary manuscript information. Lin took it and nodded. The chip was already being analyzed and decrypted. Hint, the analysis is in progress. Most of the information in the Diary of the Stars is complete. It is expected to be completely analyzed to find the location of the Gate World. It will take 1 month. The rest of the relevant information has been stored into the information database, and some characteristic information of the Door World has been transferred into the memory area. Compared with the initial time consumption, it has been reduced a lot. For a month, Lin can still afford it. As the relevant information was digested, a thoughtful look flashed in Lin's eyes. Now it's time to deal with other things, my cheap student, Vivian. There is another thing that Lin pays more attention to, and that is the situation of his old club, the Ring of Ouroboros. At least 10 years have passed since the war started, and 10 years are enough time for the war to be won or lost. We must find a way to understand the specific situation. The distance between the Ouroboros Wizard's Mark and the Ouroboros Ring is too far away, and it will be invalid, and it is impossible to obtain information from the outside world, as well as the identity card of the Pharmacist Alliance. This is a covering technology of wizard technology, special knowledge such as special spiritual energy, elemental energy, and spiritual transmission. People who don't have a certain foundation don't even understand the principles. Forget it, it's not yet time. 10 years are about the same length, and if it is the most dangerous moment, it will be a bad situation to go back. Lin enjoys this self-study life a little bit, so he doesn't need to hide too much, for fear of being discovered by some big bosses. But the resources are about to be exhausted. This small place has no source of resources at all. It seems that the only way to open the altar of the inner world is to exchange for some cherished resources that I need. There are still remaining potions refined by Lin, which can be exchanged. In addition to Illusory Dream, some potions are also effective for people in other worlds, but the effects of the potions may vary slightly depending on the world. 5 advanced knowledge of medicines are stored in the information database. I hope that I can accumulate extraordinary materials that can be used to refine medicines through the altar of trade in the inner world. In addition, I should also have a supernatural item of my own. Alchemy needs to be mastered slowly. Crystal life is the best alchemy material. Chapter 118. In addition, I should also have a supernatural item of my own. Alchemy needs to be mastered slowly. Crystal life is the best alchemy material. Lin has analyzed the chip, and the crystal life he got has strong energy conductivity, and almost all kinds of energies can be transmitted. Even the power of curses can be amplified. If I refine the crystal life into a magic wand that is exclusively for me, then my overall strength can be greatly improved. Chip, transmit advanced alchemy knowledge into my memory area. Reminder, transmission is in progress. After analysis, the host has mastered basic refining knowledge, advanced knowledge of energy science, advanced knowledge of materials science. The requirements for a third-class alchemist apprentice have been met, and a second-class alchemist apprentice requires prerequisites: advanced alchemy knowledge. 3 days later, Lin used the chip to observe the changes of Vivian over the past few days, and analyzed everything in her daily life. 16 Some of the daily images of surveillance have violated the taboos of human taboos. It seems that this is evil gods related to carnal desires or weird genius, separated from the inner world and the real world, can affect Vivian only by the transmission of spiritual fluctuations, which is a bit powerful. Such existences are at least the existence of third-level great wizards. If they really want to do it, Lin still can't do it. However, with isolation and blockade, the other party can't affect too much reality. Only after completely occupying Vivian's mind, can the reality be affected by the medium of Vivian. Interesting. Haven't studied such a being. Lin's eyes were full of fire, and an unprecedented desire for knowledge erupted. I can use my flesh and blood knowledge to influence Vivian implicitly. As long as he uses the resources I give him, he cannot get rid of this influence, leaving an absolute backup. Lin was going to activate the backhand and reverse control when Vivian was completely engrossed by that behind-the-scenes existence. I'm actually fighting an existence idea that is at least comparable to a third-level great wizard. If this is spread, everyone will think I'm crazy. But Lin is not crazy, he is very sober, and there is a very high possibility that this possibility can be realized. He licked his lips and plunged into the study of pharmacy knowledge. Now is not the time, Vivienne. After January in the laboratory, Lin's mastery of alchemy has reached a very high level. With the help of chips, he understands this extraordinary knowledge very quickly. And the clues about the world of the door have also been clear, and it is exactly located in a place, in a primitive mountain range. Before that, Lin needed to refine his wand. The container in front of him contains the corresponding metal material, and Lin is handling it. Alchemy was initially involved when I was refining pharmaceuticals. This is the most obvious expression of equivalent exchange, by converting one substance into another by alchemy. This is actually very easy to explain, referring to the most basic law of conservation of energy. The magic wand I want to make is mainly made of crystal life, and I add other precious metals, as well as my blood power and flesh and blood, to the point where my heart and soul are blended, so that I can best echo my spiritual energy, and even can use the wand to use the bloodline ability. Lin felt that this refining might take a certain amount of time. Regarding his 2 students, Vivian added a little more to the medicine he gave her, which would not affect anything. This is very hidden and will only slowly accumulate in Vivienne. Inside the body, the opponent's current state of mental power has improved very rapidly, but it is obviously extremely unstable, and the perception has also dropped significantly, and it is impossible to detect the difference between the medicines. As for Kate, 4 inscriptions have been drawn with the hard work of meditation every day and the resources provided by Lin. Lin doesn't need to worry too much for the time being, and can concentrate on refining the wand. With the gathering of spiritual energy, the fire element erupted rapidly, forming a super high temperature, slowly melting the extraordinary metal material in the metal container. Even if the temperature reaches a limit threshold, the melting speed still does not change, and it takes a certain amount of time. Lin has sufficient knowledge of alchemy and knows that this step must be carried out slowly, not too fast, and the particles of the extraordinary metal material must be completely melted, so that the next step can be carried out more perfectly. The structure of the fluid metal substance, with reference to the essential changes of alchemy, coupled with the gathering and participation of spiritual energy, produces extraordinary miracles. Sweat gradually appeared on Lin's forehead, and his mental power was always aware of the melting body of extraordinary metal. At this moment, in the metal container, only a fluid substance similar to magma was left, which was very viscous and showed oil's color. It doesn't look like much, but if you test the temperature, At least it has reached the threshold of 3000 degrees, and it can take away life in an instant. Minutes and seconds passed. Lin sensed something, and quickly took out a dagger made of the horn of the cursed serpent, cut it at his wrist, blood rolled down, and merged directly into the dagger along his arm. Petroleum-like fluid substances. In the time that followed, Lin would come to bleed every 3 days. The refining progress was getting closer and closer to perfection, and his face was getting paler. Bloodletting like this, even a giant dragon can't stand it. Lin couldn't help complaining. Another month later in the laboratory, a dazzling purple light instantly bloomed. Lin's eyes were excited, and he held a magic wand in his hand. His wand. The body of the wand is about 1 meter 5. The top of the wand is an entwined snake head, and there is a pure purple crystal in the mouth of the snake. The power of the curse is rippling in it, and it is full of ominous aura. The part that is held is also a crystal structure, full of dense forbidden spells, especially at the top there is a side opening similar to the king snake. My growth wand, you will follow me to the top, and your name is, the source of magic. With a thought, Lin asked the chip to analyze and scan the characteristics and abilities of the source of the spell. Soon, he appeared in the void in front of him. Origin of the spell. Chapter 119. Origin of the spell. The whole body is constructed from the material of crystal life, adding the flesh and blood of the host to the point where the flesh and blood are connected. The bloodline power and the curse power will not be lost at all, but will increase by 100%. The body of the wand is covered with taboo incantations. The manifestation of the power of the curse can affect the mind of the enemy. It is a growth extraordinary item that becomes stronger as the strength of the host grows. It can also accommodate the resentment and soul of the cursed enemy and increase its strength. Quality, a first-class extraordinary item. A look of surprise flashed in Lin's eyes. This time, he actually played for a long time, refining first-level extraordinary items used by official wizards. This may be the reason why I created it with the bloodline of the cursed serpent. The bloodline itself belongs to the upper limit of level 4, so it can alchemy out the extraordinary items of level 1. Then I'm a first-class alchemist apprentice. Lin was a little dazed and felt very unreal. Even if he absorbed and learned the knowledge of alchemy all the time in the past 2 months, he should not have passed so fast. The threshold for a first-class pharmacist apprentice is still 2 advanced levels before they can advance. My current level of alchemy is probably only touching the threshold of a first-class alchemist, a first-class extraordinary item created because the bloodline of the cursed snake is too powerful. The wand has been refined, and it's time to move on to the next step. That is the place to find the door world, find the corpse of the Wizard of the Stars and the anomalous item. Of course, there is also a very small possibility that the Wizard of the Stars survived and obtained the Book of Vientiane. However, after surviving, this information will not be revealed. In order to hide the information that he has obtained anomalous items, the servants will clean up anything that may be revealed. To be on the safe side, I still need to refine some special medicines, just in case, just enough to hit the threshold of a first-class pharmacist. What Lin is preparing to refine are 2 functional potions. One is a potion of divine concealment that can completely hide his breath, and the other is an ice potion that can instantly freeze the surrounding area. The stars hang high in the night, and the mist and solemnity remain hidden for a long time. In the laboratory, the altar of the inner world has been manufactured. Tonight, Lin will rely on the high-level extraordinary materials that he needs at the altar exchange office to refine the ice potion and the magic potion. Lin, who has reached an advanced level of alchemy, can already use extraordinary materials with similar properties to form alchemy, and replace them with the main materials needed for the ice potion and the magic potion. The only requirement is that the properties of extraordinary materials must be similar, and the properties must be of the same type, so that they can be created by alchemy. Apostrophe in front of him were the detailed lines and the erected arched altar. Lin stood 3 meters away from the altar, which was a relatively safe distance. Having learned the lesson of the last time, Lin will always pay attention to more subtle changes this time, to prevent the other party from exerting influence on his side. The terrifying mold is still sealed in the most secure warehouse in the laboratory, and Lin is not going to study it until he reaches an official wizard. In addition to the lack of research time, there are also some possible hidden dangers. After all, it came from an existence comparable to a second-level wizard. With the gathering of spiritual energy, the formation has been activated, the altar began to emit light, and Lin's consciousness was directly immersed in it. What will the world be this time? Minutes and seconds have passed. This time, I don't know if it's because of luck, but in 2 minutes, I already felt a call. Lin still has more than half of his mental power, so he doesn't seem to need the help of the illusory dream potion. Gradually, Lin's consciousness was attracted to a strange place, a very strange world. It seems to be in the dark side of the world. The surrounding environment is an incomparably vast dark river, and countless dead bones are piled up on the bank. What world is this? What place? Lin was very puzzled, because some of the bones also contained human beings and were wearing clothes, but those clothes had never been seen before. And many more. The smell of blood. Lin's consciousness saw a picture. It was on the shore, an indifferent man wearing ancient costumes from the previous life, stepping on a magic circle constructed of flesh and blood. He obviously found Lin too. You are the consciousness of the other world summoned by this ancient formation. It's interesting. Sign up for your name. I am Huang Quanzong, the contemporary Holy Sun, and the name is Yama. What kind of identity are you? Lin manipulated his consciousness group to fall directly on the flesh and blood formation, and face to face with this person who calls himself Yama. The current situation is already obvious. It is this man who calls himself the son of Yama who built the circle and calls his existence at the same time. Lin increased the output of mental power and spirituality, and gradually his consciousness group actually attracted the flesh and blood around him, condensing a temporary body. This is a little ability derived from the knowledge of flesh and blood reaching the master level. Although this person looks and dresses a lot like someone from the ancient times of Lin's previous life, the language is not something he can understand at all. Fortunately, when the other party opened his mouth, he also added a thought transmission. I, the control of the source of the curse, the end of the source of the blood, the spell. Lin chose a code name. The other party is obviously also a code name, but the chip is already collecting information. The estimated time is 5 minutes, and it is actually stronger than the able that he encountered last time. Maybe it is comparable to the existence of a third-level wizard. Equal exchange, interests come first. Interesting, it turns out that this is the case. This ancient formation has such a function. I am surprised that there is no Wang Dicao comparison. Yan Lao was very surprised, and after listening to Lin's words, he instantly understood. What do you want? What can you give me? Yan Lao slowly opened his mouth with his hands behind his back. Lin's eyes were calm, without any change. He said lightly, I am a pharmacist and alchemist. I have potions that can change myself, change the appearance, add benefits, and also create extraordinary items. Are alchemists and alchemists from another world? If that's the case, I want to trade your potions with you. Things from other worlds and things from my sect should see the difference. Yan Lao's right hand flashed with blood, and a lot of things had appeared on the formation, all exuding waves that made Lin feel terrifying. When Lin thought about it, he called out the chip. Scanning these items, preliminarily analyzing the properties and effects. Chapter 120. Yama took out a total of 6 items, a grey-colored beast skull and a small brown bottle. Even the naked eye could see the escaping purple light and shadow. A bloody inner core is covered with wonderful blood-colored patterns. A long sword, a black crystal, and a small black jar. Hint. Analysis completed. 1. The beast skull is suspected to be comparable to the skull of a second-level extraordinary creature. 2. The brown vial contains extremely pure and powerful cold items. 3. The blood-colored inner alchemy is suspected to have been dug out from the body of a second-level extraordinary wizard, and it contains terrifying and powerful energy fluctuations. 4. A long sword comparable to a second-level extraordinary item, but the method of use is unknown. 5. The black crystal contains a full blow that is comparable to the existence of a third-level wizard. 6. There is a real terrible resentment in the small black jar, which seems to be hiding a negative energy. Lin was extremely frightened in his heart, but he still didn't show the slightest bit on his face. He just came to his senses. The condensed body was naturally extremely weak, and the other party couldn't see his true strength. And it seems that the other party is using this formation for the first time, and he does not know that he can still see the situation of his side through the formation. Only when there is dread, will you really put yourself on equality and make transactions. This is Lin's chance. How about it, unknown powerhouse from another world? You are satisfied with these things? Yan Lao said, this skull was left by a black tiger with evil spirits that I killed myself. This bottle is filled with evil yin liquid, which is so yin and cold that ordinary people will freeze their souls and their bodies will be necrotic if they touch it. This inner alchemy is an enemy I killed myself. I dug it out of his stomach. It is very fresh, and the magic energy inside is very abundant. The long sword is the enemy who was killed by me. The black crystal was something I had to save my life in the past, but I don't need it now. My strength is already on par. As long as I crush it, I can perform the tricks contained in it. Yan Lao was talking. His eyes fell on the small jar. This is a child and a mother, and there are two evil spirits in it, one son and one mother, but they are extraordinary. If I get it right, it will take a lot of work. Lin suddenly smiled and said, since you are so sincere, Yan Lao, let me show my sincerity. On the other side of the laboratory, the spirituality skyrocketed, all pouring into the altar, and some items were also placed on it, projecting it into the world where Lin was, but it was just a projection. Spiritual output. With the bottles of potions suspended in front of Lin, Yan Lao's pupils were all open. Just now, he didn't find out how the other party took them out. There was no spellcasting, no changes in spiritual energy, and no fluctuations in space. This person is very strange. Lin's expression was very dull, so that Yan Lao couldn't see through the truth. It seems, Yan Lao, this is the first time for you to do this kind of transaction. Lin said quietly. Oh, listening to you, have you experienced it many times and seen many people from other worlds? Yan Lao asked with interest. The planet where I live is very vast, and there are many sects on it, but I know there are other planets. This is not a secret. Which planet are you from, or more? Bigger, which star field? Neither. But from farther away. Lin's tone also sighed a little. The universe has limits, but chaos has no limit. No one knows how many worlds, how many star fields and galaxies are in this chaotic starry sky. Officially, because of infinity, wizards will hold high their banners and battle worlds and galaxies, just to pursue more and higher truths. Lin began to introduce his potions, from basic combination potions to advanced potions. The other party seemed not very interested, but when he finally reached a few advanced potions, Lin clearly felt the opponent's breathing suddenly accelerated. Hooked. Yan Lao said straight to the point, I want your banshee tears, as well as the potion of emotions and desires, the potion of dawn bloom, the potion of morning power. And that. And what you know about the world, about the galaxy, about this formation. In exchange, everything here is yours. Lin shook his head. No, no, no. I am obviously at a disadvantage with this kind of exchange, and because of the different power systems, I can't use some things at all, so you need to pay for what I need. Except for that evil yin liquid, I don't have much use for the rest. Lin already knew the approximate function of these things through the chip. Except for this evil yin liquid, which can be used as the main material to replace the ice potion, the rest all needs the power system of this world to support the use, so Lin chose give up. Shane liquid is much more powerful than the original main ingredient of frost potion. It is estimated that the refined frost potion can be enhanced. With some new features added, Lin may directly reach the level of a first-class pharmacist apprentice. Yan Lao's face was obviously a little ugly. Then what do you need? I'm about to enter a place where there may be a huge danger hidden, and I need some life-saving items. I am also refining life-saving items. Shane is the main material of one of the life-saving items. In addition, I need. Lin explained the properties of the main materials needed for the potion of divine concealment, and there was obviously thoughtfulness in the other party's eyes. The wings of the phantom bat can obviously meet your requirements, wait for me. After Yama finished saying these words, he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Lin didn't notice it at all. Such a strength shocked him. Sure enough, he was an extraordinary existence comparable to a third-level official wizard. Fortunately, the current situation is equal, and even led by him. A minute later, Yama came back, stained with blood, with a lot of wings in his hands. Can this thing meet your requirements? Lin analyzed it through the chip scan and found that he could really replace it completely, so he nodded. In addition, you need life-saving items, this is for you. Yan Lao directly threw the black crystal to Lin, then hesitated for a while, and took out an item from his arms. It was a strange talisman, all purple, very extraordinary. This is a world-breaking and moving spell, it doesn't need a corresponding system, as long as there is space. Immediately entering the door world, you must give the protagonist a little hang-up, otherwise, there is really no way to do it. Chapter 121. This is a world-breaking movement spell. No corresponding system is required, as long as there is space. You can use it directly after tearing the seal, breaking the corresponding space to escape. This is my life-saving thing, since you need it, then here's to you. Lin clearly felt Yama's pain, this is definitely a good thing. But what you need to pay attention to is that although the world-breaking movement spell can escape no matter what kind of space, it can only use one layer and can only break open one layer. It must be used carefully. Yan Lao reminded. Lin's body in the laboratory has increased the output of spiritual energy. The transaction has continued until now, and he can hardly bear it, so he has to pour himself to azure potions and illusory dreams. Soon the corresponding medicine was sent to the past, and the other party's extraordinary materials and other transactions were also sent to the laboratory. This transaction is half completed. On the side of the flesh formation, Lin said to Yama, our transaction has been completed, but the information you want to obtain is very precious, and there are many secrets belonging to our world. You must pay the same information. Of course there is no problem with this, how do you want to understand? Yan Lao was very refreshing. The place where the information is recorded has a large collection of books. I want to know about the world. This is something I have never experienced before. No, you can't hold on anymore, the formation will collapse. Yama saw the state of Lin's body, shook his head and said. He threw a blood-colored jade card to Lin, this is for you. It contains the information you want. You are very good. I hope we will have a chance to meet again, unknown powerhouse from another world. Lin couldn't bear this consumption anymore. His body turned into blood mist, disappeared into the formation, and the bloody jade card fell on the ground. Yan Lao said quietly, "It seems that I am the same kind of person. They are all so cautious." He understands such a choice. A different world, it's really interesting. Inside the laboratory, Lin's face was pale, and he only felt that his mental power was extremely exhausted, and he was twitching violently, with incomparable pain. "It's still too reluctant." Lin gasped for breath. It lasted too long just now, and he sent several items for exchange. "Originally thought I could bear it, but I was too big." He hurriedly drank the corresponding potion that nourished his spirit, and felt the coldness in his mind, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, the result of this cross-border exchange was also very gratifying. Several life-saving items were obtained, especially a black crystal that was comparable to the full blow of a third-level wizard. You can use it just by crushing it. As for the actions of the world, Lin has a better grasp of big. After resting for 3 days, Lin walked out of the laboratory. At this moment, he was fully prepared and could be called fully armed. The magic wand of the origin of the curse, the black crystal, the potion of divine concealment, the enhanced version of the ice potion, the transgression spell, and the minimum combat power comparable to the official bloodline wizard, and various snake properties that can be cast, curse power, curse wizard spells. Now I am enough to slaughter any existence below the official wizard, and even the official wizard can fight. Lin has this confidence. He didn't use the black ball given to him by the Dragon Lizard Wizard in the Dragon Wizard City before. It contains the full blow of the Dragon Lizard Wizard. Each of my energy spells has reached the limit of a wizard's apprenticeship under the blessing of special radiant energy. With the 100% bonus from the source of the spell, it can even have a bit of the power of a formal wizard. Ordinary wizard apprentices, the most powerful wizard spells, are only 30 degrees, but Lin's wizard spells can reach more than 40 degrees, and the 100% increase is more than 80 degrees, close to 90 degrees. The spell is also more than 90 degrees, which is common. No matter what the outcome of this world is, I have to go back to the Ring of Ouroboros, or get the latest news. I already have enough strength. In the hall, 2 of Lin's cheap students learned of Lin's call and have arrived. Kate still waited calmly, while Vivian waited impatiently, with Lang's legs crossed. Really, the teacher goes out of the customs as soon as he goes out. Why does he have to do this every time he goes out? Vivian yawned. Her mental power increased with the number of rituals, and it had reached the level of 7 points. There were only 2 inscriptions left, and she could completely enter the first-level wizard apprenticeship. Interpunct 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 interpunct. Although Kate worked hard, she only stopped at the 4th inscription, and was unable to cross the 5th inscription. Vivian Shinyan, this is a teacher. How can you talk like this? Kate said dissatisfiedly. Teacher. Vivian turned her head away angrily, obviously thinking of something, and didn't say anything, but licked the corner of her mouth in private. She couldn't help thinking in her heart. What does the teacher feel like? I really want to seize the teacher's future. Ha 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 grass. Drove again. Stikyong updated. Seeing that, Lin informed them, but they didn't arrive. Vivian became more and more impatient. She looked around boredly, and suddenly saw Kate's body. Her eyes became more and more strange and charming. Hey, Kate, is your mental power meditation drawing slower and slower? I have a way to improve your mental power. Do you want to try it? Vivian stood up, walked over to Kate's chair, bowed condescendingly. A sense of charm quickly filled the air, making the temperature of the entire room seem to rise a little. Kate only felt so hot in her heart and so hot in her body. For the first time, she looked at Vivian with other eyes, especially when. What kind of method can improve mental strength, I want to know too. Lin's voice came in along with his footsteps. Vivian's complexion changed greatly, and then she quickly calmed down and put on a sweet smile. Teacher, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I miss you so much. Lin looked at her expressionlessly, as indifferent as always, but inside he was sneering. This influence is getting more and more serious, almost occupying half of it. It will probably take a few months to fully harvest. The corners of Lin's mouth raised slightly. Coming soon? Coming soon? Maybe he can speed up this process. Just when he goes to the gate world and then comes back, he is completely mature. The thought of dissecting an existence that was at least comparable to a third-level wizard made Lin extremely excited. Earth. Chapter 122. You can ask me about the problems you have accumulated. I have one thing to go out for. You can practice well in the manor. Of course, if you don't want to stay in the manor, you can also go out to Ava City. Lin said directly, while watching the two of them, and watching Vivian carefully. I chose to stay in the manor to do ascetic cultivation. I must meditate and draw more inscriptions as soon as possible to live up to the teacher's expectations. Kate said simply, looking at Lin with great respect. That's great, teacher. You finally let me go out. I'm going to Ava City, and I want to cultivate by myself in Ava City. Vivian said happily. The smile on her face was incomparably bright, and her eyes were already running towards the flowery world in Ava City. Lin's eyes moved slightly, and it was considered that he had completely given up on Vivian, and decided to make the last crucial move. This is because he is unsatisfactory. There is no possibility of saving him, and he has fallen into the abyss of sensuality that cannot be broken free. Since that's the case, Vivian, you should go to Ava City. Remember to cultivate seriously. Don't be lazy. This is your resource, a total of 1 month's share. Lin said calmly and slowly, did you take out the corresponding potion from the storage bag? There was also a bottle of extremely bright blood-colored liquid potion. Vivian's curiosity appeared on his face. Teacher, what is this blood-colored potion? Why has it never been drunk before, and what effect does it have? Lin said, this is my newly refined potion. The effect is the strongest among the potions you have ever drunk. It can speed up the enhancement of physical fitness and a little increase in mental power. It is my proud work. Lin is really right about this. He spent a lot of time and put his blood in a little bit. Even if the efficacy of the medicine was weakened a lot, it was still outstanding. In addition, he had to neutralize some special effects. The thing is very difficult, at least it is also a high-level potion. Only Vivian has this oral, and neither does Kate. Great, thank you teacher, the teacher is the best. Vivian jumped up on the spot, showing off her beautiful figure and showing her liveliness. Even when Kate looked at her back, she became slightly straight. Lin's eyes didn't change at all, but a stiff smile appeared at the corner of her mouth and said, don't jump off like this, you need to meditate well and polish your mental strength. Okay, teacher, I know, I'll go first. Vivian packed her resources into a special potion box, and then hopped away. Awa City, here I come. Kate looked at Vivian's back with envy in her eyes, but more of a clear understanding of her own path and calmness. After Vivian passed by Lin's side, his expression changed and his eyes were extremely deep. It's really amazing. Even if it only affects Vivian to the extent that half of it is not enough, he can still use his body to affect part of reality and create a state of enchantment around him. Teacher, I am so useless, I have failed your expectations, Kate said in a low voice. You are very good. Stick to your own path and you will gain something. I hope you can give me a surprise when I come back. Lin left some resources and left. The location of the Door World. The chip analysis is in a primitive mountain range close to 300 kilometers away from Ava City. In order to be in a hurry, Lin used the curse puppet directly and flew with him. Before becoming an official wizard, it is impossible to have strong enough spiritual energy to support flight and form an energy shield. This is also one of the biggest differences between the two. Some third-level wizard apprentices may not be able to break the energy shield of a full-fledged wizard, using all their strengths. After the curse puppet flies for a period of time, it will replenish the curse power and recover slowly on its own. Lin just started walking on land. The beasts in the forest, extraordinary creatures and the like, after he exudes his own aura, he does not dare to approach at all, and can only flee in fright. 3 days passed, and Lin finally found the location where the chip was analyzed. A river without water, a mountain without forest, is where the world of doors is. Lin is now in the middle of the dense jungle mountain range, all green as far as the eye can see. There is no characteristic location where the information is located. Tip: according to the scan results, the locking range is reduced to 3 kilometers. Lin's eyes lit up, he finally found a clue. 0 After 2 hours, Lin found the destination. A river without water, a mountain without trees. And the Door World is located between the mountains and the water. Let the river irrigate the forest and grow vigorously. Behind the door is the sound of birds and flowers, and behind the door is the hope of all life. Lin slowly muttered the strange words summed up by the information. What kind of strange information is this, Chip? Analyze it for me. What is the meaning of it? Why did I find the destination, but I don't have any clue at all, and I can't perceive any special fluctuations, and I don't even have a sense of space. Nothing unusual. Generally speaking, there are other worlds hidden in the real world, and other spaces will create nodes with the real space, and there will be a special sense of space. No matter what, this cannot be erased. But here, except for the bare mountains and dry rivers, there is no sense of space. Hint: before entering the Door World, the Wizard of the Stars set up hidden means to the area of the Door World. If the means cannot be broken, he will not be able to find the entrance to the Door World. Lin narrowed his eyes. What was the means of hiding? No, there is no trace of the wizard's formation here. Everything is natural, natural. And many more. Nature, nature, the Wizard of the Stars. The stars. Lin felt that he had found the real key point, and he subconsciously looked to the sky. Star wizards are naturally good at wizard spells related to stars. They are a rare branch system of wizards. Although there is no shocking world-shattering of Lin's curse wizards, almost no one has heard of star wizards in the Black Triangle. At night, the stars will appear, and it seems that we can only wait until night. Lin started to organize his things, and after confirming that nothing was missing, did he feel relieved. I have to make some preparations in advance. There is a lot of danger hidden behind the Gate World, and even a star wizard is very likely to die inside. By a part of my organization here in advance. If there is any fatal danger at that time, use Curse Reincarnation and Snake Reincarnation to have a carrying object. Chapter 123 I made a vote, that is, after getting the Book of Vientiane, I will definitely invade the world and seek resources. I chose 3 options, which one do you think is better? Lin took some time to prepare everything, and then began to wait for the night to come. Finally, when the light completely turned into darkness, the radiance of the stars in the sky began to shine. Lin's mental power finally felt something different, that is, there was a hidden power drawn from the light of the stars in the sky, falling down and shining on the dry riverbed and the treeless mountains. And the most coincidental thing is that the light of this star seems to only love these two places, it only shines on it, and the rest of the place is completely dark. It turns out that the light of the stars shines on it at night to cover everything, and it is also replenishing energy. In the daytime, you can't see any signs, there is no sense of space, there is no trace of the formation, even if you want to break your head, you will find it. The truth of the world is not known. Lin's face was filled with admiration. This star wizard is really powerful. All kinds of thoughts made Lin have the urge to communicate with him. The time to find the gate world is at this time, and the chip will analyze it to find out more flaws in the falling of the light of the stars. Lin's pupils were filled with purple light. Using the power of his blood vessels, he could see through some reality, heat sensing, thermal vision, and detect strange color maps. Finally, after analyzing the chip and seeing through his pupils, he finally found specific traces. It's right here. Lin covered his entire body with spiritual energy, and then he rushed towards the junction of the riverbed and the mountain range. He was very fast, and the shelter appeared at that key point. Kai. The next moment, he actually disappeared out of thin air, as if rushing into an unknown world. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lin's consciousness was a little dazed. In a trance, he seemed to hear the sound of the river and the looming green towering trees he saw when he opened his eyes. This is... Lin stood up from the ground and looked around. There was a mountain range covered with lush ancient trees, and a river running next to it. The color of the river was actually green. I understand, this is the real scene described, inside and out, this is the scene of the door world. Hint. After analysis, there is a road in the front left, which can lead to a huge portal, which seems to be embedded in the void. Lin walked along the road suggested by the chip, and there were flowers and plants along the road, which were fragrant, reflecting the beauty of nature. But Lin felt extremely strange, because such a lush green, there was no sound at all, no bird sound, no insect call, no vitality of living creatures. Only this seemingly bad green world. Lin scans the surroundings with the chip all the time, and if something is wrong, he will remind him. Finally, Lin saw the portal. The huge portal with a height of 100 meters seems to be connected with the sky and the ground, full of unfathomable aura. At this moment, it seems that something has sneaked in. Lin also saw a huge impact on the door. Traces, as if a huge meteorite landed and hit it. It is very likely that it was because of this impact mark that the door opened a gap, just 2 meters wide, which could accommodate one person. When Lin walked in, an unobservable white light came from the gap. The chip, to detect whether there is any problem with this portal, as well as the situation behind the door. Hint, the analysis scan is in progress. After the scan is over, there is no abnormality at the door, but the scan cannot be performed behind the door. The distance is too far and it does not belong to this space. Behind the door, perhaps the real door world, this is just an accommodation space. The Wizard of the Stars should have already entered, perhaps the traces of the meteorite impact were caused by him, so it seems that his strength may not only be official wizard so simple. A little hesitation appeared on Lin's face. So do you want to go in? Then he made up his mind, isn't his purpose here, and what is he still hesitating about? The curse is reborn, the snake is reborn, and the teleportation spell is cracked. Lin doesn't believe that some can make him die 3 times, no matter how dangerous it is. Taking a deep breath, Lin approached the door directly, preparing to enter through the hidden gap. When Lin was about to take a step, his footsteps stiffened. Because he saw a hand, one grabbed by the door. The hands of the dead are white, and they have even grown corpse spots. They are thin and bony, and they seem to have been dead for a long time, but because they are extraordinary, they can still keep the corpse from decaying. Why does it feel like escaping from the world behind the door? But it didn't work, only one last step away, and also died here. Lin tilted his head slightly and saw the whole picture of his hands. It was indeed a corpse. Half of his body was on the side of the door and half on the other side of the door. The chip, scan it to see what's going on with the corpse. Is there anything strange, and see if you can find the identity. Hint, scanning. Scanning is completed. The probability of identity, Star Wizard is 80%, level before death. Second level wizard, status, dead. Attachment, the host conducts an in-depth analysis of the corpse, which can reduce the deduction time of the wizard's meditation method to 10 years. It's actually a wizard of the stars. He died here. Lin's eyes were full of fire, but it was still a little unreal. It was too easy. But no matter what, this corpse, Lin, is very urgently needed. The power of the bloodline was used, and the purple light shone on the right hand, and the snake-like transformation was completed in an instant, turning into thick venomous snakes clustered together, extending directly, and everything was wrapped around the corpse. Lin pulled hard, but was surprised to find that the corpse was so heavy that it couldn't be pulled. But it didn't stop him. The degree of snake-likeness deepened, and more poisonous snakes erupted from his arms, directly pulling the corpse, pulling out about 30 centimeters. Lin seemed to see that on the other hand of the corpse, he seemed to be holding a book, an ancient book that looked ordinary, but Lin's mental power covered it, and he only felt that it was all-encompassing. Wouldn't this be the Book of Vientiane? Lin's pupils shrank suddenly, and his heart thumped. This experience is really, very, very unreal. Chapter 124. All this is too easy to be true. Lin's eyes flickered, the chip continued to scan, and the result had not come out yet. It seemed that it would take some time. The corpse is being pulled out by Lin, and another 20 centimeters have come out. The Book of Vientiane is even more obvious. It is indeed the Book of Vientiane. This is absolutely not wrong. Lin can feel the infinite possibilities spread from above, tolerance the true meaning of Vientiane. Anomalous props represent unreasonable, even if it violates the rules. It has a terrifying power that is obviously absurd but can also happen. Tip, scan. Completion, the Book of Vientiane is genuine, there is no error, the corpse is indeed dead, there is no participation, and there is no possibility of any follow-up. Lin breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart was completely relaxed, as long as there was no problem. The chip can't go wrong, so there's really no problem with the corpse and the Book of Vientiane. Excitement appeared on Lin's face, and the pulling force was increased. The other hand was also snake-like, turned into a crowd of snakes, and directly stretched out and bit on the Book of Vientiane. Get the book first. Have you been dead for so long that your hand holding the Book of Vientiane becomes stiff? Lin narrowed his eyes and silently increased the pulling force, and it really started to loosen. A smile appeared on his face. With another effort, the Book of Vientiane was pulled directly in front of him. The snake group turned into an arm and grabbed the Book of Vientiane. Finally got it. Lin's smile didn't last long when he suddenly felt something was wrong, as if the atmosphere had become inexplicably suppressed, and a peeping gaze fell on him. It seems to be coming from above. He slowly raised his head, and then the smile on his face completely solidified. An incomparably huge eye was observing himself through the crack of the door. The eyes were blood-red and violent, and the terrible momentum that suffocated Lin slowly passed out. Shit. Apostrophe the next moment, a terrifying roar that shook the whole world, suddenly sounded. Humble thief, put down the corpse and the book of all phenomena. This belongs to the door world. No matter who enters the door world, they can't escape. They will always belong to the door world. Die for me. The door suddenly shook violently, as if something terrifying was actually hitting the 100-meter giant door. Lin knew that it was the owner of the blood-colored eyes. He was the monster behind the door and found himself, but was blocked by the door and could not stop what he was doing for the time being. Mad, with such a terrifying aura, if you have a terrifying body shape, let alone a second-level wizard, even if the wizards of the entire Black Triangle join together, they are not opponents at all. This exceeds the upper limit. Lin was affected by the aftermath of the sound wave, and he suddenly bleeds from his 7 orifices, especially his ears, which burst directly. The corpse of the Wizard of the Stars must be obtained, it is related to my future path. Lin vomited out a mouthful of blood and put the Book of Vientiane into his arms. For some unknown reason, the Book of Vientiane couldn't tighten the space to accommodate items. Then, using the snake-like form, he directly spread out a group of snakes with his hands, wrapped the corpse of the Star Wizard, and pulled it towards Lin. Soon, all the corpse was pulled out, but at this moment, a finger stretched out from the crack of the door and fell from the sky, directly drowning Lin. Humble thief, die. The sound was rolling, and those bloody eyes were still observing through the crack of the door. When he raised his fingers, he found that the body and Lin had disappeared. Do not. It should be said that in the sunken finger hole, only Lin's body is left, and the owner of the eye can naturally see through it. It's just a piece of skin. Stealer, you annoyed me, and I want you to pay the price. A pair of huge palms, covered with hair, grabbed the middle and two sides of the crack of the door, and then completely pulled the door open. But I don't know if there is a restriction. The door was already halfway open, and the huge palm stopped. Damn, I can't open the door. In no time, you will be noticed. The owner of the voice seemed very angry, and broke his little finger directly, then threw it out from the crack of the door, rolled onto the ground, instantly turned into blood, and merged into the ground. On the other side, Lin was carrying the corpse of the Xingjin wizard on his back, struggling to run away. The same is true for the corpse of this star wizard. It can't be put into the space to accommodate the equipment. It can only be carried on its back. Even with Lin's current physical fitness, it feels as heavy as a mountain. With that guy behind the door, it's no wonder that the Wizard of the Stars foresaw that he would surely die. If he can come back alive, he really has a ghost. Lin had already used snake reincarnation just now, but he shouldn't be able to hide it for long. Wizard's Xingjin still had to brush his, but he actually entered the door and got the Book of Vientiane, but he didn't run out. But he couldn't even get in the door. This shouldn't be, it's definitely the action of the Xingjin wizard, awakening some monsters in the door world. This is trouble. Lin's eyes suddenly shrank, he followed a road he came from and returned to the place where he came in, only to find that the originally dead green forest mountains, giants with blood-colored veins began to grow, and the green river became blood-red. A roll of waves, forming a bloody silhouette. Humble thief, you can't escape. I completely blocked and strengthened the space, and you can't leave the space again. A huge sound rang out in the sky, and Lin couldn't hold back and vomited out a mouthful of blood. Those blood-colored monsters have already started to attack, and under the analysis of the chip, each of them has reached the level of an official wizard. What kind of monster did I encounter, and what kind of existence is that? Wang Hao, gatekeeper. Lin couldn't hold back and uttered foul language directly. He saw a bloody figure coming, and directly used the black ball given to him by the dragon lizard wizard. As it was crushed, a swell of blood roared, and the power of the blood flowed through it, instantly forming an ancient dragon lizard phantom, which directly collided with the figure and perished together. The dense blood-colored figures followed, almost endlessly, and the entire space was actually covered with a layer of blood-colored lines. Indeed, as the voice said, the space was reinforced. I don't have the system power of that world, so breaking the world and moving the spell needs to capture the sense of space, and it has to use a powerful attack to cause spatial shocks. A ruthless look flashed in Lin's eyes, and he directly took out the black crystal that Yama had traded to him. Good night. Chapter 125. A ruthless look flashed in Lin's eyes, and he took out the black crystal that Yan Lao traded to him, then squeezed it violently, and threw it out. The black crystal instantly burst into a dazzling black light, and a phantom slowly condensed out of it, and the face could not be seen clearly, only the dark armor stained with blood and the flying cloak, reaching out and aiming at the swarming blood figure. Press lightly. All I heard was a long and vague voice. Destroy the fate of life. There were no signs or fluctuations. Those bloody figures were directly acted upon by an inexplicable force, turned into nothingness, and dissipated between heaven and earth. The space that was densely covered with blood-colored lines was also broken in an instant, and it became extremely chaotic. Who is? There is no way that such a strong person exists in the old continent. Who is it? From the 100-meter giant gate, a roaring voice roared out. Lin no longer hesitated. Everything he wanted had already been obtained. He took out the boundary-breaking shifting charm, tore it apart, and sensed the frequency of spatial fluctuations. The next moment, Lin disappeared from this space. Before it disappeared completely, it seemed that he could still hear the voice's anger. I remember you, cowardly thief. One day I will make you pay the price. In the real world, at the junction of the Bear Mountain Range and the dry riverbed, Lin's figure appeared. As soon as he stepped on the ground, a mouthful of blood spurted out. What an awesome guy. There was fear in Lin's eyes, and at the same time, the chip was finally scanned and analyzed. Hint. The scan is complete, and the identity information, giant monster. Level, 4th level extraordinary creature. Status, in the stage of chi and blood decay and serious injury, the level has dropped to level 3 strength. Hint. Due to the isolation of space in the world behind the door, the scan was not completely successful, and the following information was obtained. The sky-raising monster is the gatekeeper, and the world behind the door is another world embedded in the real world, which hides great secrets. Lin shook his head, hiding no matter how big the secret. He was not going to go in again. The other party would definitely hate him to the bone, and the level 4 extraordinary creature was already on par with the cursed snake. He had to think about the level 4 Mayu. Went. This secret is buried here. Anyway, the arrangement of the Wizards of the Stars is still there. Without a chip scan, Lin can't find the mystery, and he will explore it when he is strong enough in the future. Killed the big guy behind the door. Lin has murderous intent in his eyes, and he is very vengeful. This giant monster almost killed him in it, and he will definitely find his way back in the future. I have the Book of Vientiane and the corpse of the Sorcerer of the Stars. This time the exploration is a complete success. The wizard level meditation method can be found, and the corpse of the Star Wizard can support at least the deduction of the meditation method of the second level wizard. A smile appeared on Lin's face, which was a bitter end. It has been more than a month since Lin set off to find the Gate World, and there have been some deeply hidden changes in Ava City, and the source of the changes is from the management and top management. Frontline Doug and Sono are still scouting the last surrounding city. At this moment, in the depths of the City Lord's mansion in Ava City, in a secret large room, all kinds of pollen were sprinkled on the ground, forming a huge ritual formation. 7 or 8 figures danced in the formation, and together they surrounded the figure of the woman at the center of the formation, Vivian. Happiness, joy, supreme, let's enjoy it together. Ha 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 ha. Vivian's debauched cry rang out. With the flickering of the candlelight, she directly chose to jump into the 7 or 8 figures. The tyrannical bestiality unfolded, and an unparalleled feast came. When it was over, Vivian was flushed all over, as if she had just been tortured. The high-level officials of the entire city lord's mansion, uncles, and even grandpas were all brought in to participate in the ceremony. The blessings brought by the ceremony guided by this effect are indeed unparalleled. The great God is very happy. Vivian had a smile on her face. The number of inscriptions in her mind had reached 8, and she was only short of the last one to advance to the first-level wizard apprentice. This speed was achieved in just 1 month. It's just that those inscriptions are all pink, and they seem to contain something else. But where doesn't care about that? My dear teacher, you should have released me a long time ago, otherwise I should have become a full-fledged wizard apprentice long ago. That fool Kate is probably still standing still, a real fool. Vivian was disdainful. She kindly shared the ceremony, but Kate actually refused. Just like the teacher, he is a stubborn fool. The requirements of the Lord God are getting stricter and stricter. Next time, it is estimated that the only way to get more blessings is to perform the ceremony with Lord Father and Uncle Sono. Apostrophe. Camille City. This is the last of the surrounding cities. Doug leads his knights and will fight the opponent today. Sono took the lead. As a pioneer, he calmly looked at the other side of the battlefield, an ironclad knight who also rode a war horse. Kill. There is not much communication. It is nothing more than a life and death. The torrent of knights collided in an instant, the golden horse and the iron horse, the sword, the light and the sword, and soon there were corpses all over the place, and the blood flowed and spread. Open the city gate and surrender, I can save your family's life. Doug stood on the battle horse and shouted to his old friend, the old man standing on the city wall. Doug, you have broken the rules set since ancient times. Hanni said through gritted teeth. Rules are meant to be broken. I, Doug, have the help of the gods and messengers of gods. This is destined by God. Doug smiled coldly, and then clapped his palms. With the sound of the earth shaking, 4 figures wrapped in black robes walked out. Every step they took, the earth cracked. Above the city wall, Hanni looked at the 4 huge figures in horror. He learned the news, and it was this thing that made Doug invincible. Dear sir, what do you think? Hanni said flatteringly to the figure in the wizard's robe beside him. I didn't expect that in this broken place, you can still encounter synthetics similar to flesh and blood transformation and splicing of limbs. Only those with the Ouroboros ring are proficient. The shadowy figure in the wizard's robe said gloomily, the ring of Ouroboros has become history now, and anyone related to it must be wiped out. For such a remnant outside, I can use the head to make a lot of money. Well, the rewards given by the 3 alliances can be quite a lot. Chapter 126. I didn't expect Snoopy to have such a fortune. The 3 alliances issued an order to completely occupy the territory occupied by the original Ouroboros ring, and to clean up the rest of the outside world. All cities and wizard cities must be transmitted to the upper forces. Even the teleportation formations are heavily guarded, and anyone who wants to pass must be checked. Snoopy sneered, the ring of Ouroboros must be cut down and rooted. It's ridiculous that the black and white wizard thought that the dead wizard was their only confidence. How can a disabled 3rd-level wizard be compared with a powerful 3rd-level wizard? The head was cut off abruptly, and the bloodline real body was also made of materials. The ring of Ouroboros. Everyone is shouting and beating. Doug felt uneasy inexplicably, and a figure had jumped down from the city wall. Such a high distance, but the moment it fell was like a fluttering feather. Mortal, tell me, where did these synthetic monsters come from, and who gave them to you? Snoopy asked indifferently. Who are you? Doug's heart trembled. This dress, this tone, is it another wizard? Oh. It seems that these 4 synthetic beasts gave you the confidence? You dare to ask a great wizard, what an ignorant mortal. Snoopy said disdainfully. His level has reached the peak of a second-level wizard apprentice, and this synthetic beast is at best the level of a first-level wizard apprentice. He didn't pay attention at all. And the third-level wizard apprentices of the Ouroboros are a group that the 3 alliances focus on taking care of. The official wizards all die and escape, and only some second-level wizard apprentices and first-level wizard apprentices remain in large and small cities. My strength is the highest among the second-level wizard apprentices. I have something to do with this mortal, maybe it's a second-level wizard apprentice of the Ring of Ouroboros. If I take his head, I will definitely be able to make it to the 3rd level. A resource for level wizard apprentices. Snoopy is looking forward to it. Doug turned pale, and there was cold sweat on his face. No, Lord Lyn can sign a contract with me, and there must be no mistakes, not to mention that there are 4 messengers, so you won't necessarily lose. He gritted his teeth and used the secret language that Lyn gave him. Following the strange language, the 4 modified goblin models shot directly and charged towards Snoopy. Stupid mortal, as stupid as the bereaved dog in the Ring of Ouroboros. After I've dealt with these synthetic beasts, I'll take his head. Snoopy looked at the huge shadow that blocked the sun with disdain. Even if 4 palms the size of palm fans patted it, he didn't care at all. It's just some synthetic beasts, it's no big deal, even this uncle's defense can't be broken. Master Snoopy is mighty. Hanny was extremely excited and prepared to watch this master wizard show his power, and completely destroy Doug's terrifying and annoying enemy, so that his city of Kami could be preserved and become the most powerful in the surrounding area. Cities take up a lot of land. Snoopy saw that the 4 palms had been photographed, and he indifferently stretched out his right hand and clenched his fist. This imposing move scared Doug enough, and he even thought desperately in his heart, is this wizard so powerful? What? He directly ignored the 4 messengers that Lord Lyn handed over to him. The next moment, Snoopy's fist slammed directly towards him. In an instant, Snoopy's right arm was smashed to pieces, and then the terrifying force acted directly on him, and all the musculoskeletal internal organs were smashed into paste. In the deep pit of the fist mark, Snoopy's corpse is almost devoid of human appearance. Hanny's face turned pale like white paper, and the smile at the corner of his mouth froze instantly. Doug was stunned for a moment, and didn't seem to react. 4 figures like hills stood there silently, giving people endless shock and fear. I thought it was so powerful, but in the end, even Lord Lyn's messenger couldn't win. Bah! Sono spat directly at Snoopy's body. Kill. The sound of the battlefield rushing and killing continued to sound, and the final result had been determined. Kami City was completely occupied. And from the corpse in the deep pit, a ghost floated out, and there was this fear on his face. I'm dead, I've been punched to death, my future, my wizarding path, I can only exist as a soul. It's impossible. I'm not reconciled. Interpunct. interpunct 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 interpunct. A group of wild dogs were eating corpses on the battlefield. Snoopy gritted his teeth and chose one of them to possess and occupy it. Finally home. Lin looked at the mist formation, still the same as before. He carried the corpse of the Xingqian wizard and went directly into the laboratory. Start each instrument. There is more than half of the energy, enough. The chip immediately began to analyze the body of the Wizard of the Stars and conduct anatomical simulations. Hint. The analysis task has been successfully established. It is estimated that the analysis time will be 10 years, and the meditation method that will be perfectly promoted to the official wizard will be obtained, which will best fit the host. After everything was almost settled, Lin began to check the information of the Book of Vientiane. Hint. Book of Vientiane, level? Abnormal item, function. It can be initially controlled by mental power. When searching for the inner world, if you find the coordinates, you can record it on the Book of All Phenomena and become one of the pages, and then directly plunge into it through soul separation to conduct an alternative world. Traversal, time limit, there is no. Lin's eyes are hot, this is a good thing. When he exchanged the altar in the inner world, he had already recorded a lot of information about the two worlds. The chip was already being continuously analyzed and supplemented, and he could obtain a coordinate immediately, and then he would be able to directly separate souls through the Book of Vientiane. Invest in the world to form an alternative crossing. To seize the vast resources inside. Every world has the value that makes all wizards jealous. According to legend, the favorite of ancient wizards is to start wars, engage in world aggression, and let the wizarding world erode and devour one world after another, and become stronger and stronger. Endless splendor. Unfortunately, I encountered a world that is evenly matched with the wizarding world. It is said to be called the world of evil gods. There are all kinds of terrible and indescribable gods in it. After losing both, the wizarding world has been recuperating. Lin only knew the general information, which was analyzed by the chip by collecting a lot of information and expanding the database. Earth. Chapter 127. Lin poured his spiritual power injected into the Book of Vientiane. The ancient book does not have any number of pages at all, as if it is glued together, it cannot be opened. But when Lin's spiritual power flowed into it, he actually started to change spontaneously. He opened the first page, and the blank page was gradually formed with dense small characters, which recorded the understanding of Lin's encounter with the world, and related information. The most is the supplementary information on Abel. Soon, the first page of the Book of Vientiane was filled. Lin had a hunch that as long as his spiritual energy was sufficient, he would be able to directly put his soul into it and travel to the world recorded on the page through the connection on this page. So it turns out, the special feature of the Book of Vientiane lies in this: it can travel through the world without reason. The world collects the corresponding information, and the corresponding world travel medium can be formed on the page. Lin's eyes are getting brighter and brighter. It should be like this. The world on the first page has been formed, and then the second page is opened, and the densely packed small characters begin to form until it is completely covered. Lin originally continued to carry out his own experiments in the laboratory. The corpse of the Xingqian wizard has been obtained, and the corresponding formal wizard meditation method can be obtained in just some time. Lin gradually became less anxious, and there was a special little accident. But it's not an accident. It can only be said that it was a little unexpected. Lin didn't think that his cheap student Vivian would actually make such an amazing move as soon as he arrived in Ava City, and quickly improved his own. Mental power is not far from complete occupation. it seems that it is time to harvest his fruits. As the sun went down, the city of Ava was illuminated by the afterglow. Lin's figure appeared at the city gate, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Vivian's daily medicines are filled with special ingredients. It can be said that no matter what Vivian is doing, she has not escaped Lin's surveillance. In the same way, the flesh and blood of her body, each organ, has the means of Lin. Night in the main mansion of Ava City. In the deepest room, Vivian was wearing gorgeous clothes, showing off her slenderness. Her temperament looked incomparably coquettish and charming. The ceremony continued. This time, she played a bigger game, and invited many famous and respected people in Ava City to come here. In addition, there were many spectators waiting to watch this incomparably wonderful scene. Everything is for the great gods. Vivian had a frenzy on her face. She didn't even notice her own eyeballs. There were pink bloodshots, and she looked at the shivering old schoolboys in the ritual formation. "What's the matter, my dear old pedants? Don't you want to accept this great ceremony, being paid attention to by the gods, but an unprecedented glory?" Vivian walked forward with a smile, looking down at a few old pedants who were still holding on. He gave them a lot of good food in advance, and the effect of the medicine was about to kick in. These guys couldn't stand it. Those old schoolboys were tied up at the moment, their mouths were blocked, and they could only whimper, with anger in their eyes, as if they were yelling at Vivian. Really, it's so sad and pitiful to pretend to be like this for your own sake, even though your inner thoughts are so eager. Why don't you show your full self? Vivian smiled, clapped her palms, and the curtains used to cover the corner of the room were pulled open. There were some audience members who were specially recruited by Vivian, to further meet the needs of the gods. Woo-oo? The mouths of those old pedants were gagged, so they couldn't speak. The ceremony can already be carried out. You are the sacrifices. As a medium for me to obtain the favor of the gods, you should be honored to meet the great gods. Vivian smiled and walked directly to some old professors. 3 hours later, only Vivian was still standing in the ritual formation, and the others became corpses on the ground, unable to support the high-intensity consumption of the ritual. Vivian felt the power from the ceremony. It was a vast and almost endless heat flow, and it was the grace brought by her goddess. The power is almost endless, and I feel like I'm getting stronger at a rapid rate. At this moment, her mental power was rapidly rising, but her consciousness was also in an extremely dazed state. She subconsciously meditated and drew the last inscription. She was successfully promoted to a first-level wizard apprentice. Ha ha ha. I succeeded. I succeeded. Vivian laughed loudly, but the strange sound became too overlapping, as if there was another Vivian. Zero Gaikai. Vivian's expression suddenly turned into indifference. All living creatures in the whole room were completely dead under the pink aura emanating from her mouth. Her flesh and blood essence and even their souls were swallowed up by her. The body began to mutate at this moment, tentacles grew out, and there was also a wing on the back. Vivian's head was suddenly split in two, and the brain tissue inside changed into a weird face. No 5 senses, only one mouthpart and tactile conduction. The real world. What a wonderful breath. I'm dying. Who is here again? Vivian, who became a monster, said intoxicated. Congratulations, welcome to the real world. A faint voice sounded in the corner, and Lin's figure slowly emerged. You've been watching in the corner all the time. How good is it? You're still satisfied? Vivian said strangely. Naturally, Lin didn't believe that elemental spells like dark shadows could completely hide from this guy's eyes. After all, behind the opponent, there may be an evil god who is at least comparable to a third-level wizard, a strange. This is naturally very satisfying, as long as you let me study the essence of existence and the structure of the body, just a little dissection. Lin smiled faintly. You are courting death. low-level creature. Vivian roared out, and a lot of pink aura filled out, covering Lin. And Lin's body also began to burst with spiritual energy, and in the entire room, the battle was about to break out. Kai Kai. The fire elements came together and floated up and down in Lin's hands, forming an agile fire snake, entwining towards Vivian. Flame whip, radiant energy transformation, just use it. When the fire waves hit, those pink auras seemed to be invisible and would not be burned by these fire elements at all. This chapter was asked to revise again. I am a Buddha. Chapter 128. When the fire waves hit, those pink auras seemed to be invisible and would not be burned by these fire elements at all. Soon it will wrap around Lin's body. And when Lin saw that nothing could be done, the flaming serpent rushed directly to Vivian's body. Lin opened his mouth and let out a gust of wind, but he couldn't blow it away. It's useless, wizard, these pink auras don't belong to specific energies, they can't be counteracted with the 5 elements, not even by touching them. The monster that Vivian transformed into said disdainfully, facing Lin's flame snake directly opened its mouth and spit out more pink breath, instantly extinguishing the flame snake. Surprise flashed in Lin's eyes. He stepped on his feet, escaped from the spot, and avoided the envelope of the pink aura. Although he couldn't offset it with energy, his speed was very slow, which was also one of his weaknesses. The monster that Vivian turned into seemed to sense Lin's surprise, and said contentedly, "Its mystery is not a wizard like you who is not even qualified to explore the truth. It is understandable that the whole room has already been arranged by me. Means, from the time you entered 30 into this place, you have been unable to escape. Wizard, you should be lucky to be the first food I ate after my recovery. I will take your soul to witness how I ravaged the real world." The monster that Vivian transformed into laughed loudly. At the same time, the walls of the room began to fall off, and the pink aura continued to emerge, covering the center where Lin was, and there was no way to escape. Lin sneered in his heart and ravaged the real world. He really didn't know how to write the word dead. The door world alone was enough to make this inner world ignorant of that creaking evil god. It's time to end. Lin suddenly laughed. In the eyes of Vivian's monster, this smile was extremely strange, even disturbing. Why are you laughing? The pink breath suddenly accelerated the speed of the package, but Lin activated his backhand one step ahead. Slap. With the snap of Lin's fingers, the monster that Vivian transformed into said in horror, "Wizard, what have you done? What have you done?" The monster's body actually began to emit purple light, which was extremely dazzling, until it began to melt, and the poisonous snakes went against the monster's wishes and drilled out from the pustules formed on the skin. Hiss. Instead, he bit the monster's body and injected venom, as if he was killing himself. This is a special venom that will only affect the parts that do not belong to Lin's bloodline organization, and now part of the monster's body belongs to Lin's flesh and blood tissue, and the monster's body is more occupying Vivian's mind. Lin is going to use this method to counter the opponent. The bloodline of the cursed snake is obviously not something that the opponent can resist, and it is only a temporary incarnation of sustenance. Even if it occupies Vivian's body, it is only a part of himself, injected into Vivian's body. This enables complete suppression with almost no errors. The harvest is an opportunity to study higher-level extraordinary creatures and peep into the subtleties of that realm. There was enthusiasm in Lin's eyes, and he almost couldn't help his desire for knowledge. "Wizard, you actually used the means on your body." Such an existence quickly figured out the cause and effect, and was very angry. Lin came directly in front of the monster. His right hand was transformed into a snake and turned into a purple python, and he bit off the monster's head in one bite, and the rest of his body was completely destroyed by Lin's flesh and blood. Controlled by the organization. This time it is really complete. In addition to having the opportunity to study such existences, I also subtly cultivated a flesh and blood incarnation of myself, which is the perfect carrier of curse reincarnation. It's a pity that Vivian's death was completely unavoidable. At the moment when the monster completely occupied the soul, it was completely swallowed up, but it was transformed into the most delicious kind of food, which was swallowed by this monster in one bite. As the monster's head was bitten off by the purple giant python, its body was completely controlled, and the surrounding pink aura slowly disappeared between the sky and the earth, leaving only a skeleton on the ground. Hint: analysis is complete. Pink breath is a special essence, a combination of the power of desire and the power of carnal desire, and it is a kind of subjective spiritual power. Lin thought about it. It should be similar to the essence of power in the mind and spirit. However, the secrets of pink breath can be slowly dissected and studied in the laboratory. With a smile on the corner of Lin's mouth, he directly picked up the headless body and disappeared into the room. Misty manner carrying the headless body, Lin went directly through the passage of the mist formation, came to the laboratory, and kept it in the refrigerator. As for the head that the purple python ate in one bite, it was also taken out by Lin, sealed by corresponding means, and injected with a syringe of infective medicine containing the blood of the cursed snake. The main purpose is to further control the head, so that it is convenient for anatomical research. It's finally done. You can breathe a sigh of relief. Lin walked into the hall with a smile, showing that he was in a very good mood. Teacher, you are back. Kate came to the hall and bowed to Lin. Students are useless. Up to now, they have not become a first-level wizard apprentice. Their mental strength is only 5 points, and the inscription is only the 5th one. The progress of the 6th one is very far away. Perseverance is the greatest progress. If you keep going, you will eventually gain something. Lin took out a bottle of Shinik potion from the purple gold flower ring. This potion can be of great help when you draw the inscription. I hope you use it at a critical moment. Thank you, teacher, for your cultivation. Kate expressed her gratitude and respect with great respect. Lin is very satisfied with this student so far. He is much better than Vivienne. You are patient and hard-working, persevering, and he has a bit of his demeanor. By the way, teacher, my father and the others are coming back soon. According to the battle report from the front line, they won a great victory, but it seems that they encountered a wizard, but the messenger sent by you, teacher, was easily killed. Kate reminded. Lin's eyes changed slightly. It was really rare that other wizards came to this remote place. Did the wizard say anything else? I don't know that. There is something going out during the day, there are fewer today, and there may be one more at night. Chapter 129. The news from Kate made Lin ponder. In the current situation, it seems necessary to make some arrangements. This is the last train Silk Road. Generally speaking, no wizards in this remote place will come, even for missions. Unless it's the possibility that Lin doesn't want to see. Something happened to the Ouroboros ring. Lin frowned. This is one of the disadvantages of not knowing outside information. He checked his sorcerer's mark, and although there was no connection to the sorcerer's energy signal, he could not enter the Ouroboros virtual platform. But there is also one of the most basic functions, that is, the fuzzy induction Ouroboros terminal. As long as it still exists, why does it represent the Ouroboros ring? There is no big problem. On the contrary, this represents destruction. Spiritual power converged into the sorcerer's mark. After about a minute, Lin's complexion changed instantly, and there was even a hint of disbelief. The ring of Ouroboros has really been destroyed? The wizard terminal represents the most powerful means of a wizard's power, and it is also the most important core. If it's gone, it means that this wizarding force has been destroyed? In this way, the wizard apprentice who appeared was the remnant wizard who was cleaning up all the Ouroboros in the territory. Lin's face sank slightly. The modified goblin models were very obvious splicing of flesh and blood. Generally, only the wizards of the Ouroboros would use this method. Although the wizard apprentice had been shot to death, Lin still needed to prepare early just in case. In the laboratory, Lin made up his mind. He started to pack his things. Now that he was exposed, in order to reduce trouble, he should evacuate to another safe place as soon as possible. Put the essential things into the purple gold flower ring and the space storage bag, such as the relevant equipment and materials for the flesh and blood experiment, the sealed Abel's secretary mold, and the equipment in the cultivation warehouse. Fortunately, Lin has enough storage space, and there is room for a bag. Even if it is used by a formal wizard, it is completely enough. The body of the Wizard of the Stars cannot be put into the space to accommodate the items, which is a bit troublesome. But Lin also has a solution. A few days later, the army of knights fighting in the front came back with a great victory. The residents of Ava City cheered and Doug enjoyed his most glorious moment. Glory, power, and territory are all in his hands. So much so that he was overwhelmed and held a huge party. He didn't even find out about the City Lord's mansion. It should be said that he didn't go to the City Lord's mansion at all. Later on it seems to think of the Great Wizard. No, it should be said that it is his lovely daughter, who is still cultivating, and should bring this glory to them. Then he led his knights to the Mist Manor. This is what happened. The fog that has persisted for many years, why is it gone today? Sono said in horror. Doug's complexion also changed. Why did such a problem occur in the residence of that lord? Could it be that something happened? Then isn't it his daughter? Report to Lord Doug. The 4 messengers of the gods disappeared without knowing when. A knight said suddenly. When Doug ran into the Misty Manor in a panic, he found that no one existed at all, and there were traces of demolition everywhere. Could it be that Lord Lin has already left, and he is still taking Vivian and Kit with him? Sono's face was complicated. He didn't know what to say for a while. Doug was also startled. A long road leading to the outside Wizarding City. There are almost endless dense jungles on both sides. The carriage is driving slowly, and it is Kate who is driving. Recalling that a few days ago, the teacher asked his choice, and he was still a little sighed. Kate, I'm leaving. I'm about to leave Ava City and go to other places. What's your choice? Lin said calmly, do you want to stay with me or choose to stay? There was hesitation and surprise on Kate's face. He didn't expect the teacher to leave, so what should he do? Are you going to stay in Ava City and continue your ordinary life? No, he doesn't want to be a mortal, but wants to be a great wizard and pursue the path of truth. He made his firmest decision. Teacher, I choose to be with you. No regrets. I will never regret it. Dada. The horse of the carriage is a hybrid of an extraordinary creature, and has very strong endurance, enough to support it for a month without stopping to rest. Kate took a deep look at the scenery behind her, said goodbye to my hometown, and then turned her head to the front with longing in her eyes, which seemed to symbolize the truth. Inside the carriage Lin was holding a book to read. Behind it, there was a figure curled up. The figure was huge and could only be accommodated by curling. The most important thing was that there was a coffin behind it. This is the coffin bearer selected by Lin. In order to reduce the possibility of exposing himself, he extracted the flesh and blood essence of 4 modified goblin models, and after some processing methods, he successfully exchanged it with Vivian's body. Combined, a new head grew. No, it should be said that Vivian's body has long since become a perfect carrier where only Lin's flesh and blood exist, and there is no distinction between genders. I need to take a look at what's going on and get specific information. After another period of time, he finally arrived at the Wizard City, which is the Wizard City where Lin once arrived through the teleportation array. The carriage was parked outside, and Lin didn't choose to go in. because he detected a scanned wizard magic circle fluctuation in the wizard city, and the special frequency seemed to be aimed at him. It should be said that it is the mark of the Ouroboros wizard against himself. Wang Hotsao, as long as he is within the scanning range, he will be exposed. Those waiting for Lin will be extremely troublesome to hunt down. It seems that the situation has really reached the worst situation I can imagine. The wizard terminal of the Ouroboros was not completely destroyed, but was preserved, otherwise my wizard mark should have disappeared long ago. Lin's eyes were gloomy. The three alliances were using wizards to search for the remaining wizards, and completely cut off everything in the Ring of Ouroboros. There is no doubt that the border has been blocked, and the interior is cleaned up a little bit. As long as it has the mark of the wizard with the Ring of Ouroboros, there is absolutely no way to escape, and the waiting will be the law. Blow. Ask for automatic subscription. You can rest assured that my brothers are all reading my books, absolutely no money, and the quality is guaranteed. If you want to adopt a pseudonym, remember the author, Chen Hiu King. If you want to see wizards, SCP, Cthulhu, and niche people, come to me, ha ha ha. Chapter 130. Teacher, shall we choose to enter the city next? Kate asked. Lin's eyes fell on Kate. Compared to him, Kate didn't have the wizard's mark of the Ouroboros, so he was able to enter the wizarding city. Suddenly, a peculiar tactile sensation appeared in Lin's heart. This was a kind of inadvertent feeling, originating from a triggering feeling left by himself far away. Lin's eyes were incomparably deep, and it was the backhand left in the mundane period. As long as there was a huge crisis in the family, he could activate the backhand and let him sense it, and there was only one chance. How long has it been since he left the island continent? 10 years? 20 years? Lin sighed very much. From his teenage years to now, he is almost 40 years old. The years have changed, just like yesterday. A new idea appeared in his mind. It takes 10 years to analyze the corpse of the Wizard of the Stars, and it is difficult for me to break through the resident blockade of the Ouroboros ring. Sooner or later, my body will be searched. It seems that it is time to go back and have a look. By the way, is also a solution to difficulties encountered by the family, the difference between people and people, and what has the family turned into. When the chip was sent to the Wizarding World by Lin, there was a record of relevant information, and the transmission frequency of the corresponding location could be extracted, and then it could be sent back in the reverse direction. There is a problem with resources. My resources are almost exhausted. Lin frowned. It seemed that he had to find another way. He subconsciously groped for the Book of Vientiane in his arms. Could he be able to provide for his experiments by seizing the resources of other worlds? And some other consumption. Only relying on the ritual altar of the Lee world is obviously not enough for my needs. This is the best way at present. Lin made up his mind and avoided it for a while. When he was promoted to the level of an official wizard, everything would be changed. Kate, I have something for you to do. Lin instructed Kate, explained a lot, and then let him enter the wizard city to buy some materials for the teleportation array. She is unable to enter and will be detected, but Kate has no fear in this regard. There are still about 8,000 magic stones left, enough to buy the materials for the teleportation array, that is. The transmission is estimated to consume a lot of magic stone energy. Looking at Kate's back entering the wizarding city, Lin was very calm, and it wasn't the worst time yet. Ava City Doug announced a 3-day banquet in the city. All the people were happy. There were all kinds of food and drinks on the streets, and there was a lot of joy. Come, have a drink. At the banquet in the city lord's mansion, Doug got drunk and hugged the maid who poured the wine for her. He wanted to kiss Fang Zi, and the other knights all laughed. Although Doug discovered the disappearance of some high-ranking officials and relatives, he didn't take it seriously. thinking that they had something to do and were not in the city lord's mansion. Pleasure is the main thing. Where can you take care of other things? The crowd drank to the top, and a terrifying momentum pressed down above Ava City. With a cold word, the person in charge here comes out to see me. Then a huge spiritual hand lifted the ceiling of the city lord's mansion building. Before Doug could react, he was grabbed by the invisible big hand. Forgive your life, Lord Wizard, forgive your life. I don't know anything, I don't know anything. Doug, who sobered up after being drunk, said in a terrified manner. He found that he had been caught in the air, and he was facing an adult wizard flying in midair. He understood a lot in an instant, and hurriedly explained everything. Ace sneered, and directly released the condensation of spiritual energy. Doug fell directly from the air and was killed on the spot. His level has reached the level of an official wizard, and he has just been promoted. He is in high spirits and wants to find something to establish his majesty. He just heard a wizard apprentice who was so embarrassed that he had become a dog reported that there is at least a third level here. The remnants of wizard apprentices exist. He came non-stop, to establish his first majesty. Already escaped, but you can't escape very far. Ace flew above the original Misty Manor, and he could see the traces of the wizard's formation at a glance. Use a wizard spell that is exclusive to the Crypt of Darkness and can only be used by official wizards. The corresponding subtle clues and information were captured in an instant. You can't escape, remnant. Ace sneered, grabbed the breath, inhaled it into his nose and mouth, then found a direction and flew directly over. Lynn waited patiently in the carriage outside the wizard city, and by the way, he also made some flesh and blood experiments in the chip simulation space, further improving his knowledge. Speaking of pharmacy, he has successfully advanced to the first-level pharmacist apprenticeship, and the next step is to become a full-fledged pharmacist. This is a realm that only pharmacists who have studied for almost a lifetime can hope for, and some of them are not even able to advance. Because it is necessary to refine a special medicine that is different from ordinary medicines. This special medicine can even have some of its own instincts. It is already similar to a living creature, life. Potion with life. Still no clue. Forget it, then I can consider improving my own alchemy level and flesh and blood knowledge. The flesh and blood experiment must continue. I have only reached the most preliminary organization and flesh, and then there are cells, microorganisms, genes, and roots. Retrofit. Lynn took a deep breath, and there was even a level of flesh and blood knowledge that was almost impossible, similar to the concept of flesh and blood, equivalent to the level of memes. In addition, the bloodline cultivation level at the cursed snake stage is only 80%. Although we already have the most basic official wizard combat power, there is obviously more room for improvement, and flesh and blood embryos still need to be carried out. There are still many things that need to be done. I hope that in the past 10 years, I can improve myself greatly. It's almost time, Kate should be out. Lynn soon saw Kate, who was carrying a large bag and even a large box, and used a horse to transport it. "Teacher, I have completed the task you explained to me," said Kate. "No, you also brought some little tails." Lin Leng laughing, looking behind Kate, the dark corners of some bushes, and even the slight bumps on the ground. It's true that you can meet people who are jealous for their own interests. Chapter 131. Lin's words made Kate panic. "Teacher, I don't know anything, what's going on here?" Lin said lightly, "It's just some little bugs, don't bother." The purple giant python was crawling slowly in the forest, climbing down from the big tree, hiding behind the tree, with a greedy look and expression on his face. Before he could make any action, the purple giant the python had already bitten on its neck. With the injection of venom, it quickly died. The corpse was slowly swallowed by the python and dissolved and digested by the powerful gastric juice. Hidden in the soil, The greedy people who followed along the way also ended up like this. The soil behind him gradually floated. He just noticed it. But before he reacted, the purple giant python broke through the ground and bit his neck. The venom is injected, then the mouth is opened and swallowed from the skull until digested. This is the further awakening and development of Lin's extraordinary bloodline. It can devour some enemies that are not stronger than himself, digest it, and slightly increase his physical strength, and more importantly, digest and replenish the consumption of physical strength and bloodline strength. Let's go. Find a safer place. Lin put the corresponding materials into the storage bag, and the carriage slowly moved away from the wizard city. Halfway through the journey, he abandoned the carriage and walked into the mountains. For the construction of the teleportation array, it is better to find a hidden place that no one has found. Suddenly, Lin stopped his footsteps, and a shadow carrier flew over in the distance with a terrifying aura, surrounded by energy shields, and the target was Lin. There is absolutely nothing wrong with such characteristics. It is an official wizard. The remnant of the Ouroboros ring. If you can't get away, die for me. Without much verbal conversation, Ace directly quantified his spirituality into a big magic hand the moment he saw Lin, and grabbed towards Lin. With a huge momentum, it brought the wind and waves and squeezed it. This move has reached the category of an official wizard. Although it is only a small magic hand spell, it is not something that a wizard apprentice can resist. Teacher, you are here to hunt us down. What should we do? This is terrible. Gate looked at the grasp of the big magic hand, and said with a face of despair. He also has a little understanding of the level of some wizards. Such terrifying energy fluctuations have exceeded the boundaries of wizard apprentices. Lin looked at the big magic hand exuding terrifying fluctuations. In addition to fear, there was some uncertainty in his eyes. He is indeed an official wizard, but why? This power doesn't feel so scary. Very common. It is also the gathering of spiritual energy. Lin used the source of the spell held in his right hand to perform the same tricks as Ace. The huge invisible hands collided with each other. Ace had a look of disdain on his face. It was whimsical that an apprentice of a sorcerer would actually want to compete with him on sorcerer spells. Then, with the self-confidence that you don't know, go to death. Ace suddenly increased the power of his sorcerer's magic, and the degree reached a terrifying 80 degrees. Lin's face was still calm, and he didn't even move his hands. Looking at the wizard spells that collided, the energy was venting, squeezing each other, and drowning the opposite side. In the end, they both turned into nothingness and consumed each other. How can that be? Ace's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. This strange situation is completely abnormal. The spell issued by a wizard apprentice actually? Are you really an official wizard? Why are you so weak? Lin looked at him with a puzzled expression, with a very serious expression. He really wanted to understand why he was so weak. This is simply the ultimate humiliation to him. There are many blessings of Lin, as long as the energy wizard spells used can reach the level of ordinary formal wizards, which is very terrifying. The biggest blessing also belongs to the source of the spell, so that the degree of the wizard's spell reaches double the original degree. You wizard apprentice, stop joking. I won't be able to win against a small wizard apprentice, a wizard apprentice. Ace's face was extremely red, it was shame and extreme anger. Give me death. The fire element gathered in his hands, and gradually formed a huge terrifying flame sphere, exuding frightening energy fluctuations. Ace gritted his teeth. Even if he just broke through, even if his core witchcraft was not completely stable, but he was still at the level of an official wizard, and there was an absolute gap between him and a mere wizard apprentice. Interpunct 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 interpunct. So don't make fun of me. Under the control of Ace, the sub-energy elemental bomb of the official wizard category directly drowned Lin. It's still very weak. Lin felt the pressure, but it was far from the point where he felt helpless or even troublesome. Are all official wizards like this? It just happened that the scanning of the chip was over. It turned out to be an official wizard who had just broken through from the third-level wizard apprentice, and he didn't have enough knowledge to fully exert all the power of the official wizard. The weakest stage, and even Lin was not far behind. After all, his physical strength has reached the stage of an official wizard. The huge secondary energy fireball has come. Lin's eyes changed slightly. He took out the glass bottle with the curse puppet from his arms, and released it. With the grey-white light particles wrapped, Lin can fly temporarily. Instantly escaped from the spot, and dodged the huge energy fireball. The ground was instantly melted into a huge pothole. Inside was a piece of charred black, and there were some crystals at the core. This was the performance of the extreme temperature. Shock flashed in Ace's eyes. This remnant of the Ouroboros ring is very wrong. It is obviously not a formal wizard, and he is only a wizard apprentice. He actually has the means to fly. Even some wizard spells can compete with the wizard spells he issued. This is really weird. The only difference in flying is temporarily leveled out, and Ace has a very bad feeling in his heart. I would be afraid of a wizard apprentice, and I would be solemn to a wizard apprentice. It's a fantasy. Ace had a tough smile on his face, and he kept using magic spells one by one. Flames, strong winds, huge waves, water lines. It can be seen that this is a pure elemental wizard, but due to the breakthrough, some methods are only used in the wizard apprentice stage. This is the shallowness of the background, and the accumulation of knowledge is too little. Lin operated the curse puppet to fly, and he avoided all the sorcerer's spells. Chapter 132. Lin operated the curse puppet to fly, and all the wizard spells were easily avoided by him. Lin feels more and more that the water of this official wizard is really too much, and the combat experience is really poor and pitiful, as if he has never experienced combat, but relying on the powerful power of wizard spells, he carries out a covering potential, rolling style battle. Even if the level has reached the level of an official wizard, the strength is definitely the weakest among the official wizards, even weaker than my official wizard's combat power. Lin shook his head, and when he was dodging the last gust of wind from the opponent, the spiritual energy spread in his hand, and a long snake surrounded by fire elements had already gathered. It is like substance, very agile, as if it is about to come to life. Wizard spell, Blazing Whip. Directly under the control of Lin, the flaming serpent headed towards Ace, quickly surrounded it, and then shrank. The scorching fire waves came from the surface, but once he was bound by the flaming snake, there was only one end. But in a hurry, Ace didn't react at all, and his combat experience was very weak. Kai. There is simply the existence of an energy shield. Although the flame snake is bound, it does not directly cause damage to Ace, and is burning the protection of the shield. Yes, I still have an energy shield, and he doesn't have an energy shield, which I prioritize over him. Ace also reacted, and directly chose to fight with Lin. As long as the opponent can't kill him, and his wizard spell can hit the opponent, then it means that he won. Sorcerer apprentices don't have energy shields. Even if you're a little weird, you can't change that. Ace gritted his teeth and said, ignoring it, flying towards Lin, with a long flaming sword condensed in his hand. I finally have some brains. Lin glanced at Ace, one who flew over with pity, but it was obvious that what the other party had done was to completely drive him to a dead end. Lin's strongest fighting ability is physical close combat. Lin did not retreat, but confronted Ace directly. When his flame Qingdong knife slashed down, his bloodline ability initially showed. Snake nature. Lin is as flexible as anti-human, and his body twists and turns, avoiding Ace's knife in the most bizarre way. Then there is the serpentization. The two hands turned into two huge purple pythons, and the bloodline pressure instantly bloomed. Although the effect will be greatly reduced for wizards other than bloodline wizards, it can also be deterred by the slightest. As expected, Ace was frozen in place by a sense of terror that seemed to come from ancient times for a second. 1 second is enough to divide life and death. The two purple giant pythons quickly extended, coiled around him, bit down his neck, and the venom was instantly instilled. Hiss. The excitement of the two purple pythons also represented Lin's excitement. After all, this was the first time he had fought a wizard at the official wizard level. Even if he had some water, he had reached that level after all. The result of the battle is that he wins. Surprise flashed in Lin's eyes, seeing the purple python wrap around Ace, who had injected venom, began to melt, and finally turned into a puppet that was exactly the same as Ace. This is. In the air range that was 100 meters away, where did Ace's figure appear? With extreme fear on his face, he subconsciously touched his neck and found a hole that was not bitten, and he was relieved. However, judging from the heaving chest, his mood still could not calm down. A supernatural item of life-saving type, as expected of an official wizard, even someone who has just been promoted will have such a thing. Lin has some taste. Such a good thing even he, a genius pharmacist, has never obtained in the Ring of Ouroboros. Ace didn't dare to stay too much, and quickly used the ability to fly quickly, and flew far away in the blink of an eye. Lin can't do anything either. It's a flaw that he can't fly. Now he just relies on the curse puppet to fly for a short time. It's obviously unrealistic to chase him. It can only be done with this. Kate was already stunned. The battle between her teacher and the official wizard was simply wonderful, with all kinds of powerful wizard spells being used. And the teacher was able to suppress the other party all the way. This is simply an incredible thing. It also made Kate's admiration for Lin to a very lofty level. Let's go, let's change places, it's not safe anymore. Lin looked over. Zero good teacher. Kate said in hindsight. After a day, in a relatively remote and inaccessible pristine mountain range, a slightly crude transmission array has been successfully established, and the next step is to adjust the frequency of transmission and supplement the energy for transmission. Lin's magic stones can support this. With the assistance of the chip, the transmission frequency has been adjusted, and the magic stones are also replenishing energy. Lin and Kate had already stood inside, and the teleportation array radiated white light. Well, 1,000 magic stones are still not enough for teleportation. Lin raised his brows, and then took out another 1,000 magic stones. As time passed, the energy in the magic stones was exhausted, but the teleportation array still did not transmit. Obviously, the energy required for transmission is still not enough. Lin continued to use magic stones to replenish the energy supply of the teleportation array with a calm expression. 1,000 magic stones, 2,000 magic stones, only after knowing 4,000 magic stones, the white light of the teleportation array slowly stabilized, and then there was a wave of spatial teleportation, Entering the island continent this time is the best way. Even if you escape the official wizard and attract a large number of wizards in the future, there will be no problem at all. Lin set up an automatic destruction program for the teleportation array. After they teleported, the teleportation array would start to explode. As the turbulence swept through the space, Lin and Kate fell directly into the confusion of consciousness. Space teleportation is not a pleasant thing, especially when the distance is so far away. Island mainland, the piles of rubble are covered with vines. This is a black forest full of dead silence. It is like this all year round. Just today, in the depths of the pile of rocks, violent energy fluctuations began to emerge, and two figures appeared along with the flash of white light. There are 4 more watches in the evening, or I will give. Enough. 16,000 a day. Chapter 133. Finally back. Lin sighed and said that Kate, who was beside him, was still in a semi-conscious state, and couldn't help but vomited in response. Lin didn't care about him either. Instead, he looked around and found that it was still the same as before, without the slightest change, and the energy of the teleportation array was actually replenished. Could it be that in the past few decades, there are other unfortunate people and stunners who want to come to this black forest to kill demons and slay demons? In the end, it was lost and sent to the head. This is probably the only possibility. Kai. It seems that he sensed the life fluctuations of the living people, and the surrounding mutant blood-sucking vines spread rapidly, and they were bound to be bound together. Lin gently exuded his aura, and in an instant, the mutant vine man glanced at a cat like a mouse, and quickly retreated and fled. Lin looked at this mutant blood-sucking Tengman with nostalgia. When he came here, this guy greeted him. He didn't expect him to come back, but this guy still greeted him so enthusiastically. Lin was very moved, so moved that direct spiritual energy poured out, turned into an invisible big hand, grabbed its core roots, and pulled it out. The mutant blood-sucking Vineman suddenly let out a sharp scream, which has truly touched the root of its existence. Once Lin exerts a little force, it will be completely destroyed? But Lin didn't have this plan. Instead, he planned to use the mutant blood-sucking Vine Man as the guardian of the experimental base he was about to set up to prevent some mortals from intruding. The only place on the island continent that has a little more spiritual tides, even the alien beast forest, there is a teleportation formation in this black forest, and it seems that it would be good to build an experimental base here. Lin hesitated for a while, but finally decided to build the experimental base here. It is inaccessible and famous. He can do some experiments without being disturbed by those mortals, and it will not affect them. Lin knew how terrifying the radiation fluctuations emanating from his body were. Even if he did nothing, it only took 3 days, and the humans who dared to stay by his side would surely die extremely tragically. He put down the mutant blood-sucking Vine Man, and he will deal with it later, and now he will deal with the family affairs first. When I left, I could say that it was not a last resort, the moment of my family's life and death. I couldn't touch the backhand I left behind. Could it be that the Hans Empire has perished? Lin thought. At this time Kate has slowly recovered. No matter what, it's time to go back and have a look. Time for many years, whether things are right or wrong. Lin's heart also trembled slightly. People are not grass and trees, and they can be ruthless. Even if he embarks on the pursuit of truth, he can revisit the old places, and how can he be at peace? Father, are you still there? Nearly 20 years have passed, 30 years have passed, and it is not certain whether he is still in Lin or not. Teacher, what should we do next? Kate is helping the coffin bearer to organize the coffin containing the corpse of the Star Wizard to prevent it from falling. Go to a place. Where is it? Kate asked curiously. My home. The scorching sun, The sunlight hitting the ground made the temperature rise even more. Some animals in the mountains and forests, panting and sticking out their tongues, lay down under the big trees, enjoying the coolness. Even some carnivores and herbivores. It is also rare to let go of instinct. It is true that the sun is a little too vicious. The Han's Empire is in a state of precariousness at the moment, and is almost on the verge of being destroyed. The neighboring country, the Normandy Empire, launched a national war, defeated the night army of the Han's Empire in one fell swoop, and invaded in a big way, occupying nearly 2/3 of the territory. The life of the Glory family, the Harrach family, was not easy, because the next move of the Normandy Empire was to destroy them. The castle of the Harrach family, compared with the past, it has been expanded a lot more gorgeously. The person in power has been replaced, and the replacement is a direct descendant, who is still a brother with Lynn. It's called Brandy, and I'm almost middle-aged now. What should I do? The Normandy Empire is going to find us. It must be because of the rumors of wizards. We don't know when the name of our wizard family has been spread out. This is really bad. The old housekeeper's son became the new housekeeper, but he was not as stable as the old housekeeper. The legendary wizard. Brandy's memory seems to return to the past. The not taller figure showed great power and rescued the entire Harrach family in one fell swoop, making the Harrach family reach an unprecedented peak. He is the rising star of the Harrach family, the forever rising star. In the family tree, no one can be more brilliant than him. Yerin Harrach. His younger brother has become an immortal legend. Cough cough. An old man with a cane who was almost unable to walk walked out. Father, why did you come out? Why didn't you take a good rest in the room? Can I rest at this time? I know my own state. If I sleep again, I'm afraid I won't be able to wake up. Bide couldn't help coughing a few times, but he coughed up blood. His time is running out, and his lifespan has reached the end of his life. My last wish now is to see Lynn. I don't know if he's doing well. Brandy said with a wry smile. Father, Lynn disappeared after he became a wizard. I don't know where he went. Now we are about to end. The Normandy army has already overwhelmed the country, and the other party is suspected of having the same legend as Lynn. Of sorcerer power. Cough cough. Bide's eyes were extremely sad, and he had a tendency to fall. Brandy quickly supported him, not daring to stimulate him again. Erin. When Bide was semi-conscious, he seemed to see his son Lynn smiling at him, and there were tears of excitement in the corners of his eyes. Night Harrach Castle is brightly lit in the hall. Brandy's face became paler and paler. The Han's Empire is completely over, and the army from the other side is still the strongest paladins. Each of them can actually use the terrifying power of wizards, invulnerable to swords and guns, and infinitely powerful. We're done. I've already started the last step, but... Brandy thought of Lynn. Will Lynn come back? No matter how you think about it, it's extremely slim. I don't know how Brandy got back to the room. His state was in a mess. Regarding the current situation of the family, he was really desperate and powerless. 2 days later, it will be the day when the enemy army is overwhelmed and the Harrach family is destroyed. Yerin, where are you? Come back quickly, my legend of Harrach, the eternal star of tomorrow. Lynn, come back quickly, I beg you. Brandy collapsed to his knees on the ground, slammed his head heavily, and finally couldn't help but keep his eyes open. The Harrach family was going to be completely destroyed in his hands. Chapter 134. The more it gets to the last moment, the more human beings are born. At this moment, the Harrach family is all panicking. The Normandy Empire came with preparations for war, and did not leave any chance. A pair of eyes watched the up and down of the Harrach family, and everything that happened did not escape his eyes. High in the forest surrounding Harrach Castle. Teacher, what's the matter? Don't you go in and see them? Kate asked in confusion. No, it's not suitable after all. Lin looked at it expressionlessly. But the complexity in his eyes showed that his heart was not as calm as his face. Let's go. Lin left immediately. The coffin bearer carried the coffin and followed silently, and Kate followed closely. In a field not far from the Horlock family, the army of the Normandy Empire was stationed here. This time, the most elite Imperial army troops suspected of possessing extraordinary power were dispatched. All of them were knights with infinite strength and invulnerability. There were a total of 300 knights. The tents were one after the other, the smoke curled up, and the bonfires were burning. The figures of Lin and Kate appeared in the darkness. Lin's face showed a little interest. It's a bit strange to be able to master extraordinary power. Let me see what's going on. The chip begins to scan and analyze. Lin of the Normandy Empire also knew about it. When he left, he heard that he and the Hanse Empire were not dealing with each other. It was speed, but the national strength of both sides was similar, and they were evenly matched. Right. There is indeed a lot of tricks in it. Hint, the scan is completed. After analysis, 300 knight soldiers have been injected with a special plant seed. This seed can bring extraordinary characteristics for a period of time, which is roughly one of the two types of invulnerability and infinite power. But the price will be directly turned into a mummified corpse and died a year later. A thought flashed in Lin's eyes, so it turned out that it was like a little life-consuming improving himself, letting his life spark for a short period of time. To have such a performance, of course. But such a seed body is definitely not simple, at least it is an extraordinary magic plant. The grade is not low, and it appears on this island continent. Interesting, really very interesting. Lin's eyes were bright. However, I still have to help the family solve these little troubles. The commander of the 300 Imperial Army was a high-ranking member of the Normandy Empire, called General Fox. Just leave this one alive. The spiritual fluctuations occurred in Lin's body. It was huge and terrifying. This was the only thought of Kate beside her, and her eyes were full of admiration and longing. You must have the same power as your teacher. Lin slapped his hands on the ground, and instantly used his arms as the source, with Lin as the center. A large number of densely packed poisonous snakes quickly formed and climbed out. It was terrifying to look around. A near-endless tide of snakes. These poisonous snakes, Lin gave only one order, that is to kill. In the middle of the night, the knights are sleeping. It is precisely this kind of poisonous snakes that are very concealed. The best time to attack, it can almost be said that there will be no accidents. With the passage of time, an eerie atmosphere gradually formed, which was the breath of death. Lin could already hear the hissing sound of snakes, and the subtle sound of venom injected into his neck. The knights died one by one, without any resistance. All of them died in their sleep. The sun pierced through the clouds, pierced the sky, and brought a new day of light to the earth. Fox had a nightmare. When Yang Wen shone on his face through the gap between the battalion commander's curtains, he woke up instantly. Come on, come on. He didn't get the slightest response to his whining. Where have everyone gone? Are they all dead? Fox shouted angrily and walked out of the tent. After my eyes got used to the sunlight, I finally found something wrong. The entire camp was silent and deadly. What about people? Fox was horrified, and then he dared to feel the heaviness off his shoulders. A ferocious purple python was lying on his shoulders, and his breathing tongue constantly stimulated the skin of his face. Then he fainted, and the purple giant python swallowed it directly. Lin's figure appeared slowly. If it wasn't for the purpose of devouring the entire camp of humans, as a reserve of food, he probably wouldn't have been delayed for so long. After the Vipers killed these knights last night, his bloodline was further developed, that is, after swallowing and digesting the corresponding existence. He could selectively accept their memories without affecting himself. The spiritual tide of the island continent is still too rare, and my strength cannot be replenished, and it is not a solution. So Lin can only rely on this method to supplement his strength. About 5 minutes later, Lin got some more secret information. It turns out that a great wizard came to the Normandy Empire, became a national teacher, and brought this magical seed. The method is very superb, and he can spit fire and water. It's interesting, it's really interesting. Lin felt more and more that this island continent was not simple. After all, dark wizards have built research bases here, as well as the corpse of the cursed snake, and there are some other extraordinary existences. Lin was going to visit this fellow wizard who suddenly appeared, to find out what was going on. He licked his lips, feeling a little excited in his heart. Of course, it must be just a visit, a friendly visit. A few days later, things began to ferment. The news of the disappearance of the 300 extraordinary knights of the Normandy Empire spread throughout the territory of Harak, and even the Han's Empire. The Holac family, Wang Zhahao, fell into a carnival. It's great, our Harak family is blessed by God, and it's really great to be spared this time. Brandy burst into tears as he watched his father come out coughing, and hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. Father, your health is important, so don't come out and walk. There was moisture in Bide's eyes. I have a hunch, I can't be wrong, it's Lin. Lin has come back. Last night I felt that he was watching us all the time. This time he also saved the Harak family, absolutely not wrong of. Yerin, my Lin, you're back. Why didn't you come to the family? Let's see everyone. Near. Brandy recalled that he entered the clan's secret place to trigger that thing that can only be used in a crisis of life and death. I also have this kind of hunch in my heart. Lin really came back, received a revelation, and saved the Harak family. Chapter 135. I saw a reader propose to return to the mortal world before, and I remembered it. It seems that everyone doesn't like it very much. Then I will start the world crossing as soon as possible, seek resources, and advance to the official wizard. This chapter will begin. The capital of the Normandy Empire, similar to that of the Han's Empire, also has an altar, and the contemporary cult master, the wizard who suddenly appeared, is here. Lin's figure ran directly to the altar. He used dark shadows, and his body was wrapped in shadow elements, which would not be discovered by mortals, thus reducing unnecessary trouble. Even Kate didn't follow, but waited with the coffin bearer in a hidden place outside the city. Lin was very curious about the origin and details of this wizard, and there might be some unexpected gains. Soon he arrived at the place of the altar. It was daylight at this time, but there was no one on the altar, and there was no special decoration. It was just a huge platform, and the most conspicuous one was the building in the center. Similar to a stone temple, the whole body is made of stone, with white fireworks lit on the periphery, and there is only one temple gate passage. Lin narrowed his eyes, and he noticed that the subtle fluctuations of spirituality were generated inside, but he was not afraid at all. This spiritual fluctuation was at best the level of a first-level wizard apprentice. In this island continent with a low spiritual tide, it is extremely rare to have a first-level wizard apprentice, and it is even almost impossible. There must have been other means. Lin walks in the world of shadows, and his performance in the outside world is almost invisible dim colors. Entering the temple, a peculiar plant that almost filled the entire temple attracted the attention. The bare trunk, the branches and leaves were densely granular, and it was the seeds that the knights took. Then Lin noticed the figure under the tree. The old man who was almost skinny and had no flesh and blood, his complexion was also extremely old and wrinkled, and he looked like he didn't have much time. Facing did not find Lin, in fact, to find Lin, at least he had to reach the level of a third-level wizard apprentice. and he had to practice related wizard spells. Why does this guy feel a little evil, not like a first-level wizard apprentice who has a serious breakthrough? Lin saw the soil rooted under the tree, and there were a lot of skeletons exposed. There must be more buried underneath. Do you feed on human flesh and blood? The chip unfolds and scans. Hint, the scan is in progress, and the estimated time is 1 minute. The information is as follows: dead tree, extraordinary magic plant, a special plant that can grow even after absorbing the flesh and blood of life. Its fruit can stimulate the potential of life for a lifetime, contains a trace the root of the dead tree, level 3 magic plant, but it is so rare that it is almost impossible to trace it back. Attachment, burning it can provide a large amount of energy supply, and the flesh and blood energy it absorbs and digests fills every inch of limbs. Lin's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. His magic stone is almost exhausted, but it is a second-class supplement of distressed energy. Originally, he was planning to go to the alien beast forest to completely dig the magic stone or vein so that he could supply the Book of Vientiane transmigration. In this way, he didn't need that much trouble. Hint, scan completed, name, Moore, level, first-level wizard apprentice. Attachment, through the rituals spread out by the special existence in the world, he advanced, and his ritual was the ceremony of eliminating longevity. Lin showed his body shape directly. Now that Moore discovered Lin's existence, a look of horror appeared on his face. He didn't even know when Lin came in. Wouldn't that be more powerful than that? He is much taller. Since Lin knew the specific level of strength to deal with, he didn't bother to waste any more time, so he just said something casually. You evil sorcerer, who has cultivated such a terrifying magic tree, killed so many human beings, and used their flesh and blood to support them, must have an extremely evil plan and purpose. Today, I will act for the heavens. Poor Moore was just about to say that it was a misunderstanding, but after listening to my explanation, he was turned into a snake by Lin, and a purple giant python that was extended swallowed it in one bite. He didn't even bother to inject the venom. Golem. When I was in my stomach, I tossed it for a while, but it was quickly digested. Lin's face was a little disgusting. This guy has no nutrition at all. He also learned about the relevant memory. He was just an unlucky and lucky guy who was born with high spirituality. When he was dreaming, he established a short-term connection with a certain existence in the inner world. He heard the inexplicable ravings of the other party, and got a ceremonial method. The ritual of eliminating longevity, is it a strange existence that devours longevity from the inner world? Lin shook his head. Before he became an official wizard, he was not qualified to enter the inner world to explore. It's a little troublesome for such a big tree. Lin saw that the dead tree was in trouble. How could he move this big guy away? The large size also means that it contains a lot of energy. He took out the alchemy puppet from the purple gold flower ring, and Lin put a magic stone in it. With the generation of dim light, the alchemy puppet came to life. Under Lin's control, his arms turned into magic stones of axes and knives, and he started to chop. In order to save some spiritual energy, Lin chose to watch in the narration, and by the way arranged a small means to cover up his voice. With the respectful face of Mel, he believed that he could eat people, so naturally those humans did not dare to come to the altar. I'm doing the right thing for heaven. Such evil wizards and magical plants shouldn't exist. It took a day and a night to finally get the dead tree and transfer it into the space storage bag. Before Lin left, he also left a letter with the royal family of the Normandy Empire. The content on it was similar to the method he used in the Hanse Empire. Soon, after confirming the corresponding facts, the King of Normandy immediately announced an order in panic. What? The Normandy Empire announced that our Hulk family is the legendary family of their empire. The wizards of our family helped them eliminate evil wizards and smash their plots and planted magic trees. The deeds have been widely circulated in the Normandy Empire, looking forward to our passing. Brandy was extremely surprised and excited about this news. Sure enough, it was Lynn who came back. But before Brandy was happy for too long, he was diluted by a news. Bide can't do it anymore, he's going to die. At the last moment of his life, he didn't let anyone see him, and chose to lock himself in the room alone. When Brandy saw Bide, he found a satisfied smile on his face, as if he was hugging someone. He knew that it was Lynn who came back, really came back. The rising star of the Harak family will always exist, he will bring immortal epics and legends, and it is the glory of Harak. Brother, may you shine like the stars in the sky forever. Brandy stood on the balcony, looking at the distant night sky, and waved his hand silently. Finally cut off the mundane completely. The next chapter is a new volume, the promotion of the official Wizards Resource Acquisition, World Invasion, Occupation. According to the vote, it is the end of the world. Chapter 136. Lynn and Kate moved towards the Black Forest, and the coffin bearer still carried the coffin honestly. This combination attracted attention. The family matter has been completely resolved, and at the moment of his father's death, Lynn also completely let his heart become only the pursuit of endless truth. The next step is to build a corresponding laboratory, within the scope of the Black Forest, for his own research and the analysis and deduction of the formal wizard meditation method. In addition, the most important thing is the acquisition of resources. The most important thing for wizards is resources. If there are no resources, everything is empty talk. This point can only be pinned on the Book of Vientiane. Fortunately, there is a dead tree that can supply energy. Its huge size should be able to support the operation of its own laboratory for a period of time and the opening of the Book of Vientiane. Corresponding construction materials were already installed in the purple gold flowering in the Normandy Empire. Steel, copper, gold and silver, and conductive materials were all necessary for some construction laboratories. As for the materials of the wizarding world, there is no way to obtain them, so the laboratory can only make it a little rough. The mutant blood-sucking vine man made it grow a bit, and it was completely used as an isolation protection to prevent those humans from disturbing him. There are alchemy puppets, but there is no need to worry about the construction. The speed of construction is equal to the speed of 100 people. It took almost a month to reach the Black Forest. To Lynn's surprise, he actually found the latest traces of human beings at the entrance. Could it be that there is another guy who is not afraid of death and has entered the Black Forest? In this regard, Lynn can only sigh that these mortals are really tough. Sure enough, several mummified corpses dressed as knights were found in the mutant blood-sucking vines. After a full meal, the mutant blood-sucking vines looked a little rosy. Sensing Lynn's approach, the greedy people naturally rushed over, but when he got closer, he felt something, learned the lesson, and quickly stopped and retreated. Lynn thought about the environment around the teleportation array, and felt that it was nearby. It was just enough to allow the laboratory to include the teleportation array. It was in the back garden, and this mutant blood-sucking vine was used as Lynn's garden. The only magic plant inside. The corresponding materials were piled up, and the alchemy puppet was also put on the magic stone for its operation. One magic stone can last for 3 days, which is enough for the laboratory to be built. 10 days later, the laboratory has begun to take shape, and a prototype and some facilities have been built. Lynn must first ask for the laboratory and the cultivation room, both of which are related to the improvement of his path and strength. It must be manufactured as soon as possible so that experiments can be carried out, and the subsequent construction can be done slowly. My extraordinary bloodline factor is enough, don't worry about that. My flesh embryo experiments can begin. Lin was soon in the laboratory, extracting his own fusion point, and putting the most basic flesh and blood embryo seeds into the cultivation bin for slow cultivation. I don't have much nutritional medicine left. I can only reduce the maturation time by 50%, but it will take about 3 months before the fusion starts. Lin didn't do anything about it. It was an island world now, not a wizarding world. There was no way to obtain some extraordinary resources. After another 5 days or so, all in that needs to be arranged has been arranged. Kate is doing ascetic training. He is still far from the outline of the inscription. Any busy? In the laboratory, Lin's eyes fell on a special altar that had been set up. This was changed from the World Exchange altar. It became a soul-splitting altar linked with the Book of Vientiane, to seize the resources of another world. But at the same time, there is no problem in using the function of exchanging altars in the world. Lin thought about it more. It was obvious that the world where Abel existed was definitely not weak, which meant that the will of the world was also extremely strong, which was not suitable for Lin. Then he thought of Yama's world. This world is also powerful, and the will of the world is extremely obvious. When Lin performed the original exchange ceremony, the pressure from the world was almost everywhere. If it wasn't for Lin's partial consciousness, he would have condensed an extremely weak body, which would have been suppressed by the world consciousness long ago. It seems that the only choice is to make a new world. The Book of Vientiane is not only able to record the coordinates and travel through the world, but also help users to search for some worlds and record them on the pages, but this requires the help of the Inner World Exchange altar, which has the function of searching your inner world. Interpunct 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 interpunct. Lin put the Book of Vientiane into the specially left groove on the altar, and automatically turned the page to the blank page. As some of the limbs of the dead wood were burned by the flames, a large amount of energy gathered into the altar. In the Book of Vientiane, both were glowing at the same time, and the fluctuations of the glow were also transformed into the same. Lin separated part of his consciousness and soul into the Book of Vientiane, and then he searched for the feeling like using the inner world to exchange the altar, but with the help of one more thing. He just needed to find the world he liked. Be able to plunge directly into it and become a complete local. 0. What is the world I want? With a thought, Lin gave the corresponding characteristics and indicators, that is, a world with low world awareness and low force value, but with the resources he needs. After all, it was the first attempt, so Lin chose the less difficult one first. Time passed minute by minute, and on the top of the Book of Vientiane, a new blank page appeared with writing. It was quickly filled, and soon it was densely filled. Lin found that world, and then directly put his own soul and consciousness into it. In the dark, Lin knew that he had two choices, whether to devote himself to reincarnation, or to occupy and seize the house. The former takes a long time. Since the flow rates of the worlds are not the same, Lin does not know what the ratio of that world to the wizarding world is, so he passes directly. The only choice is to choose the second one, occupy and seize the house. It is necessary to fulfill the wish of the person who occupies and sees the house, that is, the ideal with the deepest thoughts, what he wants to do. The advantage is that the time is short, and the operation can be performed directly. Afterwards, it will be recognized by the world consciousness. Lin's consciousness fell into a groggy state, and he didn't know how long it took. Finally, under the protection of the Book of Vientiane, he entered a very strange world. Tomorrow I want 9 updates, now 4.16. It's too late for the liver. I want 20,000 daily updates by 12 o'clock tomorrow night. Thank you for your support. Earth. Chapter 137. In the laboratory, the anatomical analysis of the corpse of the Star Wizard is still going on, and it will take 10 years to deduce the real formal wizard meditation method. The flesh and blood embryo is being cultivated and mature, and the follow-up extraordinary bloodline factor Lin is ready. Decided to integrate all of his extraordinary bloodline factors. He wanted to cultivate his own cursed snake bloodline to the peak at one time, breaking through the stage of a formal wizard. The continuous research on pharmacy and the acquisition of alchemy knowledge are also slowly improving. The remains of dead wood can burn energy to support the operation of the laboratory. There is a high probability that he should be able to persist until Lin brings back the corresponding resources through the new world to supplement the needs of all aspects. The mutant blood-sucking vines also carry out value-added cultivation and surround the laboratory. Anyone who wants to find the laboratory or enter the scope of the laboratory must be attacked by a large number of mutant blood-sucking vines. The dark sky seemed to be covered with a layer of faint yellow ripples. It seemed that the sky was like this. There were also many heavy metal particles and radiation waves in the air that should not have existed. If ordinary humans stay here for a long time, they will definitely be infected by these and eventually die of various disease, or a variety of strange diseases mutated. Shasha. The strong wind blew in the deserted field, and gradually exposed people buried in the sand. A young man of yellow race in his 20s, with a yellow face and thin muscles, covered with some strange small particles. This seems to be a complication caused by radiation problems, but there are simply no other mutant organs and abscesses. It seemed that it was caused by long-term malnutrition, but his lips had the color of a dead man, and it was obvious that he was dead. But just as a mutant vulture with 2 heads full of stench flew down and was about to enjoy this delicious food, the young man suddenly opened his eyes. The neck of the mutant vulture, even if it struggled hard, the young man's hand was cast like steel and could not be shaken at all. Crack! With the twisted neck, the mutant vulture fell. Lin glanced at this new world thoughtfully, and when his mind moved, he subconsciously called out the chip. I didn't expect that it would actually be possible, but this is convenient for Lin. Hint, scan successfully. There are a large number of radioactive substances and heavy metal particles, various pollution particles, and gases in the air that are harmful to the human body. Long-term exposure to this environment will lead to deformities and mutations in the living body, and it will be painfully tortured by complications. The average life expectancy does not exceed 50 years. After scanning, the host's current body, radiation level, 23%. Variation, 12%. Health status, extremely unhealthy, need to replenish energy as soon as possible to provide what the body needs. Lin's eyes fell on the carcass of the vulture beside him. Without any hesitation, he began to eat it alive. The dry meat had a stench, which could easily lead to nausea and nausea. Those dirty feathers were spit out by Lin. Even blood has a taste of heavy metal. Is this world similar to the apocalyptic world in the film and television works of the previous life? When Lin came to this world, he couldn't bring his own strength, and the only thing that could help him was the powerful spiritual power brought by the chip and the split soul. Probably, it is the level of wizard enlightenment, able to move objects in a small range, and affect other spirits, and more subtle operations are to affect the 5 senses, but the premise is that the other party's mental power is at least 1 grade weaker than your own, otherwise you can only stun briefly. Lin began to accept the memory in his head, and the chip was gradually analyzing the world. It seems that this world does not have the existence of the supernatural source of spiritual tide, and there is no way for supernatural power to be born. The Book of Vientiane should not bring me to a world that does not meet my requirements. Lin felt that there should be other hidden things in this world. The name of the body is Wangya. Wilderness. Wasteland. World War. Nuclear winter. Human gathering place. Lin probably understands that the human technology in this world is very good, but for some reason, the world war has begun. A large number of nuclear weapons have been put into use, and there are various biological and chemical weapons, and bacterial weapons. In short, various countries secretly developed good. They took out everything and greeted each other well. As a result, the world was directly over, and the nuclear winter lasted for a century before dissipating. After that, the survivors came out and established gathering places to stage the most real battle for materials and the strong prey for women. Here, women are equal to rations and can be traded. What worries Lin the most is that, because of a century of fermentation, nuclear radiation and various bacteria, viruses, and biochemical products have produced strange transformations, and some special mutant particles have formed in the entire world, and everyone is being imperceptibly changed. Of changing. A large number of creatures have become mutated monsters with extremely terrifying abilities and dangers. The wilderness is full of such monsters, and both animals and plants have the possibility of superpower mutation. Humans naturally have this possibility, but they are more likely to be irradiated, mutated into various harmful diseases, and eventually die. There are very few people who can truly mutate with superpowers, and this potential appears at birth, or at a very young age. Inside the body of this monster, there is a special spark condensed at the core, which contains powerful energy and some special extraordinary effects. Humans have an extremely small possibility of becoming an awakened person if they eat it. It is for this kind of spar that some wild hunters go out to fight, and it is also a real hard currency. A rubbish spar can exchange for several women and a lot of materials. It's interesting, it's really interesting. It's not necessarily that only a world with extraordinary roots can give birth to the extraordinary. The existence of life contains infinite possibilities. This kind of supermutation is exactly what I am looking for. If it can be studied and understood, Lin's knowledge of flesh and blood will definitely be able to undergo a huge transformation, even reaching the level of cells, microorganisms, and genes. Then explore the nature of the superpower mutation in this world, study it, and master it. Master the origin of the extraordinary birth of this world. Those spar may also be used as the energy reserve of Lin laboratory and other functions. However, before that, the wish of this body must be fulfilled. Only when the wish is fulfilled can the items in this world be taken away. This is the rule of the Book of Vientiane. Oh. There are actually as many as 3 wishes. Let's see. To have a happy family, find one's older sister and younger sister, and marry 5 beautiful wives. Chapter 138. Oh. There are actually 3 wishes. Let's see. I have a happy family and find my elder sister and younger sister. Lin's face was a little strange. However, thinking of Wang Ya's identity, he is just a very ordinary scavenger, a homeless person. Such a wish is already out of reach. Become an almighty awakener with powerful power to defeat those terrifying mutant creatures. The last wish is to be strong enough to go to the other side of the wilderness to take a look. Lin has acquired Wang Ya's memory and knows that the wilderness is full of endless dangers. Almost no one has ever walked out of the wilderness, and he does not know that this wilderness is spread over multiple distances, including abandoned city ruins, and abandoned dam gates. The wasteland wilderness seems to have shrouded too many places. Lin nodded slightly. Except for the first one, which was a little difficult, the rest were all good. and they were within the scope of what Lin wanted to do. Yuan Shi's elder sister and 30 younger sister have long since separated. It is extremely difficult to find two women in this wasteland world. However, there is no other way, only one step at a time. There is an additional gathering place, called Iron Cage, which was originally the scavengers inside. Originally, he and a group of scavengers and wilderness hunters came out to explore the wilderness, picking up the corpses and remains of some mutant monsters killed by the hunters. Perhaps there are some valuable things, and the mutant monsters that can be encountered are too powerful, and the losses are heavy, and many scavengers have been washed away and died in this wilderness. Undoubtedly, the original body is also one of them. Lin found the right direction and resisted the remaining mutant vultures. One on the shoulder, this is the only ration. Even if the radiation exceeds the standard and the heavy metal exceeds the standard, you can only open your mouth and replenish the energy in your body. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't stick to the Iron Cage gathering place, and I'll have to die on the road. The chip has analyzed something. The possibility of this extraordinary mutation seems to be related to a special mutation factor. After a variety of radiation, genes, biochemical weapons, and viruses mixed together, it took 100 years to devour and mutate. Devoured, mutated again, and the final result is the root of all transcendence. Lin was a little surprised. Ordinary existence can become transcendent after changing. He seems to have caught something. But for humans, the generation of this mutation does not mean that it is a good thing. In addition to being affected by the harsh environment, we must also guard against the threat of various mutant organisms, and the possibility of survival is greatly reduced. Small. In the body of every human being in this world, there is a mutation factor, and a very small part can be awakened, and the rest can only be mutated under the condition that the radiation level of the body keeps accumulating, and finally the mutation factor mutates and kills them. Lin thought thoughtfully, if I want to wake up, I have to start with the mutation factor in my body, taking the spark produced by the mutant creature. There is a very slim chance of awakening. Lin guessed that the mutation factor and energy in the spa stimulated the mutation factor of the human body itself, leading to early mutation, but the mutation is uncontrollable, so he died. If I can control this mutation so that it is benign, so that I can have an awakening, it can be said to be an evolution. I found an idea, and it's easy to do next. Lin's next step is to use the chip to analyze the structural components in the spa, and then use his own flesh and blood to analyze and deploy, so that a beneficial complementary balance can be reached between the two, and mutation will become evolution. There is a certain degree of similarity with the refining of medicine and the cultivation and fusion of flesh and blood embryos. In this regard, Lin is a master among masters. 2 days later, Lin found a marked point in his memory. Usually, the team in the Iron Cage gathering place would stop here to rest on the way. Lin found traces of human activities under the mouth of this raised rock cave. Within 2 days, it should be the evacuated Iron Cage gathering place team. The direction is right, and it only takes about a day to get there. The wilderness is very dangerous, and the environment is also on the one hand. Before you know it, you will go to some kind of dead place. Under the dry soil, there will be a terrifying mutant monster hidden, waiting for you to fall into the trap. No one knows. Generally, a life detector is equipped, and only those with red dots are detected. Usually there are mutant monsters hidden. Lin met one. On the way to follow, his mental power sensed the ground he was stepping on. With movement, a monster similar to an amoeba broke out of the ground and opened his mouth wide enough to swallow Lin in one bite. Down. But Lin's mental power is very strong. He discovered it in advance and avoided it in time. If you use it with all your strength, you can even perceive a range of 100 meters, but it consumes too much. Chip perception requires Lin's eyes to touch, or a spontaneous and subjective detection scan, but it can't be done all the time. I'm not the opponent of this big guy now, and I don't have any attacking weapons in my hands. As for the spiritual shadow ring, Lin doesn't think this guy can have his own ideology. It's nothing more than an instinctive predator. In this regard, Lin can only come back next time to find a place. After running out of the dangerous distance within this range, Lin breathed a sigh of relief. My radiation level has increased again, and the same is true for the degree of physical mutation. It should be related to the mutant vulture meat I ate. I originally ate carrion and accumulated a lot of dirty substances. Lin didn't have much to do about it, only after entering the iron cage gathering place, to see if there was a chance to improve it. Generally speaking, the food that humans eat is grown by themselves, and it is because of the environment that the harvest is very low. Furthermore, collecting resources from the outside also requires a series of treatments before they can be eaten. The happiest thing is to find the materials left over from the last century in the ruins of the city. Although it is expired and spoiled, it is much better than eating the meat of some mutant creatures. Unless it is a last resort, no one will eat mutant creatures, which will speed up the mutation rate in their bodies, which in their opinion is a loss of life. No, I should change my concept. This method can stimulate the speed of mutation, and it is also allowing me to evolve in disguise. As long as the balance of mutation is found, even malignant can become benign. Lin ate the mutant vulture's head in one bite to replenish the last bit of energy. A huge building complex appeared in his eyes. The iron cage gathering place is here. Chapter 139. The iron cage gathering place has 3 floors as a whole. The outermost floor is where the scavengers live. Most of them are broken tents or decayed wooden houses, which are almost only able to live in people. In addition to the areas where the scavengers lived, there were also places where slaves were held, as well as roads leading in all directions, leading to various facilities. Small power stations, small water purification stations, farmland areas that can be planted, and the most famous iron cage area, which can also be called the Colosseum. Its function is of course needless to say. The second floor is where the wild hunters live, as well as the management, soldiers, and guards of the various gathering places. The third floor is naturally only the leader of the iron cage gathering place, where Jagged Frank lives. It is a very large courtyard villa group, where Frank's children and daughters live. There is even a green garden, and the purest water is used to water the flowers. Stop, or you'll shoot. The 2 guard members standing on the sentry tower found a figure and immediately shouted loudly, alerting the others. Soon the black muzzle was aimed at it. Lin's expression still didn't change. At this moment, he was in extremely poor condition and urgently needed fresh water and food, so he thought of an excellent solution. Being able to explain the reason why he came back alive is also the only way to quickly break into the upper level of the iron cage gathering place and get in touch with the spa and more news. I am Wang Ya, a scavenger in the iron cage gathering place. At that time, I encountered a terrifying mutant creature and got separated, so I had to walk all the way back. Are you kidding me? You, a scavenger, can walk out of the wilderness alone. Even if the hunters are fully armed, they may not be able to come back safe and sound. What the hell is going on with you? The squad leader of the tower guard, Robin said with a cold face, and there was absolute distrust in his words. However, the other members of the guard looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. What's the matter? What are you doing looking at me? Robin felt a little hairy in his heart, and the eyes of these members made him feel very wrong. Who are you talking to, Robin? A member of the guard said with a frown. Damn it, I'm talking to the yellow boy below, didn't you hear me? Where did you say it? You are talking to yourself at all. Robin's pupils shrank, looked at Lin, and noticed the faint smile on his face. this is the case. A somewhat absurd thought appeared in his mind. Is this scavenger named Wang Ya lucky to become an awakened one? Captain Robin, you did guess right. I successfully awakened and became an awakener. Lin chose to use his powerful spiritual power as a wizard enlightener and pretend to be an awakened person. It is almost impossible to see any flaws. Who dares to say that manipulation of the five senses, mental influence, and mind manipulation are not abilities that only awakened people have? Robin saw that Lin didn't speak, but his words were able to let him know. Only this is the only possibility, this kid has really become an extremely rare awakener. Envy and jealousy appeared on Robin's face, and the iron cage gathering place was about to have another high level. Awakened people are very different from ordinary people. They are like the darlings chosen by God. They can have all kinds of terrifying abilities, including the leader of Frank. When he finds such a person in his gathering place, he will also win over and promise a lot. Interests. The captains of those departments are all such awakened beings. His boss, the captain of the tower guard, Wall, naturally too. Let go immediately, go and inform Chief Frank. Robin shouted loudly, and at the same time prepared to go down to the tower himself to open up the future big man door. The news spread quickly. After all, there was an awakener. Soon, the high-level officials of the Iron Cage gathering place gathered together. The captains of various departments, as well as the hunters and members of the onlookers, had deep envy in their eyes. This is the awakener, a big man who is short to prepare. The leader, Frank, is a burly and strong man, about 2.5 meters in height. From a distance, he looks like a hilltop, and his voice is also very loud. He wears a cloak made of unknown fur and smiles at Lin. Said, "Welcome back to your home, my dear brother." However, the two sides are still separated by a certain distance. It seems that they have not let their guard down, and there are still some doubts and surprises. Obviously, this kind of bridge of encountering danger and awakening is really unreliable. Lin doesn't care, as long as the absolute truth is presented to them, they will naturally believe it. The weight of an awakened person is not light, and it can enhance a gathering place and have a great strength. I think you are lying. How can there be such a coincidence and such outrageous thing? Since you said that you are an awakened, then I am an ordinary person who is not an awakened, come to challenge you, you should be able to accept it. A wild hunter suddenly stood up and said with a fiery temper, there was still a lot of badness in his eyes. From the scars that appeared in various places on his body, he knew that this guy had experienced many battles. As soon as these words came out, the captains of the awakened people flickered in their eyes and did not speak, including Frank, who watched silently, with a lot of acquiescence. An awakened who suddenly appeared, wants to share a large part of the interests. Naturally these captains are not very happy. It is best for someone to find fault. Frank also has his own considerations. Seeing is believing. He is really an awakener and will definitely be able to defeat this hunter. Otherwise, just die. Let me see you, a scavenger. What qualifications do you have to call yourself an awakened, Wang Conhao? Give me death, a swindler. The hunter directly pulled out the dagger from his waist, with a cold light in his eyes, and attacked at the neck, killing him with one hit. Soon he directly pierced this Lin's neck. Blood stained his face, and the body fell down. There was disdain on his face. Sure enough. He's just a swindler, Mr. Chief. I successfully killed him for you. The hunter turned to announce the good news to Frank, wanting to hear a few words of compliments from Frank, but saw that Frank looked at him full of shock and fear. No, it should be said that he was looking at his neighbors. The hunter felt that someone patted him, and he found that the kid who was stabbed to death by him just now came back to life. Mad, damn it, why are you still alive? Lin looked at him with a smile, letting the hunter do what he wanted. Chapter 140. Made, Hell. Lin looked at him with a smile, and let the hunter continue to stab him with a dagger. This time, the opponent stabbed Lin in the heart. Blood splashed on his face, and the hunter showed a hideous and happy expression. Frank's eyes were extremely solemn, and the other captains had gloomy faces. They didn't expect that there was really an awakener, or an awakener with strange abilities. In their eyes, the hunter was just waving on the spot, and he didn't attack that kid at all. It seems that there is an inexplicable influence on the hunter, resulting in such a useless effort. It's so rude. Aoki, how did you discipline? Your subordinates are so disobedient. Frank's expression had killing intent, and he shot directly, appearing in front of the hunter as if teleporting. Although the other party was affected by Lin's 5 senses, he was able to see other people except Lin. Boss, why are you here? Look, I killed that bratty kid. The hunter pointed to the empty ground, as if there was Lin's body there. Frank was expressionless, and slapped the hunter directly on the head. The terrifying force directly slapped the forehead into his chest. In an instant, his flesh and viscera became a puddle of squeezing, and his body fell down like mud. My dear brother, welcome you back to our home. This guy dares to talk nonsense. I have killed him to vent your anger. Frank's face was full of smiles. He walked over and put his arms around Lin's shoulders. Let's go, we have prepared a feast for you to catch up with the wind and dust. Have a good time today. Lin showed his awakener power, which has been affirmed by everyone, and he will not show it on the surface if he is upset. The group walked towards the depths of the iron cage gathering place. The news gradually spread throughout the gathering place, and everyone knew that a new awakener had arrived. Lin is not surprised, that guy is just the easiest victim. Frank had a rare dinner in his living area, invited Lin and called all the captains of the awakened. Come here, let's all eat. If you don't get drunk, you won't go home today. Frank took a sip of the wine that had deteriorated. This is the wine of the last century. Although it has deteriorated, it still has the taste of wine. It is something that Frank treasures. Usually, he can't drink it. The eyes of the others also lit up, and they drank beautifully. The stuff can only be found in the ruins of the city, which is the most dangerous place in the wilderness. If you drink it, it may be a scavenger or a hunter who loses his life. Then Frank started to introduce the other awakened captains to Lin. They were the captain of the Sentinel team, Wall, a white man of standard stature, probably in his 30s. The captain of the escort team, Rubens, a black and white mixed blood, about 40 years old. The captain of the later management department, Sol, a pure blonde white male. The captain of the hunter unit, Allah, is a thin man with a gloomy complexion, in his 30s. What surprised Lin the most was that there was actually an Asian woman in her 20s who also wore a mask with half of her face at the banquet, only the part below her nose was exposed, and her red lips were flaming, comfortably attracting attention. Yuchi's figure is also extremely hot, but the other captains present have never given her too many glances, not even Frank. The captain of the disciplinary force, Aoki. It's interesting, this is the main fighting force of the entire Iron Cage gathering place. Lin pondered, and there are some vice captains and team captains set up below, which have something special. When the banquet was almost over, Frank finally spoke up and got down to business, and everyone was paying attention. That was about Lin's position. The awakened is also at least a captain. The positions are almost full. If their interests are involved, it will be troublesome. So their faces also became nervous. Since that's the case, then Brother Wang Ya's position is responsible for. Before Frank's words were finished, a word had already appeared in his mind. His pupils shrank, and he looked at Lin in surprise. It was not known by other people. This was because the mental power directly transmitted the fluctuation of information to the other party's mind. Following Lin's story, Frank's expression became extremely shocked. The eyes he looked at Lin were horrified, but more of a fiery surprise. That look immediately contained unprecedented ambition. Cough cough. Frank cleared his throat. Brother Wang Ya will be renamed Brother Lin from now on. Regarding his arrangement, he is responsible for the scientific research and drug development of our entire iron cage gathering area, including some injuries. You can go to Brother Lin, he is an expert on this. Everyone looked at Lin in astonishment. They didn't understand why this happened, and they were also very curious. Judging from the leader's words, it seems that he is very happy and respects this newcomer. However, since I's own interests were not involved, Lin's eyes softened a little, which was more pleasing to the eye. Lin explained that he was able to develop an experiment that allows ordinary people to become awakened. He used to be the core researcher of an underground shelter, and he has been conducting research in this area, and has already achieved preliminary results. But with almost irreversible side effects. After the laboratory was breached, he had no choice but to live in the iron cage gathering place, hiding himself all the time and not revealing it. And so on in this series of things, in which lies and truth are intertwined. This Frank can't see the truth fake. Even if the other party knows it's fake, but at this time they can only believe it's real, which means a change. The other party is taking a gamble. And Lin also has his own plan. He needs to thoroughly improve this experiment through chip analysis and a large number of human experiments, and truly create a method that can awaken ordinary people, and finally use it perfectly on oneself. Fulfill several wishes of the original body, and by the way, improve the knowledge of flesh and blood, and other related knowledge. With the cooperation of this iron cage gathering place, this progress can be improved very quickly. This is what Lin values, and by the way, he can let him start a relationship network and find his original sister and sister. Even the research on SPA is completely free of any pressure, and it is something worth trying. The iron cage gathering place will meet all of Lin's requirements. The premise is that this Frank can see the shadow of real hope, and it happens that the chip also analyzes a little bit of things. Chapter 141. According to the analysis of the chip, there are also mutation factors in the air, but most of these mutation factors are constant and do not change, but the mutation factors in other beings will change, which is extremely uncertain aspects. At present, it seems that only through the corresponding mutation factors, a separate experimental analysis can be carried out, and various variables can be tried to find a way to alleviate and reach a balance. Lin instantly thought of his own flesh and blood embryos. When merging the extraordinary bloodline factors, he did not have to search for the fusion point, carry out the corresponding flesh and blood embryo culture, and finally fuse. In the dark, the evolution of flesh and blood knowledge has commonality. No matter whether the world is different or otherwise, flesh and blood are flesh and blood, and the commonality exists. Lin seems to feel that the truth is walking by his side, and he can touch it at any time. This is a good feeling. A few days later, Lin's existence has been accustomed to the entire iron cage gathering place, and a new institution is also being built. The specific external name is the Iron Cage Research Base. The person in charge is Lin, and there are no staff yet. Work. The laboratory is still built, according to the requirements given by Lin, but due to the influence of the end, many things cannot be supplemented, and the construction is also very imperfect, and Lin cannot even carry out experiments. The energy of the entire iron cage gathering place still relies on SPA, and the small power station can only supply part of the organization. It is also because the SPA is hard to come by, so I chose to use a small power station to reduce losses, and I need some. There is no machinery, equipment, or gathering place at all. Lin was a little irritable, and it seemed that Frank had to think of a way. However, some of the things he said to Frank, about the underground shelter, were really right. The original body was indeed born there. The radiation level would be lower, and the body had no mutated tissue, so it could live longer. Time. That underground shelter was built in the last century, and there must be corresponding technological machinery in it. If it is moved to my laboratory, the current situation can be solved directly. But it seems that people from another gathering place at that time broke through the underground shelter, enslaved the people inside, and took the things inside as their own spoils. This matter can be left to Frank, anyway. He should be more anxious than me. The only good news is that with regard to the SPA, Lin and the samples also know the strength division of the awakened, as well as the grade of the SPA. Awakened people are counted according to their rank. Just awakening is the first rank, and there is still a certain chance to awaken again later. This is the second rank, which can greatly improve the strength and increase the ability. But this can only rely on talent and chance. Coincidentally, there is no systematic way to advance. Maybe I can find an awakened person to dissect it, look inside, and find the key points. The level of SPA is closely related to the danger level of mutant monsters. The SPA produced by the most common mutant monsters is the worst F level, and the RE level, D level, C level. B-level mutant monsters can destroy a gathering place, comparable to second-order awakeners. Lin's face was filled with excitement and fun, and it really was very interesting. He is using the chip to analyze the inner composition of the F-level SPA in his hand, and its possible effects. The answer surprised Lin very much. Hint: analysis is completed. The inner composition of the SPA contains a large number of mutation factors of mutant monsters, with amazing activity and very rich energy reserves. Once it enters the human body, it will quickly stimulate the concentration of mutation factors in the body. With mutations, there is a very slim possibility that the user can become an awakened. Function: it can provide energy supply. Except for the mutation factor, it is the most perfect energy supply object. It can even be used to supplement spiritual energy, but the effect will be discounted. Attachment: in essence, SPA is the product of the combination of life forms and mutation factors, which can be perfectly applied to any energy needs. This is equivalent to an alternative magic stone, but it is far more valuable than the magic stone. This is the miracle of biological energy. Lin found the energy resources he needed in this world. About the mutation factor in the human body and the mutation factor in the SPA, the energy is stimulating, and the mutation factor is conflicting. This conflict must be resolved, so that the two can be integrated into each other to achieve a balance. Maybe I can create an extraordinary path for this world. Lin developed a strong desire to explore the unknown, and began to conduct preliminary simulation experiments in the simulation experiment space of the chip. Interpunct 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 interpunct. Of course, the news of the lack of experimental equipment also informed Frank. 3 days later, Lin successfully obtained the scientific research equipment that Frank had brought back at a high price. The laboratory was successfully perfected, and he could start his research. At the same time, Lin also made some requests to Frank. With some professional terms, Frank couldn't understand it very well. He just felt that he was not aware of it. He had a lot more trust in Lin, and Lin's request would be met now. A total of 3 slaves whose radiation levels have reached a very serious level were brought to Lin's laboratory. Next, Lin will carry out the first stage of experiments, trying to extract the mutation factors in these slaves, and then combine a crystal. When the mutation in the stone is carried out, it is necessary to conduct experimental research to see what is needed, or to what extent can it be integrated with each other and achieve a balance. The first experimenter was a black male. The tall body that was originally 1.8 meters has now shrunk to about 1.5 meters. The spine has serious external bumps, and various bones and joints have grown outside the skin. This is an impending mutation. A human being at this level, what awaits him is a painful death in despair. The bones must endure extreme pain when they grow outside, and they cannot be touched or chopped off. Once touched, it will be the pain of uprooting the spine. After applying the anesthetic, Young's needle directly extracted a tube of blood with strong radiation and heavy metals. By the way, he cut a section out of the exposed bones, punched a small hole in the spine, and extracted a part of the stench that was pitch black. Spinal fluid. When performing a series of operations, even if the black man was given anesthesia, there was a look of extreme pain on his face, and a lot of sweat was left behind. Lin was wearing protective clothing and a mask. His eyes were calm, like an indifferent machine. Like, manipulating. Frank was also watching from the outside of the laboratory. Lin's various operations had completely conquered him. This is the look in the eyes of a scumbag who sees a scholar. He just thinks it is very powerful. Compared with Lin, his subordinates only know how to fight for power and profit. They are all rubbish. Earth. Chapter 142. Some brothers reported that the apocalyptic world is very uncomfortable to watch. What do more brothers think, mainly for the purpose of aggression, to collect resources from the entire world, to supply the protagonist's promotion to the official wizard's resource consumption, and it will start to feel good soon. Some of the knowledge and levels that Lin possesses are completely beyond their luxury. In the entire Iron Cage gathering place, not even the entire wilderness of this area, there is no high-end talent like Lin. It wasn't in vain that he paid such a large price to exchange these incomprehensible things. Frank's heart is hot, maybe he can really achieve that. With the Lin brothers, the Iron Cage gathering place will sooner or later surpass other gathering places and become the most powerful force. Frank's ambitions have never been so high. The initial stage of the experiment was quite smooth, at least when it came to extracting the mutation factor of the black man and the mutation factor in the spar. I didn't encounter too much difficulty. There are too many impurities and it is difficult to separate them. Various heavy metal substances and various biochemical particle components have become a mess. It takes a lot of time to find out the components that only have mutation factors. Boss Lin's work. After all, the laboratory here is not his laboratory in the wizarding world. Although it has been supplemented by some scientific research equipment, it is extremely reluctant to achieve this level of meticulous separation. With the help of the chip, Lin successfully separated it. In contrast, there are not so many impurities in the spar, and the mutation factor in it can be easily extracted. The most preliminary task has been completed, and the next step is to carry out 2 types of mutation factors with different classifications, match and fuse with each other, and reach the stage of balance. This is also the most difficult stage, because Lin has learned through chip analysis. Mutation factor itself is a kind of factor component obtained by various biological, chemical, radiation, and even extreme cold regions, combined with various microvirus elements, after 100 years of mutation and phagocytosis. It belongs to an extremely unstable existence, and the possibility of mutation is as high as 99.99%. How difficult is it to achieve a match and a successful fusion? We can only rely on the simulation experiment function of the chip to conduct analysis experiments. As of now, Lin has no better way. If he wants to produce results in a short time, he can only use this. Time passed, another day passed, and the simulation results of the chip finally came out. A total of 80,000 simulation experiments were carried out, and the balance between these two mutation factors was finally found. Although there are still some instability, it can be initially used in human experiments, but after all, it cannot be used on a large scale, and can only be elite. After all, it is necessary to extract the corresponding mutation factors first, and then perform paired fusion to achieve a balance. The stronger the SPA, the harder it is to achieve balance. 2 days later. In the isolation warehouse of the laboratory, the black slaves who were sent were in an increasingly unbearable state, and they were about to be tortured to death by complications at any time. Frank was invited by Lin to watch the first awakening experiment. "Brother Lin, is this the one that can be awakened? Evolution potion?" Frank looked unnaturally at the syringe in Lin's hand, which contained a thick black liquid. "Yes, but it has great side effects, and there is a high chance of death. It can only be used 1-to-1. I need to prepare the corresponding user's blood." Lin looked at Frank with a smile. He didn't lie. This evolution potion was a semi-finished product, which directly allowed the two mutation factors to achieve the lowest fusion, and the balance was not so stable. He was too lazy to spend more time and more subtle operations to further improve this evolutionary medicine. The probability of dying from almost 100% has been reduced from taking SPA directly to a 70% probability of death, which is a lot higher. If you are lucky, you will still be able to ascend to the sky and become an awakened one. His main purpose is to get familiar with the operation, and now he has almost figured it out. Of course, the purification potion used for oneself must not be so simple. Lin began to inject the black man inside. As the drug worked, the black man began to roar in pain. The bone structure on his body further changed, and his mutation behavior had reached its peak. Frank looked at this scene in shock. This is the power of evolution. It actually succeeded. It's a pity that the final result was a failure. This black man directly turned into a piece of flesh and blood, and he couldn't see a trace of human beings at all. It still needs to be improved, but the main reason is that the people who participated in the experiment are too weak, and the body is weak, the evolution is incomplete, and it failed. The 70% success rate, but a little improve a little, but it will take more time, reaching 50% is the limit. Lin explained, but his mind was no longer on this. He was preparing to extract the mutation factor in his body, then find a stronger SPA, and match the two. Improve the strength of this body earlier, then unify the strength and attack the wilderness. He hasn't forgotten that his main purpose is to collect resources and won't stay here forever. In every evolution potion, there will be a backhand for control. As long as you give me a little more time, I can become an awakened and reach beyond the wilderness. Lin himself is also very curious about the situation outside the wilderness. The mutant monsters that exist in the wilderness are all precious resources. The SPA can also be used for energy storage and experiments. The mutation factor in it can add a layer of evolutionary mutation possibility to any living species. With this little evolutionary potion, I can gather a terrifying power that surpasses the entire wilderness, and then occupy the entire world. Lin licked his lips, and sure enough, there is nothing wrong. Every world has an incomparably huge value, which countless wizards yearn for. Brother Lin, don't worry, I will give you everything you want. For the follow-up experimenters, I will bring a hunter member. If you want to find the needs of your relatives, I will also activate the energy to find them. Frank said deeply. It seems that the 70% chance of success has satisfied him very much. And he thinks he has also seized Lin's weakness, which is to find relatives. Chapter 143. Most of the awakening abilities of ordinary awakened people are of physical type, such as strengthening of strength, improvement of physical quality, improvement of agility, improvement of nerve reflexes, and reaching an inhuman state. All the awakened people in the entire Iron Cage gathering place are of the same type of body. Rare are all kinds of special abilities, such as fire and water, release energy, invisibility, or the strange ability shown by Lin, spiritual. In the laboratory the evolutionary mutation has not yet come to an end, and stronger evolutionary mutations can be created in the future. This is the origin of the second order and third order awakeners. Lin pondered, and in the several gathering places around the Iron Cage gathering place as the core, there are at most only leaders who have reached the second order awakening, and the higher ones have never appeared. The uncontrollable self-awakening mutation has such a drawback: the success rate is too low, let alone awakening to the second level again. In the following time, Lin began to devote himself to the research on mutation factors. The method of awakening has been completely mastered, but the method of awakening and advanced again is still in a relatively blank exploration. The healthy experiment that Frank promised to send has also been delivered. He is a member of the Wilderness Hunters, but because he lost an arm and a thigh when he was out on a mission, he had no choice but to retire. He was unhappy and decadent all day. Inside the isolation warehouse, an Asian yellow man with a cane, about 30 years old, with an inch head, was smoking a low-quality linen tobacco, and his expression was very indifferent, as if nothing could make him interested. Wang Yong, it's hard to live such a decadent life of being treated as waste. Even the final use value is used as an experiment. Are you willing? Lin said in an indifferent tone. What can I do if I'm not reconciled? I've already lost a leg and a hand, and I'm already a waste. You can do whatever you want, it doesn't matter anyway. Wang Yong said indifferently. What if I said I could make you stand up again and have the same power as an awakened one? Lin's voice had an inexplicable meaning. Instantly, Wang Yong's pupils shrank, his face was full of longing and shock. He took a deep breath and said, if you can really let me have these, you can let me do anything. Lin took out a needle, which contained the corresponding evolutionary factors. This is the evolutionary potion that I matched and cultivated with the mutation factor in your body. You only need to inject it to gain a new life. Lin's mouth has a smile, but there is only a 1/2 success rate. Are you sure you want to choose? Give him to me, I need this thing. Wang Yong blushed instantly, and his face was full of enthusiasm. As long as you give me that thing, I can do whatever you want, and I can be your dog and your slave. He has had enough of being spurned and looked down upon by others. In this world, even dying in battle is better than being a useless cripple. Then as you wish. Lin put the needle tube directly between the grooves. Every evolutionary medicine he makes has a certain amount of drug control ingredients in it, and with his mental influence, he can make the user subconsciously obey him. Similar to the simplified version of the thought stamp, when the subsequent mental influence becomes more and more serious, it can be completely equivalent to the thought stamp. Even if it is allowed to die, there will be no hesitation. Wang Yong inserted a needle into his neck. With the injection of the liquid, he felt the gust of power for the first time, the kind of power that filled his body, as if it was about to explode at any time. I got a new life. At his severed hand and arm, thick smoke like coke began to appear. Emerge and begin to grow limbs spontaneously. Lin's eyes lit up. He was still a special and rare type of awakener, not bad. An hour later, Wang Yong, who was reborn, knelt down in front of Lin. Wang Yong sees Lord Lin. It is Lord Lin who gave Wang Yong the new life he has today. What is your ability? Lin asked with interest. The skin of Wang Yong's hands suddenly looked like coke, with smoke coming out and full of cracks, but there was a strong burning sensation, like magma. The hidden ability of flames. Yes, you can go to Frank, and then go back to the hunter unit. The rest will take its course. You just need to bring me the spar, which is independent of the outside. The stronger the better, I already have a new one. Research findings. Lin said lightly. Yes, Lord Lin, your wisdom and ability shine like the stars. I will bring what you want. Looking at Wang Yong's back, the corner of Lin's mouth raised an arc. My plan can start. 2 days later, a new news broke out in the Iron Cage gathering place, which also caused a lot of uproar. Wang Yong, who had always been a cripple, actually returned, recovered, and became an awakened person. How is this possible? There must be something weird in here. In the captain's flat, the hunter captain had a puzzled face and a deeper level of fear. It's too coincidental and too sudden, it's simply impossible. But Wang Yongyu is indeed an awakener, and the ability to awaken is a rare energy ability, which is a bit stronger than me. Could it have something to do with that mysterious and weird Lin? Since joining in, even the leader Frank has become strange, so he can't help but think. The other department captains also had different expressions. Obviously, they had some other ideas, but they didn't share their interests, so I haven't thought so much yet. A small flat building near the core area, there are still many plants here. Oki is staring the leaves of a plant. Flaming Red Lips murmured, this is really interesting. In the laboratory Frank and Arin are talking. Frank is very happy, because finally there is a result, so many resources and so many days. It's all thanks to you, Brother Lin. Frank patted Lin on the shoulder and brought him good news. Your sister and sister already have some news, but we need to inquire further. Brother Lin, you can rest assured and study with peace of mind. In addition, I hope that my 3 sons can also be equipped with evolutionary medicines, so that they can take up the responsibility at their age. Frank's expression was incomparably frenetic, as if he saw the possibility of his ambitions being realized. Lin just looked at him with a smile. Naturally no one knew what was in his heart. Chapter 144. Boss. Even after further research, this evolutionary potion can only achieve a half success rate. This is the limit, and it is impossible to improve it any further. Lin reminded lightly. This is also an opportunity. Ordinary people don't live long. Only the awakened can have everything. If you fail, you will not be able to live up to your expectations. Frank said as usual. Lin raised his brows. The tiger's poison doesn't eat his son, and he does the same to his own son. This guy is really ruthless. But it doesn't matter to him. Anyway, he can produce half of the evolution potion at most, and the backhand of control will also be added. As for whether it is alive or dead, it is up to him. More time must be spent on the production of the evolutionary potion I use myself. As long as there are a few more days, I will be able to achieve a 100% chance of success. I also have a clue about the subsequent production of the advanced evolutionary potion. Lin pondered inwardly. My 2 daughters are also 15 years old, and they like intellectuals like the Lin brothers. I don't know if the Lin brothers are free tonight. Come to my family dinner. I look at the Lin brothers. For relatives, it has never been so kind. Frank said suddenly. Lin doesn't have a cold in his heart. The meaning of being able to create such an evolutionary potion is self-evident. This is because he sees that his value is too great, and he has to bind himself together. But Lin doesn't matter, it's just a body temporarily occupied by the split soul, and he doesn't have any special sense of belonging. For the time being, there is still a place to use this guy, so let's go. Okay, since the leader invites you, you must go. Lin said with a smile. Lin went to the dinner as scheduled, and met Frank's 3 sons and 2 daughters, as well as 4 wives. How to say? It can only be said that the women in this apocalyptic world do not have much sophistication, they are nothing more than the simplest heavy makeup. With an official smile, Lin finished the banquet, took some flesh and blood tissue from each of Frank's 3 sons, and left. After Lin left, Frank asked his 2 daughters, "How do you think? I want both of you to marry him." "No, sir, I don't want to get married. I do not like him." Come over. 2 white blonde girls with freckles on their faces and a little skin disease due to radiation looked arrogant, and they looked down on Lin, a yellow race. "Even if you want to get married, it is to marry your brothers. What's more, I have long been with my brothers." Blush appeared on their faces. On the other hand, Frank's 3 sons sat upright and finished their meal. They respected Lin's attitude very much. They knew some inside stories, but they were not as stupid as these 2 idiots. There is also ambition in the heart, and the awakened person, once he becomes one, can be high above and surpass ordinary people. The 3 of them looked at each other, and there was a spark of competition. Inside the laboratory, Lin's research on mutation factors has reached a very advanced level. In addition to the first level awakening level evolutionary potions, there are also advanced evolutionary potions that have reached the second level awakening. Come out. The mutation factor is the root of the extraordinary, and the spar of the monster can be used as a trigger point. The evolution potion is based on the mutation factor of the user, and it is fused with the mutation factor of the spar, and finally reaches a balance. Then subsequent advancement and further evolution will require more mutation factors to achieve a balance. That is, continue to fuse more powerful spar. Lin already has a prototype of a system, derived from mutation factors and spar. E rank and F rank spar are used as the evolution potion for first order awakeners, D rank and C rank spar are used as the evolutionary potion for second rank awakeners, then third rank is naturally and B rank. At present, most of the spar in the Iron Cage gathering place are E level and F level, and more have not appeared. The spar of that level requires Frank to hunt and kill mutant monsters himself, and it is very danger. Lin thought about it for a while, then he could complete his first order awakener first, and then there would naturally be a way for Frank to go out to hunt and obtain spar in person. Another day has passed, and Lin's matching evolution potion has also been successfully produced. In addition to the 100% awakening, he also uses E-level spar, which is better than the F-level prepared for those guys. The effect is much stronger. With the injection of the evolution potion, Lin's mental power instantly felt his own changes, and his physical fitness was slowly improving. Could it be that the awakening is the ability in terms of physical fitness? Lin waited for the completion of his evolutionary awakening. Finally, through chip analysis, he knew exactly what his abilities were. I didn't expect it to be controlled by gravity. This is an extremely rare ability. You can change the gravity within 50 meters with yourself as the center at will. Lin snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the work frame in front of him suddenly twisted, unable to withstand the pressure of the weight. Awakening abilities are generally closely related, so my follow-up advanced awakening abilities may be gravitational and repulsive. Interesting. Lin felt that this ability could even be brought back to the main body, because it was awakened by Lin's soul-splitting information, but only borrowed the mutation factor. To be precise, this mutation factor can act on the soul level to a certain extent, which is really a wonderful evolutionary change. Lin was walking on the road of the Iron Ring gathering place, and the members of the patrol or some scavengers at work paid their respects to him. Iron Cage area. This is a well-known coliseum in the entire wilderness. Guan Wang Cao held a lot of mutant monsters, and let some people who made mistakes, or slaves, or enemies fight these mutant monsters for life and death. Win 10 games in a row to get a pardon. Many big figures from other gathering places sometimes take time to watch it. Lin met Frank at the tallest building in the iron cage. There was a smell of inferior perfume in the room. Frank saw Lin coming and happily invited him to watch today's iron cage battle. However, Lin passed the information directly through the spirit, and told Frank some key information, specifically about the advanced evolution potion, and the possibility that Frank's strength could be improved again. What? These words can be taken seriously? Gut, Frank was shocked. When you move in Lin's heart, the fish is hooked. The number of the following chapters is changed to a numerical serial number, which is convenient. Chapter 145. After hearing the message from Lin, even the precious drink in his hand fell to the ground. Frank's complexion changed greatly. His breath suddenly became heavier, and his eyes were also red, which was caused by excitement and fanaticism. What Brother Lin said is true, don't make me happy. It's natural, but I hope the leader can increase his efforts to find my sister as soon as possible. Lin showed concern and anxiety appropriately, making this guy think that this is his weakness and handle. Frank's face is very serious. This is natural, I will definitely do it. At the same time, I was thinking in my heart, as long as I have Lin's sister in hand, then I can be foolproof forever. Both of them have their own thoughts, but the competition has been divided. Inside the laboratory, Lin continued to improve the advanced awakening potion, and there were still some subtle keys that could only be solved when the higher level spa was available. Frank has issued a notice, and decided to take the hunter troop and go out in person tomorrow to clean up the mutant monsters that endanger the iron cage gathering place. Almost most of the people who go with them are awakened and experienced old hunters, and almost half of the high-end combat power of the iron cage gathering place will be taken away. It seems that, after hearing the news from Lin that he can continue to improve, Frank's ambition can no longer be concealed. Excuse me, is Dr. Lin there? A voice came in from outside, through the paging machine on the gate. Lin stopped to think, with a bit of surprise on his face. It was strange that someone would take the initiative to come to him. Looking at the young white man standing in front of the door, Lin didn't say anything and let him enter the laboratory. It was one of Frank's 3 sons. Dr. Lin, thank you very much for your help, giving me the opportunity to become an awakened. I would like to take the liberty to ask if this success rate can only be 50%, and are there any other aspects to be concerned about? Daniel said nervously, and then suddenly remembered something, embarrassedly groped out a pure black spar from his pocket and put it on the table. I remember that Dr. Lin needs a spar very much for research. This is a spar I got by chance. It seems to be a D-level spar. I hope it can help Dr. Lin's research. The same, it's also my heart, Dr. Lin is really fortunate. Lin directly picked up the spar, which is indeed a D-level spar, which can be used to make advanced evolution potions, but the energy contained in it has been reduced a lot. The effect is not so good, and the probability of success, it was only about 50% of the sky, and even with lens technology, the success rate could not be improved again. But it's still possible to use it to practice and make it. Interesting, it seems that there are some power struggles involved. But Yalim wished that Frank's 3 sons would fight. Just don't disturb him in his experiments. When the perfect evolution potion for the advanced stage is made, Lin will directly push the showdown, and he will control the iron cage gathering place. And then nibble the surrounding gathering places, and then form an army of awakened people to attack the entire wilderness and obtain more spar resources. You want to know? Lin said in a meaningful tone, I am very satisfied with this gift. I can tell you that the chance of success of the evolution potion is only 50%, but there are other ways to improve your chance of success as much as possible. Daniel's face showed excitement. What he wanted was this, and he also wanted to have a good relationship with this Lin, so that he could conduct the awakening experiment first. Watching Daniel leave the lab, Lin only felt that things were getting more and more interesting. This kid actually wanted to make an alliance with him, saying that staying here with his talent and knowledge is simply a condescension, and he needs to go to a more ambitious place. There are some other forces secretly intervening into the Iron Cage gathering place. Maybe some of these awakened people are allied with this Daniel and have already fallen to that secret force. However, Daniel did not disclose more information. Lin waited and watched. Anyway, no matter what changes, as long as it didn't disturb his research and experiments, it would eventually be a small wave of repression. However, with this D-level spa, you can practice an advanced evolution potion. Lin put on corresponding protective clothing and a mask. Frank had already set off with the team, and Lin's words stimulated him. This time, he actually wanted to lead the team to the area of the city's ruins. In addition to hunting some powerful mutant monsters, he also obtained some of the last century's supplies. The battlefield jeep raised billowing black smoke and drove into the depths of the wilderness until the black spots disappeared. A figure stood on the tower watching everything. The most obvious thing was her flaming red lips. She was Oki. To be precise, it's Okizo. The corners of her mouth twitched. The troublesome people were almost gone. It was time to check the details of that Lin. She was curious about everything that happened recently. In the laboratory, Lin's production of the advanced evolution potion this time went very smoothly, making Lin a little surprised. In fact, his level of flesh and blood knowledge has improved a lot in the study of the mutation factors these days, and he is already moving towards the next stage. The understanding of mutation factors is almost transparent, so refining advanced evolution potions is easy and natural. The foundation is already there. 2 hours later, Lin looked at the transparent liquid in the test tube in his hand and muttered, "Is this an advanced evolution potion?" It is not accurate to say that the color is completely transparent, because there are countless tiny objects, like microorganisms, that are slowly crawling, and even self-transcribed and increased in value. It can be said that it is a terrible virus. Chip, analyze the specific efficacy and situation of this advanced evolution medicine, whether it can be taken, and what is the success rate. Hint. The analysis is completed, and the current semi-finished product is advanced evolution potion. Because the energy of the spa material is not enough, only 30% of the possibility of success when taking it, and the greater probability is that it will be swallowed and assimilated into a special mutation factor microorganism, causing a biochemical viral spread of terror spread. Lin seems to have thought of the picture of this micromutation factor microorganism getting a lot of flesh and blood nutrients, going on crazy value adding, and then devouring the entire Iron Cage gathering place. It seems to have created a somewhat unexpected little thing. Chapter 146. Regarding this somewhat special advanced evolution potion, it may be able to play an unexpected role at some point. Or let an awakener take him. If he is lucky, he can directly advance to the second order awakener, and Lin will also have a more powerful subordinate. But the choice of candidates is not easy. There are so many awakened ones, and they are full of scheming. Wang Yong was also in the hunter unit and went on an expedition. Now my strength is an awakener, and I have the ability of gravity. Even if I add my mental power, it can only be comparable to a second-order awakener. The chip has been analyzed, and the winning rate of my battle with Frank is 50%. Fifth, his physical fitness is very strong, and he is in the middle of the pack, and he still needs to wait for a while. As long as Lin reaches the second level of the awakened, he can directly show down. Kai Kai. The sound of the snake's breath came in from the unknown of the vent. Although it was very subtle, Lin's perception was so sharp that he found the trace directly. The corners of his mouth gradually raised a smile, and he actually played with poisonous snakes. A bamboo leaf green flexibly passed through the vent, crawling all the way through the ventilation duct, and soon saw an indoor picture, that is a young man with an indifferent face, and smiled lightly at it. A wave of mental power quickly oppressed, and the head of the poisonous snake exploded directly, and the blood sprayed. In the garden of Zipinglu, Aokizo flashed fear in her eyes, and then her pupils were bloodshot. She couldn't help vomiting out a mouthful of blood. Not only that, but even her nostrils, ears, and even the corners of her eyes. Blood flowed out. It's impossible. How did he find me? What exactly is his ability? Why is it so terrible? My brain is going to explode. Aokizo gritted her teeth, took out a small bottle from her arms angrily, and ate the contents. His face turned from pale to ruddy. Interesting. What you eat is very unusual. Can you tell me what you eat, or tell me your true identity? A faint voice came from behind, followed by a rhythmic footstep. Aokizo looked over in horror, and found that the man in Lin didn't know when he came here. You. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. Come and don't be offensive. You came to my site as a guest. I will naturally come to your site as a guest. You say yes. Suspicious punishment, Captain. Oki. Lin smiled lightly. He was just thinking about finding a first-order awakener to take his advanced evolution potion and create a stronger subordinate. Suffering from the difficulty of selecting candidates, there is a person who chooses his own to come to the door. No wonder he. It just so happens that most of the awakened people are not in the Iron Ring gathering place, so they can let him operate. Aokizo was wearing a mask, but the flaming red lips squeezed out a charming smile. Brother Lin, what are you doing? What are you talking about? I don't know at all. You can tell me if you want to come to my site. Ah, definitely invite the Lin brothers to visit. Lin is too lazy to talk to this guy. Since he is not honest, he will take it directly and interrogate the information he wants. Chip just analyzed this woman's information by the way. Hint. Name, Aokizo, strength, first order awakened, ability. Biological manipulation. Lin's eyes lit up. He was still an awakener with special abilities, and he couldn't let it go. It would be great if he could control mutant creatures. With a mental shock, he went directly to Aokizo's mind. In an instant, the originally rosy face turned pale again, and the 7 holes were bleeding. What are you? Why did you take action against me? If you violated the rules, you are doomed. Aokizo wanted to escape, but the opponent's ability was too terrifying, and it was impossible to guard against it. 4 or 5 poisonous snakes burst out from the garden, biting towards Lin's throat, and before it was over, those plant vines also entangled. Interesting, you can even manipulate plants. It's an amazing ability. It's true that plants are also a type of living thing. Just before the poisonous snake and the plant vine man were about to wrap around Lin, with Lin as the center, a terrifying gravitational force was instantly generated, which was 10 times higher than the original gravitational force. Aokizo, who just ran to the entrance of the Pinglu, was immediately crushed to the ground. Her body and internal organs were squeezed all the time, and she vomited blood, as if she didn't want money. The poisonous snakes that attacked were immediately crushed by gravity, while Tengman was on the ground, unable to move. Interpunct. You are a second order awakener, and you actually have 2 abilities. Who are you? There is no number one person like you in the surrounding gathering places. Could it be someone from the southern Sichuan military base? Okizo said with horror on her face. Oh, Thorfey, don't know what you're talking about. But I think it's very useful to me. It's best to explain it all. Inside the laboratory after a friendly punishment, Okizo honestly made a move and told everything she knew. It turns out that, I didn't expect that there are only some backward humans in this wilderness. Outside the wilderness, there is already a larger gathering place for humans, a military base, and it can also be said to be a human city. Zerolin was thoughtful. The people at the military base are going to open up the wilderness, recover all the gathering places and surviving humans, and also send some awakened people to enter the major gathering places as detailed works, so that they can be captured at a critical moment. Apostrophe with a look of interest on his face, Lin said to Okizo, who was extremely weak and locked in the isolation warehouse, "Then what about you? Where are you from and what kind of power are you from? Don't kill me, I will say anything. The whole world has established its own last country, the sun never sets, the white eagle, the grizzly bear, the pyramid. I am a neon person, and I was arranged to come in to inquire about the news. And by the way, I also destroy the planning action of the southern Sichuan military base." Okizo tried her best to show her ultimate value, and she deliberately showed her superiority to the fullest, even though she didn't think that this terrible person in front of her would have the urge in this regard, just like an ice cube. "I will not kill you, but will give you a chance to become a second-order awakener." Lin looked at her indifferently, and threw the advanced evolution potion directly into the isolation bin. The relevant information was passed into Okizo's mind without any reservation. "Take it, you have a chance to live, and you can reach the sky in one step, or just die." Okizo picked up the syringe, glanced at Lin hatefully, and inserted it directly into her neck. Earth. Chapter 147. There is actually a brother in the comment area who said that the format of the chapters has been changed. It should be noted that I only feel a deep chill. You are my brothers. But the numbers are more convenient. Remember the author, Chen Hiyu King. Only using this vest will definitely not pit brothers. As Okizo injected the advanced evolution potion into his own blood vessels, rapid and violent changes were visible to the naked eye. Small spots began to spread from the neck, densely filled quickly, and more of them reached all parts of the body along the blood flow of blood vessels. It hurts. It hurts me. Okizo began to struggle violently, making the most tragic scream, as if countless insects were gnawing at her flesh, her marrow, and then replaced, still spreading, and continuing. They are going to rush into their own brains. There is panic in Okizo's eyes. "I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I still have so many things I haven't enjoyed." The white spots spread to her face, and then the blood of her nose, ears, eyes, and capillaries turned completely white. Lin watched this scene in surprise. Even he didn't understand the process of swallowing the advanced evolution potion. According to this development, it is very likely that it will fail directly. But Lin didn't make any changes and looked at him blankly, even though Okizo started scratching his face because of the pain, and the scratches were covered in blood. The white spots quickly filled the blood and healed the wound. The chip records the entire evolution process, and focuses on analyzing the corresponding characteristics. Lin saw that Okizo was completely covered with white spots. He stopped crying, and did not make a sound, but stood up strangely and looked at Lin expressionlessly, even though it was the high intensity of the isolation chamber. The glass layer, under the gaze of those pupils with only the whites of their eyes, also felt inexplicable hairs on the back. Lin's face was not moved at all, and he looked at it carefully with the eyes of a work of art. Yes, it seems that the advanced evolution potion and Okizo's body have reached a symbiosis, and the next step should be a battle for body sovereignty control. Is the advanced evolution potion controlling the body and completely turning it into a biochemical virus disaster, or Okizo? Rediscovering your own body and becoming a second-order awakener. The research and development value of this is very great. Minutes and seconds passed, and the changes continued. Okizo's skin surface appeared swirling waves. Until 2 hours later, am I dead? Okizo gasped heavily and knelt on the ground, still having fear in her heart. Obviously, you are not dead. Lin's indifferent words reached Okizo's ears. She turned her head and saw that disgusting face, which appeared outside the isolation warehouse, looking at herself. I'm alive, are you surprised? Lin didn't say anything, just applauded silently. This is the best respect for Okizo's wonderful life survival scene. Suddenly, when the applause ended, Okizo's eyes flickered, and there was something in her mind, which also affected part of her personality. Of course, this effect is very small, almost invisible to others. In normal times, Okizo's performance is still the same. Only when she gets Lin's mental fluctuations will she unconditionally accept Lin's orders. Every evolution medicine there are all these Lin's backhands left in the medicine. What is your ability? Revelation Lord Lin, in addition to the original biological manipulation, my ability has an additional gene fusion, which can temporarily or permanently fuse the limbs or genes of some creatures, obtain corresponding ability blessings, and can be replaced at any time. Okizo said with a dull expression. Lin's eyes lit up. This ability is not bad, it can be regarded as a magical skill if used well. It's still the same, if your forces have any news to inform you, remember to report it. Yes, Lord Lin. Seeing Okizo leave, Lin nodded. This experiment has brought him a lot, especially the confrontation between the two. Lin's flesh and blood knowledge is only one step away from reaching a more advanced level. Stage. That is to say, complete control at the cellular level and the microbial level. Almost, as long as I complete my second-order awakening, I can achieve it. Apostrophe. The Wizarding World, in the island continent dividing the soul is going on, and Lin's deity is naturally not idle. His mastery of pharmacy and alchemy is becoming more and more spiritual, and his knowledge of energy is also improving day by day. 0 As for the cultivation of flesh and blood embryos, cultivation is already a watermill, and there are other extraordinary bloodline factors. For fusion, a large number of simulation experiments are required to eliminate them one by one, leaving the most correct method. But there is one more thing to worry about, which is the energy reserve. Although dead trees can last for a period of time, they obviously cannot supply them all the time, and they still need new energy. All this can only be planned by the soul-splitting world in the discovered world. My alchemy knowledge has reached a critical point. It seems that I can break through to a first-class alchemist apprentice at any time. The opportunity lies in my second alchemy work. Lin groped for his magic wand, the source of the spell, with a faint look in his eyes. It's been a while since the Book of Vientiane was opened, and the dead tree can last for about a year, so don't worry for the time being. It was recently that he noticed that there were always human beings who wanted to enter through the mutant blood-sucking vines, and many people died. He didn't care too much, he asked for it all by himself. On the contrary, the mutant blood-sucking vines grew bigger and bigger, and some vines spread into the Black Forest. The memory of the divided soul and the deity cannot be connected all the time. Only by the influence of the divided soul in that world is getting bigger and bigger, and even occupying the center of the world, can the corresponding world be completely imprinted into the Book of Vientiane, becoming a in the back garden that can be entered and exited at any time. The resources in it are naturally taken out and brought in at will. Apostrophe. You can only look at the performance of the split soul. After completing the rules and tasks of the Book of Vientiane, That is, after choosing to occupy the possession, some wishes and dreams of the original body must be fulfilled, which can also be called residual thoughts. You can make a return and let the split soul merge with the deity. Next, enter again. You can let Lin enter. What that brings, is to completely control the world. I'm really looking forward to it, the resources of a world. There are still 1 or 2 chapters. I just changed the chapter format back, the Gospel of the Obsessive-Compulsive Brother. I am so sad, they are all brothers. You hurt me, and you actually said that I wrote it on my behalf. Okay, wronged, woo woo. Chen Hiyuking, don't cheat my brothers, only this vest. Chapter 148. The chapter format has been changed back. It's up to you, my brothers. Let's fight again. Again. In addition, I reiterate that all those who support me are my own brothers, and I will never cheat on my own brothers. The only thing that is clear is that I only use one vest, Chen Hiyuking. I don't want to make the vest stink. The sun hit the ground from the clouds, scorching hot and scalding. Even mutant creatures are not like to withstand these baking. But in the ruins of this city that seemed to have been abandoned for decades, the temperature was not as high as imagined. Instead it dropped to freezing point, and the exhaled gas was full of white gas. Everyone, be careful. This is definitely a real powerful guy. If you're not careful, your life will be lost. Frank's expression was solemn. He brought his team members to the ruins of the city in a rare way. Even in the past, he only swept the outermost periphery and did not dare to go deep. Because the mutant monsters inside and the mutant monsters outside are completely different dimensions. If the periphery is E and F level, then the position they need to go deeper now is the place where C and D level mutant monsters haunt and occupy. I've heard about a D-level frozen alien 30 monster in this parking lot before, but I didn't expect him to be here now. Frank took a deep breath, and he was also in the spirit of 12 points. In this battle, he was the main force. For the prospects that Lin said, he had to fight again. Wang Yong was also among them. His ability was very powerful, and he was at the forefront among many awakened people. He suddenly felt something was wrong, looked at the entrance of the parking lot that was frozen by ice blocks, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, back, we are ahead, no, there is something under our feet." The ground beneath his feet exploded directly, a large number of ice cubes mixed with concrete blocks scattered, a ferocious frozen spider smashed the ground and moved towards the ground. It was swallowed and bitten by the crowd. Let's go together, big guys. Inside the laboratory, Lin is researching the deeper secret of the SPA, which is the problem of attributability. The ability of mutant monsters should logically exist in the SPA, because after all, it is already equivalent to the core. And is there any connection between the ability awakened by the awakened person? This is a question worth thinking about. Lin felt as if he had grasped some key point. Perhaps this was a further pursuit. That is to say, some characteristics of third-order awakeners. If you want to advance, you must consider this aspect. Without a higher-level SPA, it is impossible to study the real results, and there is no reference. Lin didn't give up and walked out of the laboratory. Apart from Aokizo, the only awakened person left in the Iron Ring gathering place is the tower captain, Wall. A week later, the Iron Cage hunter troop that went to the expedition came back, with 2 fewer people, but they were all ordinary hunters, and there were no awakened ones, but they were all wounded, all kinds of frostbite and puncture wounds. The corpse of a huge frozen spider was dragged behind 3 battlefield jeep trucks, dragging all the way, and even froze on the ground. One can imagine how terrifying its strength was during his lifetime. A frozen mark on Frank's body spread from his neck to his abdomen, and a penetrating wound directly pierced his chest, almost touching his heart. Bring the frozen spider directly to the laboratory. Frank was so afraid of this expedition that he fought too hard. They almost explained everything there. If it wasn't for Wang Yong's temporary explosion and ability restraint, they really couldn't kill this frozen spider. He didn't take out the spar and put it in the corpse of the mutant creature, so that the energy of the corpse could be preserved as much as possible, and it would not dissipate so quickly. In the laboratory, Lin also learned about the return of the expedition team, and saw the high-level mutant monster he was waiting for, a frozen spider that was comparable to D-level or even C-level. When handing over the frozen spider corpse, Lin noticed the injury on Frank's body. It was obvious that after listening to his words, this guy really went all out. "Brother Lin, I'll leave it to you. I need to rest for a while," Frank said a little out of breath. "Boss, if there are more corpses and spar of high-level mutant monsters, my research progress can be more rapid, and some results have been obtained so far. I have researched the prototype of the follow-up advanced evolution potion, which can be awakened. On the basis of the first-order ones, they can be promoted to the second-order awakeners, and even as long as there are more sample reference objects, the third order after the second order is not an extravagant hope," Lin said calmly, but the words made Frank's breathing suddenly heavier. "I know, you just need to study, Brother Lin. I will meet your requirements, but you should tell me the progress of the experiment as soon as possible." "There's no problem with this, of course, Chief, but my older sister and younger sister still have no news." Lin, acting online, expressed anxiety and asked. A smile appeared on Frank's face. "Don't worry, Brother Lin, I have activated all my connections and energy. It's only a matter of time to find them, and you can study these mutant corpses with peace of mind." Interesting. In the face of extreme interests, some dangers have become a struggle that can be tried. Looking at the back of Frank's departure, Lin smiled faintly, bustling, and after all, there was one interest. The chip. Comprehensively analyze and scan this frozen spider, analyze the location of the core spar, and whether the corpse can be used as an alchemy material. Hint, scanning. Estimated time is 1 minute. Scanning completed. The corpse contains frozen properties, which is comparable to zero-level extraordinary creatures to a certain extent. It can be used as a material for alchemy and pharmacy to be processed and refined. Freeze attribute can be added. The spar is deep in the head, and the grade is D-level superior. It can be used as a refining agent for advanced evolutionary medicine, and it can also be used as a research sample for advanced evolutionary medicine. Lin touched his lower arm. "Let's try to refine the advanced evolution potion, and then create a second-order awakener's subordinate. Okizo is one of them." Wang Yong has returned. After training to become a second-order awakener, he can actively hunt and kill more mutant creatures. Anyway, Lin's requirements are all perfect. At least it must be a C-level mutation spar, and the evolution potion produced can meet Lin's promotion. This kind of promotion change happens more in the soul. Even if I give up this body, I can bring the corresponding ability to the main body, and maybe I can form some special wizard spells, which are exclusive to me. Chapter 149. In the dark room, several figures were talking. This is very wrong. It's too abnormal. Frank actually took the initiative to go out and actually took the risk to fight high-level mutant monsters. What is the reason for this? A person said slowly. There was a lot of curiosity in the words. All these changes started after that Lin joined in, and have you noticed any subtle things? That is, the storage of spar is inexplicably much less, the source of the flow direction? The head also pointed only to the new guy. And I also care about Frank's new building and the things that guy is in charge of. I've hardly seen him out. So what the hell is he doing inside? It was so well protected by Frank, everything was hidden, and it was built in the core area. Okay, if you want to know, you can go in and have a look. Of course, it's secretly not being discovered by anyone," said a woman's voice. Gradually the voices disappeared, and the figures disappeared one by one. "In the laboratory. Interesting. You said someone was going to hit my attention." The corner of Lin's mouth raised a slight arc, but this smile made Zooki, who was standing in front of Lin, shiver. She seemed to subconsciously feel as if something bad had happened. "You did a good job. Let's keep watching. This iron cage gathering place is not a good place. All of them are 2 or 5 boys. It's really interesting." A piece of news brought by Okizo is that among the many awakened people in the iron cage gathering place, none of them are absolutely loyal to Frank, and they all have their own hearts. However, it may also be the infernal way. 25 boys are pretending, but they are actually Frank's horse boys. In any case, as long as he dares to come to the laboratory secretly, Lin is going to use the brainwashing method of evolutionary medicine to directly harvest an awakened subordinate, which is a very worthwhile thing. Compared to the wizarding world, the awakened person is equivalent to the strength of the wizard enlightened person, perhaps not as good, because there is no accumulation of knowledge, and the focus is too strong, not comprehensive, and it is easy to be targeted. Even if I haven't become an awakener, I can rely on the spiritual power of the enlightenment to fight against Frank. Lin analyzed the disadvantages of the awakened people in this world, but they also have advantages. They don't need to hone their mental strength in watermill work, and eat more mutant biological meat to quickly accumulate mutation factors in their bodies, and then there are mutations. Under Lin's operation, as long as the knowledge of flesh and blood reaches the next stage, after complete control, even the awakened can come out wholesale. The rules of the Book of Vientiane, this body's residual thoughts have been completed, and it has become an awakened one. The next step is to find his sister, and then the situation outside the wilderness, which should be considered complete. Lin thought about it for a while. The awakened people have different opinions. Even Frank's son, Daniel, has become a horseboy of an unknown force. Maybe it's someone from the southern Sichuan military base. In this way, I can completely obtain some powerful high-level spar from the channel over there, and I can save myself the trouble of finding resources. Daniel, who is the middleman, can be used as a source of spar. The other party is just an ordinary person. After knowing that he has a method to turn ordinary people into awakened people, he is obviously very eager, and he specially gave a D-level spar. Although it is said that it was obtained by chance, but there are so many coincidences, only the military base in southern Sichuan is possible. It is absolutely possible to use the news of the advanced evolution potion to extract more value from there. The acquisition of spar is one of them, and the profit is always the biggest driver. Frank is like this, and so is Daniel. The real equivalent exchange is always the one who benefits. Lin's laboratory was not very deserted. "Dr. Lin, do you think my evolution potion has been refined?" Daniel looked very excited, and compared with Lin's first meeting, there was a big change. That is, the physical fitness has actually improved by a few points. Recent research has made breakthroughs, and even on the basis of evolutionary medicine, a follow-up advanced evolutionary medicine has been developed. In theory, it can reach the second-order awakened person. Unfortunately, there is a lack of spar for research, and it is that kind of high-grade spar. Lin perfectly showed a researcher's regret that the research on a matter could not achieve the best results, and at the same time put the evolution potion in his hand on the table. Lin's words were very plain, but Daniel's pupils shrank suddenly, and a storm surged in his heart. The Lin in front of him was so powerful, even a researcher in that place was just that. Even compared to this Lin, it's a complete waste. He thought that it was the limit to be able to develop an evolutionary potion that would make ordinary people also awakened. But I didn't expect it to be much more than that. If I can become a second-order awakener, how can I be so tied up? I can kill my father completely, occupy the entire iron cage gathering place. My father's women are all mine, and there are 2 little sisters. When the time comes, they will go directly to him. If that place surrenders, it will definitely be able to obtain the promise of higher status. Daniel suddenly became longing, and his face flushed instantly. No, I still have the biggest hole card. This Lin is worth more than the entire world combined, and I can rely on him to achieve higher and higher status. Lin felt the scorching gaze of Daniel looking at him, and sneered inwardly. The fish took the bait. Like his father, in front of the interests, Wang knows, he couldn't resist such temptation. And he is just an ordinary researcher, and he has the weakness of looking for relatives. He is a perfect dual person. Come on, not only the entire iron cage gathering place, but also the entire wilderness is mine, and then the whole world. The resources of one world are enough for me to advance to the official wizard. Daniel took a deep breath. Dr. Lin, how many more crystals do you need to be able to research the advanced evolution potion maniac? About 5 C-level or B-level spar. Lin came directly to the lion and opened his mouth. He originally wanted to call out an A-level spar, but after thinking about it, it was a little unrealistic. B-level already belongs to the scope of the 3rd level awakened. In terms of strength, it can be compared to a 1st-level wizard apprentice, even in some single-level wizards. On the one hand, it can be compared to a 2nd-level wizard apprentice. So let's take the next step. Chapter 150. Daniel's face suddenly became ugly, but he still gritted his teeth and said, Dr. Lin, I have a way to get these spar, but it needs to be kept secret between you and me, and the matter of refining the advanced evolution potion, can't let my father know. I wonder if Dr. Lin can agree. Lin was silent for a while and then said, as long as I can find my relatives, anything will do. A smile appeared on Daniel's face. Dr. Lin should know that behind me is not an ordinary force, its energy is unimaginable, far beyond what my father can compare. As long as Dr. Lin studies well, I will be able to find it. Your relatives? Looking at Daniel's confident smile, Lin thought strangely in his heart, maybe this guy is thinking the same as his father. Use the so-called relatives to coerce yourself. However, why not do it? The conversation between the 2 immediately became pleasant. Daniel also revealed more information about the forces behind him. Sure enough, it was the force of the South Sichuan military base. In the laboratory, Daniel agreed to deliver the corresponding spar to Lin in a week. At present, Lin has set his sights on the spar in the frozen spider's body, and can use this to refine a more complete advanced evolution potion. The person who takes it will be the awakened person created by Lin, Wang Yong. Frozen spiders have the ice attribute, and perhaps this ability characteristic can be born during the re-advanced awakening, provided that I want that part of the mutation factor gene to possibly cooperate with Wang Yong. But it's very difficult. It's almost impossible to combine the 2 layers of ice and fire, but if it succeeds, it will be an amazing transformation. This is also a good opportunity to prove my knowledge of flesh and blood. I can continue this refining process to completely step into the next level of my knowledge of flesh and blood. Lin's eyes were full of light, that is, microorganisms, the control of flesh and blood knowledge at the cellular level. Besides, Frank seems to have suffered a very serious injury this time, and has not come to the laboratory to check the situation for several days. The 2 remaining evolution potions, given to Frank's 2 sons, have already been taken away. In the end, only one was successfully awakened, and the other one failed to awaken and died. Daniel successfully awakened. Lin said with a strange expression, I don't know why, but I always have a hunch, as if some uninvited guest is coming. No, it should be said that it has already arrived. You said it is not, Captain Hunter. Lin stared blankly at the shadow in a corner of the laboratory, which happened to be a shadow formed by the light. But as Lin's words came out, there was no response at all, as if there was no hidden person there. Since you have been watching here for so long, I believe you already understand what I am researching. How about it? Do you want to become a second-order awakener? My experience can already be refined. Even Frank I don't know, but the success rate is only about 30%. Lin seems to be talking to himself in the air, who said that the interterrestrial spar is still too rare. If there is a better spar research, there is a better spar as a raw material for manufacturing, and why can't we create an advanced evolution potion with a 50% chance of success? This really surprised me, Dr. Lin. As face came out in shock, his body seemed to be immersed in the shadows, completely peeled off at this moment. He originally had some guesses, but because he was very curious, he broke into this place to observe the situation, and was confident that no one would find out. They looked at it for about an hour, but did not expect this Lin to find himself early in the morning. What is your purpose, Dr. Lin? As suppressed the endless fervor in her heart and advanced to the next level. This is what he dreamed of doing. Right now, this man can actually have such an ability. He is definitely not an unknown person, and the purpose of coming to the Iron Cage gathering place is definitely not simple. I don't have any purpose, I just want to study the nature of the awakened, study all this, and gain more knowledge. Every time I overcome a difficulty, it will make me feel extremely satisfied. This is what I need, and find me sister and sister. Lin has excellent acting skills on his face. My dear expressed some of the content of her words to the extreme. Frank promised me that he would meet all my requirements, but he didn't do it at all. Help me find my sister and sister, but for so long, there is no news at all. I need more and stronger spar for research, and he still didn't do it for me. He's a dishonest. Lin said to her with enthusiasm, as long as you bring me spar and meet my requirements, I will also meet your requirements and help you refine an exclusive advanced evolution potion. You're right, Dr. Lin. He can't meet your request. As face showed firmness and determination, I will meet your request, Dr. Lin, and I hope you don't reveal any information about me. This is natural. Seeing the figure of a leaving, the enthusiasm on Lin's face gradually turned into indifference, and the corner of his mouth raised a slight arc. This fish is always hooked one by one. After 3 days, Lin, with the help of the chip, made full use of his knowledge of flesh and blood to the extreme, and finally succeeded in refining the advanced evolution potion mainly based on frozen spider spar. The knowledge of flesh and blood has also completely stepped into a new level, about the deeper microbes, cells, control and transformation, and control with spiritual power. Wang Yong came to Lin's laboratory that night. In the isolation warehouse, Wang Yong held the frozen syringe in his hand and listened to Lin's words. This advanced evolution potion is a relatively perfect work of mine. After you inject it, you will almost certainly succeed, but there will be a side effect that is not a side effect. That is, extreme pain. A humanoid frozen spider. Lin explained lightly. Master Lin, I am ready and willing to give everything for Master Lin. I am too weak now, I need to be stronger. Wang Yong said firmly. Over time, some hidden influences have become more and more entrenched and cannot be eliminated, that is, loyalty to Lin. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yong directly tied the needle to his neck,